Every now and then I get a break, but before I know it,
it's right back to the beat. Back to the beat. It's right back to the beat. Back to the beat. It's right back to the beat. Back to the beat. It's right back to the beat. Back to the beat. Back to the beat.
Do I make you horny, though?
Back to the beat. 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 It's right back to the beat. Back to the beat.
Hey, welcome to another fucking episode of Cthulhu Caverns. I'm here joined by Chris Morbid. Yeah. And, my man's has been fucking through some slopes lately, haven't we all? And, I figured, as a friend and plus as a place where ideas come to flourish, die, blossom again, and all kinds of other things in between, what better place than to hash out some of these things and go over them, examine them truthfully of some of these things, and some truths we're going to have to, what do they say in the beginning of those things? Some of the dates and names have been changed for...
Oh, no, I'm calling them motherfuckers on here.
No, there's going to be some truths, but, there's going to be some things that...
It's going to be nothing but truth.
Yeah, but anyways, so mental health check, first of all. How is everybody doing? I'd like to know in the comments when you guys do get in here. If you guys catch this one late, then you probably won't even hear this comment. But I've been going through some things lately. But I don't allow life to win. You gotta be careful with that one.
Sorry.
Oh, you're all good. But yeah, no, I don't allow life to win. Life may get the best of me sometimes, but it'll never win the war. And before I move on to Chris, one more thing that I want to give out, let you guys know is, fuck the suicide hotline. I'll take your call. You know what I'm saying? If anybody out there, even if you consider me your enemy, I'd rather hear from you than hear about you on the news or through a Facebook post. You know what I'm saying? So, anyways, that being said, my man's here.
How you doing, man? I appreciate you having me on here.
Hey, man, anytime, bro. Anytime. So how have you been in general?
You know, like I tell all my friends and stuff, like every day is a coin flip. Some, one day it's good, and the next day it could be not good. I said I called you up a couple days ago because I did want to be on here. I wanted to talk about what happened because only few people know the whole story. People know bits and pieces, but not everybody knows everything. And I've been trying to keep it under wraps, but at this point, I can't fucking. I gotta like honestly tell the world about this shit.
Well, I would love to say that my shit reaches everybody in the world, but this has the potential for anybody on the world to see it. So let's do it, man. Let's break into it. So let's start from like the foundations of why these feelings have manifest. What was the like triggering event?
All right. Well, it was basically lack of sleep, and like I told the doctors and stuff, it was just a nonstop bullshit train ride with no breaks. People that are close to me know that I got a father that's got some mental issues, and I live with him, and it's just, coming home to that. I got started at square one. You want me to start there?
Yeah,
there's more than just that. I mean, it's just like it's family members, like
as like the new developments in the life story of Chris. What is the like triggering thing? Like, let's say we're gonna start a movie about the last year of your life. What is like the beginning like prologue before we get into the actual story of shit show and good shit and whatever?
Honestly, like I don't even know. That's the thing, man. I don't. It was like one big fucking, like the ending to Curb Your Enthusiasm where Larry David's like pulling his hands out, like going like, what the hell? It was just that constantly, almost every day.
All right, go ahead.
What's up?
Nothing, of course. Bitch.
Yeah, like I said, I'd rather just tell this story. I don't want to be like really have it made into a movie. Yeah, I'd rather just, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know how it'd be and shit. It wouldn't be a comedy. I know that. It definitely would be a fucking comedy.
Oh shit! I swear I've changed my view. This is behind. Okay. Yeah, no, man. Damn, we already got motherfuckers up in here. So we say, my motherfucking dude. I feel horrible. Just found out they pulling the plug on my dad's life support. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. That's fucked, man. So it looks like we're all going through some dark shit. Tell you about mine later. It's not something you want to put on the internet. But Dark Dream, what's up, bro? I'll be okay. I'm going through it a lot. Yeah, we know all about that Murphy's Law. I was kind of breaking it down with him earlier. Like, when you expect that shit to fucking go wrong, you can plan for it. But it can almost always go as expected. He sounds distorted. Fix his mic. What? What do you mean?
Hello.
How does he sound distorted?
That's all just right. My voice. Ouch.
Okay, hold on. Actually, in that case, that's fine. That gives me an excuse. Don't worry, we're about to get this shit fixed out. 1 second. I got something for you right quick.
Are you about to like auto-tune my voice or some shit?
No, hell no. I'm about to switch mics.
Tell some like really fucked up story, but in like a T-Pain voice.
No, I'm about to switch mics. Hold on. Brand new, unreleased, just because Knight's a fucking twat and I love him. All right, 1 second.
Fuck my ops, they can never do what Brandon do. Truthfully, I can get my little dogs to handle you. Any random crew can get it when I'm coming back for you. Dismantle you with rap, throw your hands up like a cannibal. I'm from the streets where you need money when the day is over. Make it known we taking over, nobody evade the soldiers. My aim the coldest, fill the room with the great aroma. Good fellas with the baking soda, but no Ray Liotta. You can dish the pain out, but when I'm dealing worse, you can try to diss me, but your biggest fans are feeling dirt. Don't get your feelings hurt, competition still concerned. Kid, it's worse, get a closed casket. kill confirm. I built the turf beyond to reinforce the foundation with bass sounds that left the ground shaking for my down patrons. The rest of y'all can suck a dick with your frown faces. Don't be mad you heard my sound and realized you downgraded. Check me, I bet it bounce, baby, big amounts. I smell like weed, you smell like you missing out. I'll give you something to bitch about. You rat chocolate Pikachu. You think you cute until I pay a dude to knock your sphincter loose. In this game I'm Commander Shepard in Mass Effect. Your whole life you waited, now you know what's after death. A mechanic with Pro Tools you haven't mastered yet, and everything is tight when I write, that's a ratchet set. You would've passed the test confirming if you bitch or not. Before I leave the house, I pick a Glock and hit your spot. It's music theory when we get in the streets. How I got your plug snitching, now we singing in key. I hope you're ready, cause most of you not prepared and deserve hurt and dirt, serving time behind bars like a word merchant. The first perfect and I'm down to do some extra work and leave your body stiff like you hit the gym without stretching first. Boss status not concerned what your position is. You get me lit, I promise I'll be killing shit like Pickle Rick. Consider this and take it for a little insight. Bitch, I've been nice before the suit and the pinstripes. Independent for life, like fuck your shitty label. And when I pull a chair up, you sitting at the kiddie table. Many haters see my squad when I drop them off, and the truck's so fire it should've came with a spotted dog. I write so many violent songs and say bad things, cause I'm sick in the mind and no one got any vaccine. Plus I'm getting money with the tag team, bringing in the bag clean, while you tucking your shit like a drag queen. On this troubled path I've always been a humble cat, but for mumble rap it's a headshot with a double tap. It sounds like bumble rap, gunshots I'm sporting that. As an abortion they left on the porch, knocked on the door and ran. I'm from a warrior clan that leave you slumped, and we get higher than speaking tongues with angels and demons when Jesus comes. My lungs bleeding, breathing blunts, but I'm used to it like YouTubers muting dudes' tunes for my new music. Prepare to suffer defeat, you're ready for major loss. I'll take you to the 36 chambers of these language arts.
Yeah.
Bangers coming like son of my gangster, fucking the paper with bars so heavy, now my tongue is in danger. Hundreds of face them, but I'll make them pee in their pants. My ops out there plotting RP in advance. For my grown folks, fuck the planet, all my boys and girls. And for my young ones, keep it G-rated in across the world.
Alright, so we should be good on problems. Right? Ladies and gentlemen and everything in between, we should be good, right? Chris?
Hello?
I can hear you.
You hear me good?
Alright, so let's go back to the interwebs, see what these fools are talking about.
Must them just be fucking with us and just saying,
no, you wouldn't do that. So Dark Dream said...
I can see myself doing that to you.
Dude, I could feel this already. I already know how this is going to be. He said, I understand. Yeah. He said, bro, my life is a prison. I got hit with a 25, but when you come for a visit, I'm going to tell you I'm all right. You know I'm tired of the struggle. You know, you can see it in my eyes. I do it out for my baby's mind. Oh, yeah. And he said, play it back on YouTube. You can hear it. Yeah. And we'll figure it all out. So, we're all good? All right, bet. Just making sure. Yo, what up, though, Walls? What's good with you, bro? We got fucking everybody in the building. What's going on? What's happening, son? So, anyways, yeah. So, let's try to pick up where we left off, sort of.
All right. I'll start in the beginning. All right. I got a job at a place called Cope in Livonia for a short period of time. I was just trying to find a job. You know, just trying to make some money. I knew it was going to be in the medical field, but I didn't know it was a psych ward until I got there. Then they told me straight up like what it was going to be. They told me that it was, you're going to have people calling you names, you're going to have people calling you stuff. And like I said, I liked my team. You know, I liked, Jackson, Joe Sean, Tyann, Keith, all them. Chico, I love that guy. That was my boss. Yvonne, all them. There was just a few people I did not like. There was a therapist, a nurse, and then some fucking doctor. I don't know what the hell that was, but they were kind of assholes. It was like it was kind of weird. It was like they didn't want to act on a like if there was a inpatient, someone that was there that had to be there, they didn't want to be there. They started acting up. Literally, we had so many weird rules to follow and shit. I can understand kind of half of them. But it was like if they needed something to just calm them down, like you couldn't just, obviously you'd need a doctor's order, but the doctor didn't want to give it to them. And there was like, they were just so amped up. And at the time when I was an orderly and nobody believed me and shit, but, hold on. I got the fucking badge right here. And on the what do you call it? The what's it called? Thumbnail page.
Yeah.
That was my last photo of like normalcy.
It's crazy.
No, but that's not, like I said, that
No pun intended.
it was just like it was like there's a term like the inmates run the asylum. It really was like you could go in there and do whatever the fuck you wanted.
That wasn't the
And
case.
if we try to stop them or do anything, it was like damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, nah. When I was going in, which is probably why they're not. If they still are in operation, is from new owners. But the place I was at, they're just like drug him. Fuck. He's what? 2 decibels louder than he should be. Thorazine. Gone.
We had a girl there that was she was there. She had been, I can't say names and stuff. I'm pretty sure I did.
Yeah.
I did sign a non-disclosure agreement about, so I can't give like names of
Yeah, I
patients. I'm not going to, and it's not, like I said, that's not the reason why. It was like during that time period. It was from like February, March, April, and later in the story you're gonna know the irony of that shit. That I wasn't orderly. They call it recovery tech. Whatever the hell, it's orderly. You're a fucking orderly.
Yeah, pretty much by definition.
Literally would have got paid flipping burgers more than I would have at that job. It was not worth the pay. It was not worth the extra stress. But it wasn't as
for
stressful.
how important the job is, that's fucking disgusting.
Well, because, okay, I thought it'd be like good to be on the field because I was like, okay, I could be a therapist. I didn't know what I wanted to do. And then in the pandemic, I'm like, okay, I really got to do something with my fucking life.
Yeah.
And I used to collect shit, but now I don't collect shit. You just sit in a room for like a year and a half or whatever. You just really think about your life and where the fuck you've been and
Yeah.
just stupid shit, and then you see outside world is kind of going to hell, and it's like, okay, if that's not going to change, you got to change or something. So,
Dude.
I stopped collecting. Right, I only collect like certain things. Like if it just because it had the Pokemon logo on it doesn't mean I had to grab it.
I don't know.
Just because it had,
I'm Cthulhu
I used to collect.
out.
I used to collect Misfits action figures and anything Misfits. Now it's like I'm letting a lot of my Misfits shit go. Doesn't mean I don't listen to them. Doesn't mean I don't bump their shit. But it's just like I don't.
Coming
need,
from a guy wearing a Misfit shirt right now.
If I have the vinyl, the CD, and all the stuff, like if it's only out on vinyl, I'll take it on vinyl. But if I can get it on CD, I prefer it on CD just because less space, less room. I mean, a vinyl's like this big, a fucking CD is like that big.
The only reason I'd ever buy a vinyl is because there's something I don't want to sample.
So I thought about what do I want to do with my life, and I was trying to think of like what I could be. And I was like, I could be a nurse. Do something medical field. Medical makes good money, good benefits, pension, all that stuff. And then they were like, COVID, you have to stick this tube up people's noses and collect their boogers and put in a tube. Yeah.
Yeah, fun.
You already had me there. Yeah.
Fun.
So I was like, okay, so that's out of the picture. No, thank you.
Yeah.
And so I thought, well, what about therapy? Because I have people that come to me for advice and shit. I try to do like the right from wrong. I try not to put like any politics or anything like my own beliefs into that shit.
And you know what?
I just
heard
try to do like
therapy
more
is
right from
getting
wrong.
worse with that. I heard that it's making its way into the therapist's office.
I'm gonna tell you right now, every therapist has probably got some sort of mental problem, so they try to turn around.
But I'm saying, like, bringing your own like belief system into a place where you're supposed to be helping somebody mentally figure out their own beliefs.
You gotta honestly give like the best advice.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
Toxic.
More of the right from wrong, not what you think is right. What like morally you
yeah.
know.
Or like something that maybe like it fits to their situation the most.
And like I said, everything is a case-by-case situation. That is true. What's really fucked up is they clump everything together.
Happens to be misdiagnosis is a big reason.
I wanted to be a therapist. They made good money. It was not as worried. People would come to you. You have an office. You have your own space. You can make it the way you want. You take your clients when you do. And so that was going to be my goal, is trying to be a therapist, write a book on the side, collect Pokemon cards, because Pokemon was getting back into popularity. And
comes in and out.
But I was in and out of it for a little bit too, and I was out of it for like almost a decade. And like a year before the pandemic, I jumped back into it. So Pokemon cards were cheap when I started, and then all of a sudden, boom, pandemic happens, and then the $3 cards I was finding were suddenly becoming like $300.
Mm-hmm. Hey, but that's a good time. That's like what they say.
What though?
Stocks.
Hey, I had fun. I still have fun doing this shit. I still have fun getting to know more people and stuff. I've met a lot of cool people in this scene. Every scene has its own thing.
And if you guys aren't familiar, which you guys are blasphemous bastards if you don't know, he came on my show one time and fucking gave away like $3,000 worth of Pokemon cards. And if you think I'm exaggerating, go back and look. Go fucking eBay the shit, you fucking twats. The man gave away more fucking Pokemon cards than most people bought in their entire lives. So if you could just imagine what this man's collection is, and you just sent how many off to get graded?
I just sent 5. I have probably about like 60-something right now graded that I just got.
Yeah, but I know
myself,
you last time you
but
told me
off
it was
to
like
get graded,
upwards
I
of
sent
500.
504. I thought it was 600, but it was actually 504. I actually just recently got some loose ones to just send to get graded, but I'm just gonna wait on those. I do have a card show coming up this year.
Is there a, like, I know this is not supposed to be our topic today, but I have to ask this question.
It all coincides together, so you know.
So, my question is there a limit on dollar value where you wouldn't want to get a card graded? Like, where you're like, that the card's so not worth money that it's not worth getting graded?
There is in the scene, you can get PSA ones. There are groups that literally just collect ones. And then there are people that collect, I just want Charizards, but I want like the 1 through 10. You know, the cheapest obviously is going to be a 1. Depending on the card, it's going to be a 1. You know, they're very tough on grading, and they do it on purpose, especially in the recent, BGS, Beckett has just recently redid their graded on their black labels. It has to be solid 10s. It can't be like 3 10s and a 9.5.
Yeah.
Like it has to be like a solid 10, and they're so
they have multiple people inspect each card?
is a little more lenient on the grading, but when I sent a couple cards in to get graded, oh my god, dude, I was like, damn, this. I had a Dark Blastoise come back as a 5. I go, are you fucking kidding me?
Do they give you like a thorough analysis of why?
So here's what I found out. They do 2 people look at the grade.
Okay.
If one guy looks at it thoroughly and goes, this is a 6, and the other guy goes, this is a 5, they have to go with 5.
Okay. Lower grade always takes the...
Yeah.
Okay.
It's to control the population.
Just had to get it out of the way because it's a thing I thought about.
What I mean? Like they might even have to another look at it, and then they'll like decide on it. But it gets graded twice. Okay. If it's a 6 and it's a 6, it's a 6. But like I said, that also you can get grades, subgrades. PSA is popular. If you're going to get a Charizard first edition, you're going to want to do through Beckett because Beckett does subgrades, and that's But PSA is very common. The cheapest route is CGC or third
I've
party.
heard of.
CGC is cheaper. They do subgrades.
Obviously Beckett,
but it's price wise, it's the best option. But sell wise, you got the big 3. But
I had Beckett for the wrong reason. Like a lot of people bought Beckett to look at cards. I bought Beckett so I can draw different Pokemon cards I've never seen before.
Oh, are you talking about the little booklets that they used to hand out?
No, like the ones. Yeah, I guess, but it wasn't just a booklet. It was a fucking Bible.
I had it.
Yeah,
I had it, but I got it just because it had Pokemon in it.
Yeah,
it literally. I had bought the Yu-Gi-Oh one. Why? Because it just had Yu-Gi-Oh on it.
I was one of those kids. I bought those the Nintendo guides for games I didn't have because they had unique pictures of Pokemon I've never seen before in that post.
You know what? I know how to play the old school Pokemon. I don't give a fuck about the new school. But I know how to play the old school Pokemon.
I played them up to Diamond and Pearl.
Well, if you get the Pokemon game for the Game Boy Advance, if you get it for that, it will teach you how to play.
None of my fucking emulators will work. None of them take none of my fucking games.
Then at that point, you might as well just buy a GameCube for like $40.
It's not what I want it for.
No, hang
on
it
on my phone for
buy
a reason.
the fucking Pokemon game itself, and then just get. And this is the most expensive part. The $40 fucking little clip onto your GameCube, and then the disc itself is like $100 something, and then boom, you got basically a Game Boy for your TV.
No, I need it on my phone.
Like, I got it during the pandemic. I was sitting there playing Pokemon Red and shit.
I don't have a game on my phone anymore, and I usually have one just in case of boredom scenarios where you're like, fuck, man, I really wish I had a game on my phone. Well, Pokemon is that one that's my favorite because I could just restart it, and
Pokemon
never get bored.
Go, though, takes up a lot of storage.
I don't want Pokemon Go. I fuck Pokemon Go. I like it. Like I said, I want my emulator to start fucking working because I really would like to play like I actually have never played the remakes to Silver and Gold.
I have them.
I definitely want to play those one time.
They're fun. You want to get the little Poke Walker too with it, so you can go for walks and shit. I've
seen those.
I caught
exactly
Kangaskhan, and I caught Pokemon doing this. I went for walks. I trained my Pokemon up. It was cool, man.
That sounds pretty cool. Actually, I probably would buy that.
It was a smart thing. I don't know why they.
I gotta
took that away.
looking over at you because I just realized that fucking all they see is the back of my fat ass head. Not like you want to see the front part of my fat ass head either. But anyways, so let's
we're getting I'm trying to get back on topic.
Yeah, let's
I'm
get
not
back
trying
on
to board
topic.
people with Pokemon.
Shit, motherfuckers.
But that's for
nerds.
another episode for a better mood and a better day.
Yeah, for real.
But like I'm not, I've been doing good for the next, I did have a meltdown.
His coin
in and
flips
out
have
of
been
between.
heads lately.
But for 4 days ago it was tails, and like I said, it's got nothing to do with like I don't have any friends or I don't have any I have friends. I have an amazing girlfriend named Jessica. She's
Shout out to Jessica.
She has been there for me. She is but she's heard me say some dark shit. My buddy Paul, he's heard me say some dark shit, and they kind of know.
Paul.
And like I said, I don't want to even say the one thing that I said on my last post, and like the reason why they know if it does happen, when it's gonna happen, how it's gonna happen, and you'll know. But I don't want to say anything just because I don't want the cops showing up at my door and fucking putting me in handcuffs.
Yeah,
the reason
just
why
happened.
and like I said, we'll get to it because I fucking hate the Westland PD. I would fight cops. Just I just hate cops. I'm very anti-cop.
Hey, hold on. Let me go back to the screen right here. You guys read what it says at the very bottom of that screen.
True, but again, that's
it says it here too.
You don't want to say the S word.
What's that?
You already know what it is. You ain't gonna trick me into saying.
Oh no! All right, what's it start with? What's it end with? Oh, wait, is it 2 words?
It could be. It's 2 syllables.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, all right. All the S words I'm thinking there's one.
Well, it's not shit.
No. This one
not
starts
slut.
with an S
It's
and
not
ends
skank.
with an L. And it can be attached to another S word that has 2 syllables. Like, those are like words you wouldn't want to say either.
But you get my point.
And y'all motherfuckers got some dark ass thoughts if you were putting any of that together. That's why I fuck with y'all.
But like I said, I don't want to. I don't want to because it's like right now
it's hard to vent nowadays.
I'm not thinking it. It's not even that. It was just like it was one afternoon. I mean, it was like a lot of shit that built up, and then it's like the volcano erupted. And it involved the cops showing up, and when I did, I said something that I wish I didn't, once I was out of the house and away from my family, that thought went away. But at that point, it was the cuffs were on. I was in the back of the cop car. I was being sent to the hospital, and where I'm like I said, right now I'm leaving out patches and shit. I'm just gonna go right back to the beginning. I was thinking about becoming a therapist. And we had some really, like I said, we had some fucking characters, man. I was over there for like about maybe 3 months, and I actually left for a little bit just because of the bullshit backwards politics of some people.
That's when you were working there, right?
Yep, that was actually, that photo right there is my last photo of like me being normal, genuinely happy. I was talking about how great the job was. Like I said, we had a nurse there that was a real...
I'm gonna leave this up so you guys can have a little like...
We had a nurse there that was a real cunt. We had another nurse that hung out with her that was a real, not a nurse, but she was a therapist. She just sat around, ate all day and shit, and she pretty much like used us like we were fucking like maids and shit. Like bring her this and bring her that, and we're there for the patients. We're not there for you. Get off your fat ass, walk over to the fucking fridge, and grab your own goddamn water. And the funny part is, it took longer for her to get us to get her water than it would have been for her to get it. And then we had this other guy who was a doctor. All he did was fucking sleep. And then he gave me shit one time because we had a patient with COVID try to come in the room, and I told her to leave. And everybody else told her to leave nicely. And finally, I just shouted at her, "You gotta go." I mean, I didn't say it like that, but... Yeah. Like, literally, like, my boss was right there, and I looked, I said, do I have to, like, physically, like, throw her out? Like, not like, be a dick, but, like, do I have to, like, just go, come on, go. And she goes, "No, you can't put your hands on her." I said, "Okay." I said, "I just do security for some bands." Unofficially, but did security for some bands. And, like, I've had a shout before, and I don't really shout. So when I shout, it scares the fuck out of people. I'm mostly mellow.
Yeah,
but...
by the way, this guy's like 9 feet tall and 17 feet wide. He's going to be our bodyguard one day. Highly paid bodyguard, by the way. He's going to get paid.
You know what? I like how you have a dinosaur over there on that thing. It's
that's Rexy.
Yeah, it's almost like a fucking what do you call it?
I told my daughter,
foreshadowing.
I told my daughter, I was like, one day you're going to be bored with that fucking thing, and one day it's going to make it on my mantle. And there it is, Rexy.
And that's just an inside joke to some people that know what I'm talking about. That's, nothing bad. It's actually something cool that happened. You'll see it. Trust me, I'll have that posted. Halloween's going to be really fucking lit this year.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, it's going to be fun.
But, so, we had a patient that was there because she had been raped multiple times. She actually had kids. She had the mind of a 5-year-old. She had a hair-trigger temper. She would attack anyone. Man, woman, child. If she didn't get away, she would get up. You can tell when she's, like, ready to erupt. And it's about the size of your house, the facility. I mean, I'm not saying, like, it's small.
Christ.
But no, I'm not saying it's small, but, like, she has been there for months. She had not been outside. The only time she's ever been outside is when she escaped. If a patient escapes, which people have ran out the door. Yeah. And honestly, I don't fucking blame them for leaving at this point. I'm sorry. It's like...
Yeah, no, I get you. What are you
like I said, I will put it this way to you guys. Mental health is not a joke, but mental health treatment is. And this has come from a guy who's been on both sides of the fence. Again, I will get to why I'm thinking that. So my mindset was, I feel bad for these people. I've been called fat. I've been called this. We've had to get a pill out of a guy's mouth. We had a guy that collected all of his pills and acted like he ate them. He swallowed them at once, puked up blood. We sent him to the St. Mary's Hospital. But this girl, she had been there for literally probably three-fourths of the year.
Jeez.
She spent her Christmas. She spent her birthday. She spent the Super Bowl.
No. So she was happy.
We watched the Eminem Super Bowl halftime show together.
Yeah, she was probably extremely happy
for
and
her birthday. They weren't supposed to do this, but they actually bought her a pizza and a Happy Meal and got her a little coloring book toy. Not supposed to do that, but they did it just because she's been there. And she used to try to run out, and she would wail on people. She broke my coworker Jessica's phone. She's broke her Apple Watch. She's just broken stuff. There was a thing where I had a black phone case. This ain't the same phone, but black phone case. I used to slip it in between the computers, and the computers were in school. They had those black stand-up ones. Slip it in between so you can't see it. Because we've had patients that gone up behind the counter and stole another patient's stuff and ate his cigarettes.
Ate his cigarettes.
Oh, I could top
just
that
ate
one.
them.
Yeah, just ate them. Stole his shit.
I'm pretty desperate, but I'm pretty sure.
And the same guy that ate the cigarettes ate his own shit.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what?
And he was the one that swallowed the pills and puked up blood.
To be honest with you, after
this guy,
shit,
I'm gonna tell you right now, how you have a nemesis.
This
guy, me and him, were dude, I had to babysit this guy. He cannot. And here's the thing: he got brought in because he was in a hotel lobby, not far from my house. He got brought in. He stripped off his clothes, saw a female, and started jacking off.
Whoa!
He has a no female policy. Now this place is mostly females. I had 2 females on my crew. I mean, it's not. No, wait. We had a few females, but I'm saying the majority of who I worked with on my shift. Yeah, we had 2. One of them was pregnant. She's gone. She's not taking the shit. But it was
let's work at the psych ward.
You know what? She was good at her job.
I can imagine.
Shout out to that. She took some balls, but I literally was
she's there and pregnant. She's probably pretty good at what she's doing.
Okay, you know what though? She put up with so much shit because I was so overly protective of her. I didn't know her. We weren't close friends. She was a sweetheart to me though, but it wasn't any feelings or nothing.
Yeah,
it was
just, just
friendly, casual, just coworker. But she was pregnant, and I'm
I'm like that about everybody I work with.
These guys will attack you.
I love all the people I work with.
One shot to the stomach could kill that baby or deform it or something. I lost my nephew. I don't want to have anything happen to
or
kids.
not, because I watched with my own eyes a person drop kick a fucking pregnant woman at a concert, and that kid that was in there is my niece, and she's a little cuckoo, but she's okay.
That's good.
But yeah, no, that can go that can go horribly wrong.
All right, but I will give you the happy ending. She did quit. She's raising her baby, and
her baby ain't blood spaghetti.
No, happy and healthy.
Cool.
I see pictures all the time.
Bet. Well, shout out to that girl, and I hope your fucking baby grows up healthy and never sees the inside of a mental institution.
I believe it's a boy.
He, she, them, they.
I gotta double check, but
or if it maybe has a dick growing out his ear and vagina on his elbow or her elbow. I don't give a shit as long as that baby grows up healthy as shit.
She's gonna watch this and be like, "What the fuck?"
Hey, look, man, I'm just saying, bro. At the end of every show, I make sure that
No, you know what? She was an absolute sweetheart, and that's why I was overly protective of her and shit. And it annoyed her. It just irritated her. But it was like, look, I don't give a shit. And here's the thing: remember that doctor I told you about that slept?
Yeah.
He one time was just giving it to me for no fucking reason. And I'm like, dude, like, what is your fucking problem?
I need
you know what I
caffeine.
think? I think it was because it involved the cunt nurse and the fat whale nurse.
Yeah, I was about to say, you mentioned this cunt nurse, but you haven't given us any cunty scenarios of why she's Mrs. Cunt Nurse.
Oh, basically, all right, so what happened with that COVID patient?
Yeah.
I told her to get out. She got out. Like, she left. She was supposed to go to the local hospital. You do a COVID test. If you do a COVID test, and you know, like, you have to be, like, wait till the COVID test is over before we even let you in the building.
Yeah.
She tested positive for COVID, but she wasn't leaving. And I don't know what the situation was, but it was like for like an hour and a half. And every time she would walk out, stand outside, walk back in, we had to respray the fucking thing down with disinfectant because people are coming in, they're breathing that shit in. She's breathing out. We're all that COVID. They're bringing it in. We're bringing it in. My coworker's pregnant. You know, I got a mom with a weak immune system.
Yeah.
I got, you know, there's people in there. It's just it would compromise everything. So I still took, you know, like, that COVID shit seriously. I didn't take it seriously in the beginning when it happened. I thought it was like Ebola.
I caught it 3 times.
I caught it once too.
Caught it 3 times. I caught all the strains.
Right before I started that job, I caught it.
Yeah, I had it bad. I almost died.
I had really bad coughs.
But I still, even having it, I still think that we reacted very stupidly to it. Like,
you know what? Okay, without getting political, I will say this.
I'm
you know,
not even politically, just state.
If Armageddon happens,
state.
if Armageddon happens, the world would not come together. I mean, we had a disease that
course
literally
not.
wiped the fuck out of everybody, and nobody could get along for this shit to go.
You know, each state did their own thing. You know what I'm saying? Like
everybody hoarded.
Yeah, Florida was kind of like the most like, whatever. Texas was like, but you know what I'm saying? And then everywhere else kind of like was either the extreme one way or the extreme other.
I don't care what your stance on the vaccination is. I don't care what your stance on if you believe it or not. It's just the fact that none of us could literally just sit and talk.
I think that
everybody had a fight.
Yeah,
people had to
think
like
that
bum
people
rush
just,
stores.
They're just so easily riled up nowadays. Because that's one thing I kind of wanted to like get into, especially because of mental health. Because a big cause of people's mental illness is your own devices, your own phone. Because what you don't realize is the algorithm is catering to what you're clicking and spending the most time on. Unfortunately, drama is very, very attractive to you when you're scrolling.
You know what, though? It's always been like that, even before phones. Look at talk shows.
But unfortunately, that is a pitfall in the algorithm. The algorithm doesn't really care what you like. If you like puppy dogs and you look at puppy dogs all day, guess what it's going to fucking show you? But unfortunately, you want to stop every time you see some floppy orange hair or some crispy old dude at the end of a stadium. You're like, oh, I must watch this dumb shit.
Okay, you know what, though? Like, if you looked at TV in the 90s and the 80s, like, they'd had, like, skinheads and talk shows fighting Geraldo. That was like, okay, gotta watch that. Like, that was wrong. But then you can flip the channel and it'd be actually something intelligent. Yeah. It'd actually be something, like, different. You could change it up. Now it's like, ever since the birth of reality TV shows, and I'm not going to point any fingers, but Jersey Shore, that had an effect on kids growing up on me. And the girls started acting like the guys, and the guys started working out more. Maybe. All of a sudden, all these dudes just started working out in the fucking gym and putting their hair up. And I mean, I'm not dissing anybody. I'm not. It was the. But
you can see that
if you weren't doing that, you were
affected the
wearing emo hair and
zeitgeist
shit or something. You know,
the zeitgeist shifted. You could tell.
Yeah, it definitely. When
they right now, I'm noticing that comedy's making a turnaround.
You know what the weird part is?
I love it.
Okay, the politicians are becoming the comedians that we're laughing at, and the comedians are actually becoming the fucking philosophers and the more political and actually like.
Wait, did you ever expect, because like, all right, let's just say like a podcast, we'll call it like a small radio show. Would you ever imagine that the small radio show would beat out the news network? No, you'd have never thought that. But right now, currently, even Fox, I guess Fox is like the most viewed. They get 1 million people watching it a day. Some podcasts break that in the first 20 minutes of release. You know what I'm saying? And people watch the whole thing. Like, their reviews might be 15 minutes long, and people are like, oh, this shit again?
I forgot who it was, but, and again, not trying to get in political, but I did find something that did irritate me, like, last week that really kind of, like, got to me. Like, I try to listen to both sides. I try to listen to everybody's story.
Same.
You know
It's kind of fun
you know what
watching
I mean?
them argue.
It's got to be like, if it's really like the amount of bullshit and stuff. Like, there was a girl at my work that told me that the Earth is flat and we live in an invisible dome and dinosaurs never existed and all this shit.
Those
I'm just like,
fun
okay,
ones.
I got to walk away. I'm sorry. Like, I choose not to listen to this. But, I'll hear out a Republican, a Democrat. Why do you feel this way? That's the thing. Everybody wants to know the what, but they don't want to know the why. Why do you feel this way? I always had a
That's the big reason why I like Joe Rogan and a lot of people don't like him is that he actually wonders the why part. And he asked the why.
I had a buddy, and like I said, I hope I don't lose anybody friends over this, but I had a buddy that was in the Klan, and I didn't know that until he told me. I was like, "You realize I'm part Arabic, right?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Because you seem nice and I like you." I'm like, "Okay."
Well,
but here's the thing. Here's the thing.
That good of a member, huh?
I know. I did not. Well, there's a good.
That's a good thing.
He quit.
Yeah, clearly.
But the thing was, I didn't just say "fuck you" and walk away. I stood there and I said, "Why do you feel that way? Was it something that was brought on you? Were you bullied by a black person? Were you, did something happen to you sexually? Did you have a black stepfather and he beat the shit? I mean, I don't know. I was just like, was there some? Why do you hate black people?
It's just
and it wasn't something that. The weird part was too. He loved the early 2000s fucking hip hop era and shit. Like the Saints Row 2 and the fucking Biker Boys and all this shit. He was into so much rap shit, and I'm just like, I have a feeling you're gonna quit soon. And I don't know, like, and like I talked to his ex, and he was like, yeah, I don't know where the fuck that came from, but I try to always find out, like, why do you feel this way? Why are you against gays? Because if you're sitting down and you're talking to that person, you're not fighting with them, and as long as you're not putting them like to a point where it's like you have to feel better than them, or you got to be like, well, I'm better than you because of this, and like I said, racism sucks. Everybody knows that is common knowledge. But a racist isn't born racist. Something happened. Some traumatic event, some trigger.
Unlike, because I do believe that some people are born gay. I do believe that some people, their brain is just wired that way. But I think racism is taught to you.
Yeah. But here's the thing, man. What's really fucked up is, like, when you see a TV racist, you literally see them like they're decked out in swastikas or they got this.
Yeah, a lot of times it's a lot more low key.
No, like literally like 1% of them have that shit on their truck. If they put a racist swastika sticker on their truck, someone's throwing a fucking rock through it. You know what I mean? Like Bill Burr said this perfectly. Real racism is quiet.
Yep.
And that was the thing. And he was very quiet. And the thing was, he wasn't like N-word this, N-word that. Like, you had to like ask him about it. He didn't just like look at a black person and go, God, I hate N-words, or I hate this, or I hate that. You know what I mean? You had to like, and when he told me that, he showed me like pictures of him at the cross burning, wearing the robe. But when I went to his house, he didn't have the robe. He didn't have any of the stuff. He did have some stuff that was in the drawer. And believe it or not, I actually have one of the business cards. And I still have it. Why? I collect fucked up shit. You know me. I collect fucked up shit.
Speaking of fucked up shit.
I have a book of evil. And I have just like...
I have the Book of Evil.
I have like this thing. It was made by an artist who would go to abandoned buildings and schools in Detroit. He took the wood out of the school. He took the paper out of the school. It's got Detroit public schools on it. And I took this and I painted it black. I'm like, I'm going to put my lyrics in this, but I'm going to put evil shit. So I have like pictures of like, terrorism, mass shootings. I have just stuff that I can find. Anything genuine I put in there.
I do have to say, so... I feel like Joe Rogan. I feel like somebody just brought a gift to my podcast and shit. But no, this fool brought me, and last time he came, he brought me a goddamn collector's edition Pokemon or fucking Mewtwo card that's still on my goddamn stand. But right now, I am holding an authentic scalpel used to cut into corpses at a medical examiner's office. And yes, it has cut into real human flesh, and it is on my altar.
So
I can feel the death just on my fingertips still. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. No, actually, damn, that's kind of gross.
Like I said, I collect stuff that like the macabre. I collect stuff stuff that like, okay, you see something, you got to destroy it. Like, I'd rather it not be destroyed. I'd rather get put in a museum and taught about and shit. But it's like, I can't fucking hoard everything. But he gave this to me, and I'm like, I could just say no. And like I said, if he was this guy that was going out and beating the shit out of people and doing this stuff, all he did was just talk bad about people. I've had people talk bad about stuff, and I'm not justifying what he did and I'm not going to say this either because he was racist, but like I said, it's quiet. You had to get him to talk about it. Other than that, he would talk about other things. He'd talk about shit from the 2000s and this and that. He was older than me. He was nice, but he was racist. You know, you have to remember that. Like, he made it very clear, like, you know, I wasn't white, so he had a... So, the reason why I had that mindset was because I don't know if the name's right, but there's a guy named Daryl Davis.
Yeah, Daryl Davis.
I didn't want to get it mixed up.
Yeah, no, I was trying to remember his name. I had the
He was
Daryl
the guy
part.
that showed up at the Klan meeting.
Yeah.
So, it was not only that, but I also saw Hey Arnold growing up.
Yeah, I love him.
And this guy...
Football
really,
head?
Yeah. He was nice to everybody, and everybody was nice to him. The only time he wasn't nice
That
is
fucking
if
bitch.
someone was nice to... No one was nice to him.
What was that chick is always fucking with him?
Okay, if that guy told me...
Helga.
Hey, yeah, but if that guy came out and told me, like,
wow,
hey,
I remember that.
Hey, me and my buddies, we went and we jumped some N-words last night, or we jumped some Mexicans, or we jumped some, you know, whatever. You know, I'm not going to start spewing shit that he said.
Yeah.
But then I wouldn't be near him.
Yeah.
But in that, like, he would invite me to, like, bonfires, not cross burnings, bonfires in his backyard, and I'd just sit and talk, and I just wanted to know more about him and why he thought that way. And then, like I said, at the happy ending, he did quit the Klan, and he stopped doing it, and he's moved, and he got married, and, you know, but that was the thing, like, he quit.
And unlike pedophilia or something like that.
I still have that little card thing, and I keep it in my book of evil, because that, of course, evil is what it is. That is...
Well, see, racism I look at is like a cult that you don't think is a cult. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get indoctrinated into it, just like you do in a cult. With racism, you get taught by people that are already indoctrinated in the esoteric art of racism, and they're like, hey, your blood makes you superior. Your ancestors ruled the world. But then if you were to tell them, like, hey, go digging in a science book, do a 23andMe, and they're like, I'm fucking African? Like, dude, every single person that's in the Klan is technically African, because we all came from the fucking cradle of life.
Leaf? Do you remember the guy from Leaf that was like, he was a
I just think
Klansman
it's
leader?
so fucking hilarious.
Do you know that he was like he had like a huge percentage of black ancestry in him, and he was just like, he was on, I think he was on the Tyra Banks show, and they brought that up, and he's just like,
yeah, I know, right?
why? And then you never heard from that guy again?
It's like the people are like, I ain't a fucking Neanderthal. Actually,
apparently
70% of people
it's
have
also
Neanderthal
out-
in their blood.
It's also out that Adolf Hitler might have been partly Jewish. That it
You
was
know
in his
what?
blood.
I think I've heard that before. And you know what? Well before now. I think I heard that like a decade ago in some documentary.
Like I said, to me, I was like so anti-judgmental, and it's like, yeah, there's gonna be people out there. I have friends that when I tell that story, they're like, "Well, why'd you even talk to him? Why'd you even talk to him?" I go, "Because you know what? If I alienate him and I make him, feel
I think
like
it
an
helps
asshole,
that you didn't know
it's
at
gonna make
first.
him hate even more and justify reasons to hate."
I think curiosity keeping you around is a good excuse for somebody to, like, you know, give somebody a second chance. And I think you not knowing is a good reason to not run off immediately as soon as you find
Like I
out.
said, I'm not going to agree with every person's beliefs. I'm not going to agree with everything.
Well, you know, with you saying
But
that,
like I said,
I used to hate
you know what we
religion.
agreed on? You know what we agreed on? Biker Boys is an amazing fucking film. Saints Row 2 is a goddamn classic. Like, we agreed on other stuff.
Look,
we just
I
didn't
used
agree
to
on
hate
certain
religion,
things.
and Christianity and Catholicism were my like main target. And you know, from over the years of talking to people, I realized I've adjusted my views. I do not agree with the religion, but I think people that have faith in it should, because it sometimes you have good people. And I've also come to the realization that I think Jesus is kind of dope. Because, all right, here's the cool thing about Jesus that I think a lot of people overlook, right? And this is coming from a non-religious person. I'm telling you this. Jesus is cool. I'll get it on a t-shirt. All right, so check it out. He had 12 apostles, right? So he had 12 dudes following him that would have fucking blew his dick if he asked. You know what I'm saying? He said, my father says, sucketh thou dick. And they're going to have dirty knees by the end of the day, okay? They're going to bust their fucking neck open on that pelvis. But all right, so anyways, he never asked them to do nothing.
How does this have to do with mental health again?
No,
I'm
it's
just
like-
busting your balls. I'm like, we get so sidetracked.
Actually,
man.
no, this actually comes back around to
And
mental health
you
again.
know what? I'm gonna tell you this right now. Just hanging out with you and doing. I needed this, man.
Hey, I appreciate
feel
it.
so much fucking
Much
better
love.
just being here.
And actually, this does loop back around to mental health.
I
in a way.
know.
So, all right, so one of so Jesus, he had these 12 dudes that would have did any fucking thing that he asked if he asked them to do it. But instead, he ignored them motherfuckers. He's like, look, if you want to follow me, leave all your shit behind, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Because you ain't going to need none of it. We walking. Can't carry that shit. So anyways, long story short, who does he want to hang out with? Vagrants, hookers, fucking prostitutes, the blind, the homeless, the nasty people that society fucking threw away. Why did he get hung? Or why did he get crucified? Because he told people not to pay the tax man. So right now, yeah, he's the son of God. He walked on water. Cool. How about the real life shit he did? That's kind of fucking dope. To be like, hey, I'm worship and revered. These motherfuckers think my dad created the universe, but I want to talk to you because you're a nasty hooker. People hate you, and I think that my dad would actually like you if you like just turn your shit around right now. I like that.
I do watch a lot of religious stuff, and it's not. I don't sit and watch Joel Osteen and shit. Like I don't fuck with that shit.
That
Like 700 Club or whatever the hell it is.
Yeah, those people are demons.
Club or
hey, those are
but,
what demons. Them are demons. People that suck your money out of your bank account.
You know what? Why does everybody go with demons and shit? They're just
because
scam
it's
artists. Not every scam artist is a fucking demon.
No, I'm saying
but
it's what they spew though. It's the same rhetoric they use. So I figured it's best used against them.
I know, but you know what?
Because what kind of creature preys on young or old ladies frail of mind and talks them into spilling their bank account into their fucking private jet money? Because, dude, I remember the video was viral and he still gets money where he's like, oh, yeah, no, I had to get a private jet. I couldn't ride on the plane with these demons. What? People? You mean humans, right? He's like, no, yeah, them things. Or the one time when the ladies interview him and he's getting mad and and he does that. Yeah, they have the thumbnail.
Looks so evil.
Yeah, he goes full Satan. Just, in the name of the Lord Satan.
No, but like I said, I don't think he's a demon. I think he's a little asshole.
No, he's Beelzebub. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm just saying. I think, like I said, there are scam artists in religion. That's the one thing I fucking hate.
But back to
if you have to make a profit off a profit, then you're not a fucking.
But see, back to the mental health thing though. See, Jesus went after the people that were, that needed probably a mental boost. And maybe they believed in his words, maybe they didn't. Maybe just the act of him coming around and being nice to a person that is usually being treated like a piece of shit uplifted their life enough to maybe they changed. Who knows?
We don't know. Like I said, the Bible has really good stories to where I would put it up there. Yeah. If you had to choose the 10 books, Harry Potter. I'm
still
sorry,
my top 10.
Harry Potter just because it's fantasy. The Holy Bible. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to list off the 10, but I'm just saying
I know some of you are going to hate me for this, but I like the Quran over the Bible.
If it wasn't true or not, I'm just saying, just because of the stories, I grew up with that.
The Quran is funner. It was basically the same thing as the Bible, but it is just from a different perspective, and it just had
when I looked into the Quran, I did not know that Jesus was mentioned or any of that stuff. I had no idea that was seen as the prophets and you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Abraham, you know what I mean? But like I said, I do like the. And I know I don't know what they call it, but it's they have the white actors playing Arabics or which back then is not accurate, but. It's like the old Hollywood glamour. I like the old, I like watching Q Vadis. I like watching The Greatest Story Ever Told. I saw the 10 Commandments while I was in the fucking hospital being held down and drugged. You know what I mean? I'll get to that.
Yes, the reason I don't want to ever see 101 Dalmatians ever again.
Why? What's up? With the live action?
Mental institution.
Dude,
Bad night.
You know what? Thanksgiving, I had a bad mental breakdown.
You know what's fucked up? It was on my best night in the mental institution. First time I got to drink hot milk and watch TV in a group setting.
I would go in and out of The Exorcist. Trying to watch the movie. I'd just try to watch it sitting all the way down. And somehow I'd always get sidetracked by something. So I try to sit down. Thanksgiving night, I was going to stay up, go to GameStop, buy Pokemon cards for dirt cheap and shit, and just do some shopping on Black Friday.
Yeah.
I was going to reap the rewards. And I watched The Exorcist, and I saw a scene where they had the girl in the hospital, and they hold her down, they inject her, and then I just started having a fucking episode because that shit was done to me. Now, when I get to the story, you're gonna be like, okay,
well, we should.
They're gonna be like, I know, I'm trying to, but I'm just saying, I don't want people to think oh shit, this guy's crazy. He's gonna go commit a mass shooting. Oh my god, this guy, he's gonna end up butchering somebody. He's gonna no, it's not like that. The worst I ever do is self-harm to myself, and it's just to relieve the fucking. It's like a boiler and shit where you gotta turn the valve just to and
I used
turn that shit down.
Mine just had ink attached.
I'm not wearing a fucking long sleeve shirt. I usually do, and cut the camera. I hid this shit, and like I said, there's bite marks, there's fucking cuts and shit, and like I said, I'm getting to where that was because I didn't start doing that till fucking. What is it? December of last year. I've been on this podcast 2 times.
This
You
will
know,
be
to
the third.
promote Pokemon. Yes, this is my only one without walls because I usually just travel with walls.
Shout out the walls.
I'm gonna make the walls fall, bitch. Knives in the sink's getting written. He knows what I mean. The wrecking ball's coming, walls. he's gonna be widely like everybody else gonna be like, man, this guy's dissing walls. He's like, no,
Nah, man.
inside joke.
Yeah, no, they good friends. They good friends.
He trained me at Happy's when we worked together.
I'm glad you clarified that it was like a workplace, because at first I'm like, wait a minute.
Sounds like a gay bar.
No. It sounded like
Happy's Pizza.
First of all, you don't know how to pronounce happy in one. You pronouncing it in plurals, and that you never felt the emotion. And like you said earlier when I said I was spraying walls. I
literally thought you were talking about like he was there, and you were just spraying them with a fucking hose.
So I work sometimes at a car wash, and I'm sitting there spraying the walls. And so he's like, "What you up to?" I'm like, "Spraying walls." And he's like,
"Because okay, but to me,
what?
I don't know if he's gonna fucking kick my ass for this, but obviously his name's Jake.
Yeah, but Jake Walls.
I know
He thought I was spraying.
I call him Jake. I don't call him
Walls.
Walls. Everybody calls him Walls. I've worked with him. You guys have worked with him in the studio. You guys know him as Walls.
Yeah,
I work with him. Jake. Hey, Jake. Everybody,
yeah.
It's just to me, it's Jake.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
It's in a, they don't call Violent J. They call him Jay.
Jay.
Or Joe.
Well, even my own family members call me Dirty, so yeah, Dirty B, you know the name, bitch.
But I thought he was fucking spraying. Because, when it comes out of him, he says walls. Everybody else says walls. So when he said it, he's like, yeah, I'm spraying walls with the hose right now. And I was like, what's that noise in the background? He's like, I'm spraying walls. So I'm just picturing, like, him just spraying them with, like, a high-pressure hose.
He's just up against the wall, like, ah! Oh, shit.
But, all right, so back to the thing. Like, when I was first on this, like, 8 months ago, that was, like, me trying to suppress what the fuck happened. And it took a minute to really came to the realization of what was going on and really have it like sit and just like try to like think like, okay, maybe it's not so bad. And then shit got worse and worse and worse. Just trying to do better. You had no options to be able to do better. And like I said, I will get to it. I know we keep going off track. I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try to get back on track. I'm not going to talk about Pokemon or Jesus, or KKK people, which by the way, no, not just KKK people. I know everybody from like different walks of life.
Yeah,
I just say like that as an example. I use them as the example right there. But I mean, I have a best friend who's gay. You know what I mean? He's my boy, my brother. And, I have a friend that is a hardcore Trump supporter to where for his birthday, I don't give a fuck about politics, but I know this would put a smile on his face. It wasn't for his birthday, it was for Christmas. I got him a back patch of my logo, but I also was like, okay, he'd like that, because it came from me, but I'm going to give him something that he really likes. I bought this off eBay, and it was a legit. I got him Donald Trump's autograph.
Nice.
Like I said, he's not like the go to raid the Capitol type.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
He is, and
I
will hit him up.
My
and
dad's the same way. I got him some Hillary toilet paper. He loved it.
I was like, I would hit him up and just to annoy him, not to piss anybody who's into Trump or off Trump. I'm not trying to start anything in the comments, but I would hit this guy and be like, Donald Trump's a little bitch, just because he would try to like roast me back. He's like,
gang.
Oh, why don't you go put on your fucking makeup, you little fucking emo and shit? Just like, yeah, whatever. Go drink your fucking.
No, you know what? Since we're on the subject, I was going to bring it up earlier. You know what one of my weird obsessions is?
What?
It's fucking weird because I don't know why I get so much pleasure out of this because I'm not even right wing or left wing, whatever it is. Anyways, I love watching extremely liberal people get what they call red pilled. When they like show them like a video of like a person that's reasonable and is saying reasonable shit from the right, and then like when they're done, they're like, "So how do you feel?" And they're just like you ever see that meme and it just shows all the calculations? I just every time
like I said,
the awkward pause in between them and answering. I just see that every time. It's just like
I love hypocritical shit. I love when it's called out. you know.
Because you know who everybody has a problem
out.
with, and I can't see the problem.
You know,
Jordan Peterson.
Okay.
Everybody's talking mad shit about the guy, and then when they send me a clip, I'm like,
okay, everybody talks about this guy. Do you know how I first met Jordan Peterson?
Huh?
Pull it up. Look up Jordan Peterson's Grandma Dream. This is out of his novel, and there's actually an audiobook of him reading it. And I would love it if you read it on your podcast. Please read it. I would love it if you did.
We might be able to get it with him.
And don't you cut off. I don't give a shit. If you're disgusted, you're going to have to go all the way through.
No,
or I will hop on the mic and I will read that fucking thing. Because when I read this, I'm like, I thought, like, no way, this is fucking real. I thought, no way did this guy write this. He wrote it in his book. He made an audiobook. It's real. Jordan Peterson's Grandma Dream.
I dreamed I saw my maternal grandmother sitting by the bank of a swimming pool, which was also a river. Her genital region was exposed dimly. It had the appearance of a thick mat of hair. She was stroking herself absent-mindedly. She walked over to me, with a handful of pubic hair compacted into something resembling a large artist's paintbrush. She pushed this at my face. I raised my arm several times to deflect her hand. Finally, unwilling to hurt her or interfere with her any further, I let her have her way. She stroked my face with the brush gently and said, like a child, "Isn't it soft?" I looked at her ruined face and said, "Yes, Grandma, it's soft."
That really was real. That wasn't no AI voice. That was really a thing he
All right,
wrote.
whoever added the music,
God bless you.
Yeah, you deserve an award. Wherever they hand out awards for people that add perfect music after such things.
I dreamed I saw my maternal
God damn it, Jordan Peterson.
I mean, shit.
I fucking heard you, man. No, I'm just kidding.
So that's my introduction to Jordan Peterson.
No, all right.
Every time I see something and they talk about him and shit, that instantly comes to my mind. I'm
never heard of the man before in my life.
He dreamt that.
And I, I didn't skip over, but I just mentally didn't give a fuck about his episode with Joe Rogan.
Book and left that paragraph out.
But look, so I listened. I like mentally checked out during his whole episode on Joe Rogan, his first one. Like, I didn't care what he was saying. It just, none of it really hit me, right? So it's just one of those ones that kill time. And then, like, 3-4 months after me just remembering that name from Joe Rogan and him name dropping him every now and then, he becomes the background of my YouTube. Every video, it's something Jordan Peterson. I'm like, what is the thing? I don't get it. And then people are like, you don't get it? This. And I'm like, I still don't fucking get it. What is he saying that is terrible and, like, reprehensible? He's just saying fucking weird shit that pretty much is factual that you could probably look up. Like, most of the stuff, I don't even want to bother with the statistical, looking up of this because it sounds like he's already done it. You know what I'm saying? Like, now, don't get me wrong. There's certain things where I'm like, okay, hold on. Pause, motherfucker. Jamie, pull that up.
But, anyway, like I said, that I could have really just known about the guy without having to know that. Just like Paul McCarthy's Beatles masturbation circle jerk story that he just recently put out. And I'm not, you look that up on your own time. And I'm only saying that because we say this and then we get off topic. Same thing. Look up, Blippy?
Yeah, my daughter.
Oh, do you know about the Blippy shit Harlem Shake video?
No, what?
Again, look that up on your own time. I'm gonna take my nephew to go see Blippy, and we talked about this. When he comes out, I'm gonna fucking heckle him. They're like, "Hey, Blippy, you gonna shit on a dude again?" When I get my YouTube channel started, I want to fucking go there, go to his show, and just heckle the fuck out of him. And be like, "Hey, Blippy, remember when you shat on that dude's asshole? Do the Harlem Shake, Blippy." And I don't care if I get thrown out; it'd be worth it. Or just walk up and be like, "Hey, man, I love your early work.
And by the way,
I love your early work."
If Knight's still in here, you can kiss my fucking lily ass. The AC's got to come back on. I'm sorry about the hiss that's about to happen. But we're not gonna put a time limit on this because he's made it through. I think we're almost to the halfway point.
Sorry.
No, we're good.
I'm gonna get to the point. I'm gonna get to where we're going, and I'm gonna leave out, like I said, no more talks about Jesus, KKK members, circle jerks, or Jordan Peterson's grandmother's paintbrush.
All right, before we do, though, I have to get something set up and use the bathroom and everything, and I'm going to share this out one more again. So while that's happening, let's go.
That's fine. I'm going to go around and grab
pick
some
one
water.
of these. Pick one of these ones I made. Any one.
Whichever one, man. Knight, if you're watching this, we are sweating our balls off in here, so yes, you are going.
AC's coming back on. Footwork. Let's get it.
You're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now. Oh, man!
my. All right, so just so you know, all the EDM that you've heard tonight was by your boy, Dirty B. And once again, I am here with Chris Morbid. And listen, shout out to Walls for introducing us, man. This man, since I've met him, has only said the nicest things to me. Has only been a good friend. He is, you know what I'm saying? He's never hit me up on some, like, weirdo shit, like, dude, it's the middle of the night, no, I want to kill myself. At the same time, you never hit me up on some, like, you know, I'm like, I don't know, I just hate doom and gloom kind of people, where it's like, yeah, everybody has mental illness, or has mental things, but, like, my cousin, for instance, you know, you guys probably know about him, Doomslayer. He has these, like, tendencies of, like, making his problems everybody else's problems, which I don't get that from you.
Well, no, okay, so, like, here's the thing. I've been on Facebook for a minute, you know, when you say a minute, but obviously,
unfortunately, a horrible place to actually share your opinions, which is what was built
like
for.
I said, I get it, but, you know, at the same time, I did make a post 4 days ago, and the post was, it will be a fucking miracle if I make it to Halloween, after Halloween. Like I said, people close to me know what the fuck I'm talking about that. And like I said, very rarely, more rare than a shiny Pokemon encountering, without cheat codes, will I post something that I'm like, unless it's like a happy thought that I actually feel. And I posted this while I was in the middle of, like, an episode. I was in and out of episodes. And I'll get to, like, what I do when I do have an episode eventually. But I posted this, then I logged off. And I didn't hear back. And I'm a guy that when I'm in a bad mood, I do want to be left alone.
Same.
You know?
I much rather a couple moments of silence
to
get my thoughts together.
Just because of the mindset that I was in, I literally just walked away from my job. I just said, fuck this.
Hey, man, sometimes it's better than that than walk back in, if you know what I mean.
No, I actually did walk back to that job, and it wasn't even that. It was just my mindset got worse.
You know where the saying "going postal" comes from?
No.
Well.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, okay, there you go. Okay, I heard that. I heard that in the video game. Then it clicked. I was like, okay, that's what you mean.
Well, because for a long time it was just used as like a verb or whatever to describe somebody going crazy. But in the early '90s, going postal referred to people like often losing their mind, going to work and boom, 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 boom.
I've only heard it once in a video game. I'll be honest with you.
Oh, I used to hear it all the time. He's going postal.
But the thing is, like, that's the one thing is, like, in the psych ward we had some wild fucking people. And then we had some of the most nicest, polite people that you could meet there.
And hold on, I feel like there's a due pause. Whenever he's talking about the mental institution or the psych ward in IM, remember they're separated by like 15 years in experience. So anything that you hear me comment on his experience is coming from a place where all the regulations that we have now were not in place, and they did have strange practices. Like, they could put their fucking hands on you and hold your ass down.
They still can.
Well, I'm saying, like, it was a lot less, like, a problem, and it was a whole lot less of a problem for them to use drugs they probably shouldn't use.
I'm going to have to disagree on that, man. I'm sorry, but
Well, no. I don't know that. All I'm saying is back then, I just know that it wasn't that big of an issue for them.
Trust me, what I'm going to tell people tonight,
and so far what you told me is not pretty.
They're going to be fucking pissed.
And remember, also, let me quote him from earlier. Mental health is not a joke.
No, it's a serious issue.
Mental health treatment is a joke. So,
and I'm, like I said, as an advice to any person who is going to be a parent or is a parent,
so not
if your kid is going through some shit, just talk to your kid. Don't fucking call the cops.
Yeah,
the cops are not going to help you. And like I said, I'm not going to discourage anybody who is feeling suicidal to get help. I don't know if every place has that similar experience, but it seems to be a pattern that I'm seeing it and hearing it from other people, not only from the same place that I came from, because at Cope, there was some fucked up shit, but we still treated those people like they were human beings.
I'd hope.
And I'm not going to sit there and say we didn't have people that literally came in so amped up that they had to be put in fucking restraints. There are just people that would swing on people and it was just for protection, but we would let them out as soon as they calmed down. You know what I mean? It was for like an hour or something, or like if they were like really amped up, put them in restraints, give them a shot, let them go to sleep, let them wake up, and hopefully, if they're not fucked up. And like I said, we had a guy that came in on St. Patrick's Day, and he was so amped up. And it was a short dude. He was a really short dude. He looked like a pissed off version of Super Mario. And he was ready to just swing on everybody. He went, got detoxed. He had some busted ribs or bruised ribs because someone took a bat to him. And he got brought to us with that. He went to St. Mary's, got detoxed, came back. All of a sudden, thank you, sir. No, no, sir. May I have some water, sir? Like, it was like a whole flip. I'm like, what the fuck? But then there was this guy who resembled Santa Claus, and he was the most polite dude. Never once did he act up, cause any issues, nothing. Could I have some water, please? Sure. Do you mind giving me just a minute? I just got to get this. Oh, absolutely. I'll just be over here. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then give it back. Give the tray back to me, and it would be like cleaned up. It wouldn't be just like, here's trash, throw it away from me. And it's like, this guy was actually polite, made his own bed. Can I please get my clothes washed? Yeah. Like, literally, I didn't want to tell this guy no, just how nice it was. Do you know why he was there? He had voices in his head that told him to go kill children.
Really?
Yep.
And he was that nice of a guy, and that's the fucked up things in his head?
Because
that's what scares me about schizophrenia, is that I used to think it was like, man, bullshit. But after listening to people talk about, like, that while they're not in an episode, talk about what they hear... And also, if you guys want a first-hand experience of what it feels like to have schizophrenia, there's this video game, I think it's called Hellblade. It's about this Viking chick named Saria or whatever, and the whole time you're playing the game, you have like 19 voices.
Sierra?
Yeah, it might be Sierra.
It's not Syria. Syria is a country. Okay,
let's see if we could do this. Because it's actually, since it's about mental illness, I think it's
that sounds something similar like Sierra.
Senua. That's her name.
Senua. Okay.
All right, so we're gonna get so we don't get like banned or nothing. We're just gonna get like a little tiny taste because this is a very impressive video game, and if you really want to know what it's like to have schizophrenia, I can't think of a better way to like put yourself in it than this. Hold on, which one is it? Not chat roulette, not tutorial screen.
By the way, heads up, the reason why I'm leaning back is just because I'm hunched over in the chair and I'm just trying to straighten my back out.
Oh, you're all good, man.
No, I just look I look like a pretentious dick, just leaning back.
Yeah, fucking pretentious dick. Look at this fucking dick. I'm just kidding. No, he's my favorite dick. All right, you guys.
That good dick.
That good dick. All right. Oh, by the way, this is made with Unreal Engine 5, and they re-brought it out. So check this out. Fucking nuts.
And she said, "With our swords, we will forge new stories to strike the gods that haunt us." You might see me as weak, but I will show you what lies behind my eyes. We will embrace our suffering, soothe our scars of grief.
All right, so I don't know how much we can play before it becomes an issue, so I'm going to stop it right there. But I just wanted you guys to see, like, this fucking video game is some ridiculous-ass quality. Anyways, so the whole time you're playing it, you know, in your right ear, and you know what, they did really good with the surround sound, because it does sound like one's right here, one's back here, and it's just like, you're not enough, I love you, I hate you, make it laugh. I don't know, like...
You know what?
10 voices telling you 10 things.
There's two movies that were very, really fucked you up with the sound. And I know some people might go, "Oh, I fucking hate that movie. I've heard bad things about it." There are two that I really thought were good. One's 50-50 boring, but it's the sounds that play tricks on you. A recent one, I think it's like indie. You can watch it online for free though. Skinamarink.
Never heard of it.
It's it's all right. It's
sometimes
one
of
those you gotta watch it again, then like see like the theories on it, then like kind of okay, now you start to think about it, what it's about. The second one is Smile.
Smile, I know this one. Smile. Why do I know this one?
It's literally a movie about people smiling.
Oh yeah, dude, the creature at the end was just crazy.
No, not the visual effects.
I loved
the
it.
Sound effects.
The movie just itself.
I know the movie was good. That actually made me jump and scared.
It's unsettling. I like movies that sometimes, because I only can think of two that are just like, why the fuck did someone make this film? Hereditary and Midsummer. I'm not saying they're bad films. I'm just saying they're one and done for me for how fucking unsettling they are.
You know what?
The vibes of the movie is pure panic attack.
I will tell you right now,
dude.
I'm trying to get off topic, so I'm gonna make it very quick.
Yeah.
I did tell my girlfriend. I did tell her, like, part for part, of if I had the chance to make a scary movie, I want to make a realistic horror. I would call it "I'm Watching You," and it would literally be like the theme would be hunter and prey. Ooh. And the fact that you have a daughter, it would hit home. It's about literally a person goes walking, someone's watching her, sees her, and decides that's gonna be my next victim. And she gets left home alone. She's old enough, she's a big girl, to have the responsibilities, be left home alone while the parents are away for a party. Meanwhile, this guy is playing tricks on her, and he's stalking her. Has sort of that Michael Myers first-person view. I want to make this movie so badly, and like I said,
I got some people on the film.
It's gonna make people. Honestly, never leave their kids home alone. Arm themselves and get security locks. Because when I told my girlfriend about it, and like I said, she's not the dick riding. Everything you say is amazing. Everything is great. Like, she'll tell you, like, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
She's told me, like,
that's how my wife is.
Really
same
fucked
way.
up. And I will say this: any women out there know, like, and I'm not trying to be sexist because it could be a guy's thing too. Guys are afraid of getting jumped. Girls are afraid of being kidnapped or having something done to them.
Or they're really intrigued and they masturbate nightly to it.
Yeah, there is that too. But you know what I mean? It's something that I am working on, but I want to work on the fantasy novel first that I'm working on. That is one of the things that, and besides Pokemon and I don't want to say video games, because I do enjoy video games even when I'm in a good mood. But I'm just saying, like, working on my book, Beauty and Terror, and then just doing that and hanging out with people, that is therapeutic to me. That helps more than anything. That helps more than any therapy and shit. But back to where I'm at.
Yeah.
Okay. So
you bought
your So there was one morning where my mom was going to have a minor surgery. We thought it was going to be major, so I called off that day.
Yeah.
Any
good son would.
And this is a week before I got arrested. Week and a half. Dun. Literally, this was like the time limit to like when everything was going to fucking end. So my mom had minor surgery, and I thought it was going to be major surgery. So I called and I said, "Hey, I'm going to be off today. I don't have to come in." And the schedule for me was 4 to like a little after 2. Okay? Now remember that when I said 4 to a little bit after 2. When does the bar close? When do they stop serving alcohol?
2.
Exactly. By the time I'm out, the bar is closed. Sometimes the reason why I say I'd let out around 2, because it's supposed to be like 1 o'clock, but we might have to stay longer just because if we have a patient that's wilder, and just be there to protect. Wait till the whole night shift comes before we can leave our post. My last drink, not now, I'm saying when I got arrested, I got arrested April 8th. My last drink was on St. Patrick's Day, and I only had like 2 drinks that night because I got there at 1 o'clock, and I sat there with my buddy Mark.
Yeah, so clearly not even enough time to enjoy a couple drinks.
Getting back to the story, the only time of that was the week before, because we had this guy who was eating his poop, and he was tearing the place up, and he was from 4 to 1, 4 to 2, having to be around this guy, and just, my God, I could literally do an episode about this fucker, and I probably will. I'm not going to get into the whole story again, but I'll do a whole story just on this guy. I'm not going to ever say his name. Every time I see someone that looks like him, I have to do like a double check. Like, so
just making sure. For the story, we're going to call him Frederick.
Nah, man, because he looked like Frederick Douglass.
Oh, okay. All right, Edward.
All right, we'll go with Edward. Okay.
All right, so Edward is his name for this.
They're all going to think it's that fucker from Twilight.
Let's let him.
That's fine.
He's got a shiny body. He stopped the car with his bare hands once. I'm just going to...
He wasn't, wearing a camo jacket covered in shit and constantly playing with himself.
You know, still kind of fucking with me though.
Okay,
your story about the Santa Claus man.
That's okay. I can top that.
No. What I'm saying is like that sounds like the very beginning to a crazy ass Santa Claus is actually a fucking maniac and he's real.
You mean
and they
Santa...
accidentally caught him on one of his manic breaks and he's just waiting for Christmas to unleash hell.
You mean Silent Night, Deadly Night?
Nah.
Santa's Sleigh? Or how about the real life murder where the guy showed up as Santa Claus, killed the family and burned the house down with the people inside, and he killed himself too?
This is the real Santa Claus and he's been alive for so long.
You mean Santa's Sleigh where he had to make a deal with God? And then, and then for 1,000 years, he had to give kids gifts. And it was Kevin Nash and Fran Drescher was in it. I love that movie, dude.
Look, this Santa Claus was what we think he was. All right, he was the gift-giving badass motherfucker. But after 925 years of delivering gifts, this man's mental health has declined, and he found himself in a accidental situation where he found himself in a mental institution where our friend Chris Morbid is being very nice to the man that thinks about killing the children that he's giving gifts to. Dude, I'm about to steal this story, bro.
You can have it,
dude.
By all means, you can have it.
Shut this podcast off right now. I'm fucking taking this. I'm starting this tonight.
All right. But Mr. Poop
God damn it, bro. I think I might steal this from you. Can I?
You can.
Okay, we're going to have it.
You heard it first, folks. You heard it here first.
All right, so you remember that an hour, 25 minutes, 26 minutes exactly is when I fucking stole an idea.
I will not take
Borrowed an idea.
No, I will not take you to court. It's all yours. You can have the whole fucking story, please.
Of course, Dos Charisma's still here because you one of my day ones, motherfucker. But no, so, so let's get...
All right, so... And like I said, with this guy, like the week before I had a drink, I mean, this guy was so bad, but here's the fucked up part. I had to remove his cock ring while he was in restraints.
Whoa! That must have been awkward. Like, hey, nice watch. Let me get that off you. I'm sorry, man. See, this is why you needed me. This is why you needed me at the mental institution.
No, I actually gave it to the cunt nurse.
Oh, I bet. I'd be like, hey, catch. Because you don't even think about it, right? When somebody's like, catch,
you know what? Let me tell you something. Out of all the shit I saw, I was so on fucking phase. I just literally just pulled it off like it was nothing.
Oh, I know. Sorry to go off topic again.
And he pissed all over the place.
But you said cock rings, and I figured this is a factoid the world needs to know for some stupid reason.
You're wearing a cock ring?
No.
All right.
For those of you that think that Eminem is homophobic, he did buy Elton John and his husband diamond-encrusted cock rings for their 20th anniversary. All right, continue with your story. That needed to be known. It had to be. If you didn't know that, you know that now. Like mosquitoes have 57 teeth.
Hang on. You know Eminem's gay, right?
Probably, yeah.
No,
he left a trail of breadcrums, breadcrumbs.
Yeah, Hector.
Yeah, he's like...
Hector's rectum.
Yeah. Didn't mean to bisexually wreck you, Hector. All right, I'm sorry. Man.
All right.
And look, this is what mental health is about. Every now and then, you need to get with one of your crazy friends and see what kind of crazy shit you giggle about.
Just shoot off some batshit stuff.
And look, these hard times, in the end, they're coming to a crescendo of, like, right now, it's a past thing. Like I said, it's in the past. It's something you can't examine.
I've seen people post on Facebook, and I'm not going to call any names. I'm not going to put them down. But I've seen where, like, I feel like I have nobody in my life. I've
done this.
I have people in my life. I'm not going to say I don't.
I've made these posts, so I'm one of them. I'm one.
But like I said, I will have, like, a moment where I'll say something, like, negative, and then the next morning, like, it's usually, like, lack of sleep or just that attitude. Go to sleep, wake up. Okay, delete that.
Yeah, right.
You're like, no. Like, that's not... I want people to think like I'm some whiny bitch or anything like that. And again, I'm not putting anybody down and calling them a whiny bitch for it.
Dude, this is something I told you today. I've been trying to work on because I do it. The thing.
There are some people on there that put negative shit 24/7 or like they're having a mental breakdown 24/7 or just like, you know what I mean? People... I literally had people that literally told me they kept this person on their Facebook because it's entertaining to watch them just... They're a dumpster fire.
I did that. I can't lie.
You have people that will drop you, get so sick and tired of your bullshit, they'll get sick and tired of reading the drama and think you're just boo-hoo, whatever. They don't want to hang around you. They don't want to be around you.
So that's why I'm trying to, like, dial back, because I have a feeling like I'm on the verge of that now. Because instead of, like, you know, posting, you know, music on my Dirty Beat thing and then my social, or my, like, ideas on Brandon, everything just goes on Brandon.
You know, okay.
And I do have a Dirty
on a
Beat.
side note, like...
But it's just like, I shouldn't be... What I should do, and what everybody should do, is whenever you feel a thing and you want to post about it, wait for 24 hours and see how you feel if you still want to post it.
I have typed shit out. You know how they say, like, write a letter and then fucking...
Read it?
Yeah, no, and then just throw it away?
Yeah.
I have typed shit out, and before I even hit post, I just delete it. I'm like, you know what, no, don't need the extra shit, don't need any of that. You know, it felt better just typing it than it was fucking posting it. But like I said, I was in a really dark fucking mood that night. And so, going back to the story, I'm at the hospital, and I'm going, gonna go to work because I can call, I called back and I said, hey, I can actually work today. I didn't want to lose any money. Tax season's right around the corner. I did owe taxes. I just completed all my taxes today, so shout out to that. Completed both 1 and 2 that I should have got done. But so my niece ended up moving out of my sister's house and into her own apartment. And I've been over there before, and I met a couple of roommates. They're all right. I didn't really mean it was like a hi-bye sort of thing. I would pick her up. We'd go get McDonald's, drop her off, chill for a little bit, talk. Everybody's usually asleep. Well, okay, so I went to a pawn shop to look at Pokemon cards, and I saw a Nintendo Switch. And I saw a Pokemon Sword. And I saw, I think...
Sword and Shield's the last one? The one not current?
No, because they had Legends Arceus, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. They have Scarlet and Violet out right now.
Because I just bought my son
No, this was like...
Scarlet.
This was before, like, Scarlet...
I just bought my son Scarlet.
No, this is, like, before that. This was, like, Sword and Shield, which I think was out, like, a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I was about to say, that must have been the set before the one there.
You know what? But it was a Nintendo Switch.
And it came with that game?
No, the games were actually super cheap, so I just snagged up both. I think one was also a Dragon Ball Z game or something.
That's crazy, because those are usually the most expensive fucking things on the planet.
Well, I got it cheap because it was at a pawn shop. I reset it for her because it wasn't even reset. It worked fine. I grabbed those, saw some cards, but I was going to go back for those later. And then I got it, and I had it in the car, and I went straight to work. So, like I said, this is when everything comes shit. Go to work, everything's fine. I text my niece. I was like, you know what? She was going to come over and hang out that weekend and spend the night and shit, but I was going to go over there and surprise her. She lived 40 minutes away. She lived in Ann Arbor. It's deer country, especially at night. There's always deer. Slam on your brakes So I told her after work, I'll come drop it off. I have it set. I was just so excited to just give it to her. Because here's the thing. My sister threw away all of her shit and then put her in a house. Like, put her in that apartment. Set it up. Just kicked her out. She had nothing but a phone. So, I got her some video games to play just while she worked and just to pass the time. So, I go there that night, and I knock on the door, and I hear shouting. And my niece quickly opens the door, and I go inside. I go, what the hell's going on? And I hear in, like, the room, like,
adjacent.
How, like that door right there.
Yeah.
Walk in. There's the hallway. There's the kitchen. There's her, like, there's the guy's room.
Yeah.
I'm hearing thrashing going on there and shouting.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, are they fighting or something? Like, arguing? She goes, yeah. Just go to the room. Just go to my room. Okay, so we go in her room. We shut the door. She locks it. And I'm like, what the fuck's going on? She goes, I don't know. They're just arguing or something. So I gave her the Nintendo Switch, and I said, all right. Then I hear more shouting and more thrashing. So then I'm just like, do you want to just go get some McDonald's or something and shit? Just get out of here? Because it seems like there's a lot of shit going on. She says, yeah, let's go. Yeah. All of a sudden, door's locked, right? Boom. In comes some guy. He's like, hey, man, what are you guys doing? I said, we're about to leave. He goes, can I come with you, man? This guy's fucking going nuts. And I don't know who the fuck these guys are, but I'm like, yeah, we're just going to go to McDonald's. You want to come with us? Yeah, man, let's go. Okay, so this guy puts his... I don't know if, like, that's my niece, right? I'm her uncle. I've held her when she was a baby. I've always been there for her.
Yeah.
And this guy probably thinks I'm just some random dude over there. Because we're like 6 years apart. He probably thinks I'm some random dude trying to fuck her. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so...
But he's like got one arm on my niece like that, and he's like doing this, like kind of like separating us. And I'm just trying to like keep my niece like keep close to me, sort of thing. He's like, hey man, Hannah's like a little sister to me. I'm very protective of her. I'm like,
that's my niece, you fucking
yeah,
retard.
you fucking idiot. Like, what the fuck? Like, who the hell are you? I'm like, first off, dude, I'm the uncle and I've known her for life. So took the arm off. I'm like, get the fuck off me.
Yeah, like
I'm starting
to
have an attitude. I'm like, okay, your first impressions kind of piss me off, but at the same time,
at this point, I'm like, hold up,
okay. But here's the thing: I didn't say hi. I'm Hannah's uncle. I didn't say hi. I'm
Well, right so then is when you make your...
Yeah,
I'm her uncle, and then snatch his arm out of his existence.
No, keep in mind, this dude was blazed out of his fucking mind.
I don't give a fuck. I'd have Spartan kicked him into another dimension.
Okay, but I thought maybe he didn't, And then when he got that, then he got his hand off, and that was it. Like, I'm like, is he trying to, like, fuck my niece or something? Like, I don't know. Like, Hannah's got a mind of her own. Hannah's got a mind of her own.
Well, how old is she?
At that time, she was 18.
Oh, well, still, you definitely got to look out for who the fuck.
Well, no shit, but I'm just saying, like, she has a mind of her own.
I get you.
She's the, if she means no, she means no.
Facts.
And I'm not going to sit there and,
And I could imagine, like, that she must be, like, either very highly skilled at fucking doing things or built, like, a brick shithouse.
No, she's a fucking hobbit.
Okay, well, never mind.
Yeah.
I don't know, I just thought it ran in your blood.
I swear to God, and I'm dead serious, she looks like she's 13.
Wow, man.
She's tiny. Her mom's tiny. She's tiny.
Yeah, my baby mama's the same. She has Crohn's disease, so she's
just
unable
she's
to
just
get
a tiny.
big.
She's just a tiny person. She carries around like a little fucking backpack. She looks like she could pass for a fucking.
Yeah, no, I feel bad for when people are that small. It's like
no, it's fine. Like I said, she was probably like a little sister to me growing up because just the age, like close age and stuff between us. That 6 years apart.
Not much. Yeah.
Not really. No. Like I said, I took her to her first concert and all this shit, and I got her first tattoo. I try to be the cool uncle. I'm actually kind of pissed at her right now that I'm not really talking to her that much because she has no motivation to want to do anything. And I even said this, like, Hannah will not lift a finger to help with anything unless you hold her arm up. Like, that's literally a fucking quote I told her to her face. So the with what was going on though was alright, so we went to go to McDonald's. McDonald's was closed. This guy on the way there, I don't know the area of Ann Arbor that well, so he's just like he's like, hey man, and I got paid that day, so he goes, hey man, can I get something to eat? I'll cash app you. I'm like, it's fucking McDonald's. It's like
yeah,
the cheapest food you're gonna find at that time. I'm like,
I'm a broke man. I probably would have did the same.
I know. I said, don't worry about it. Like whatever. If it's a couple bucks, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But he starts saying, he goes, man, I'm gonna get one of everything, top shelf. I'm like, you get this much of a limit. I hope you know that. We're only getting nuggets, bitch. We're only getting fucking nuggets. I don't know what the hell you're getting. He's like,
this motherfucker said,
and he starts.
Oh, you buy it? I want one of everything.
And I'm talking pre-anti-Semitic, off his pills, Kanye. All right, he starts going to be like, man, I'm humble. All right, I'm real, dog. Like for real. Like I need you to be fam right now. I'm like, I'm not your fucking fam, dude.
Bro, like, this guy, the way he's talking, he's already toxic to me.
Yeah, I'm just like, you're fucking high. You're going to eat food, and then you're going to go home and go to sleep. And me and my niece are going to hang out and show her how to work her fucking Nintendo Switch. You're not.
He sounds like one of those, like...
Dude, he was pissing
Did he do
me
time?
Off. No. I don't know what the fuck he was. Here, and like I said, we're going to get to that. We're going to get to it. Because while we're driving, he's telling me how to drive. She's like, dog, why aren't you speeding up? I'm like, because I'm going to obey the fucking speed limit. He goes... Man, why are you stopping at a red? Because it's a fucking red.
Red! You just said
There's
it.
Cops out. I don't need the fucking speeding ticket. He goes, he's like telling me what happened. He goes, dog, I don't know what happened. He started going ape shit, man. He broke my phone, man. He broke my fucking phone. I'm like, okay. He's like, yeah, the cops are coming. I'm like, wait a minute. And I literally stopped mid car. I was like, because there's nobody on the road at that time. I'm like, wait, cops are coming? And I was kind of hungry, so I'm like, all right, we're getting food, and then we're going the fuck back. He's like, nah, man, no, we got to get the fuck out of here. I'm like, no, we're going back to the house after we get the food.
Yeah.
Okay, so we go to McDonald's, they're closed. So we go to the gas station across the street. I'm not even hungry at this point. I'm pissed. I'm not even hangry. I'm just fucking angry. Honestly, I wish I would have just pulled off the side of the road, dragged this motherfucker out of my car, threw him in the fucking ditch or the woods somewhere and just drove off. I don't
Probably
care.
would've been a
Let
better
his
night.
ass walk back the 2 miles or whatever.
Hindsight's 20/20 though.
So my niece is looking at me. She's like, I'm sorry. And just because I didn't want her kicked out of that situation, like kicked out of what's going on, and I looked at her, I was like, you might be spending the night with us. You might be spending the week with us. And it was just going like, you might be coming to live with us.
Hey,
So it was going
the
like
time
that.
limit just
And we go to the fucking gas station, and he grabs like 50 items. I said, no. And I'm actually grabbing out of his hand like, no. He's like getting like $50 worth of food. He's got this fucking sandwich. He's got like 2 drinks. He's got a bag of fucking cheese, like 2 kinds of chips, and he's like grabbing more shit. I'm like, no, you're not fucking. I'm not dropping $100 for you.
shit, motherfucker be like, hey, Dirty B, you want something? I'll be like, yeah, let me get a cookies and cream Hershey's stick and a goddamn Slurpee. You know
No,
what
this
I'm saying?
dude was like, he grabbed like multiple bags.
This
Of He's like,
motherfucker,
I'm gonna get all this shit.
He's
I'm
like,
no,
hold
you're
it.
not.
Hey,
He's
he
like,
borrowed,
man, I'm humble. I'm
he
like,
borrowed Mental Santa's fucking sack, bro. He's like, hold on, let me get this shit up to the front corner.
well, that's we're gonna get to it because this guy was off his rocker, man.
Hey, I bet you any money that this guy probably fit a bunch of criteria of the people that you probably took care of.
Yeah, I just got off. I was wearing the fucking the uniform that I was wearing.
Oh, you mean the magic blue?
Yep.
Man, I used to hate people that wore that outfit.
It was what we were wearing, man.
Until fortunately I got a...
Honestly, though,
I had one time I had
you know
some
what?
good experience at a mental kind of thing.
I'm not gonna lie. With that hair, that clean cut beard, and that little like fucking smock thing,
I don't even recognize that, man.
I look pretty.
You look like you look like the '90s version of.
Do you know why I cut my hair?
I'll tell you what. You a big boy, but I'll tell you this: you cut off that beard, I'm gonna be at your house with boxing gloves and
This came from not giving a shit. I didn't shave anymore.
You can't. You got you gotta give a shit.
Do you know what people who had were in Vietnam and they had PTSD and the first thing they did was they grow their hair out? Like people in the military, they grow their hair out, they grow their beard out and everything, and they just don't give a fuck. That was what I was doing, and I know it's gonna be gross.
Stop fucking giving a fucking grow,
dude. There was months where I was going without showering because I just didn't care. I just fucking threw shit on the side of my bed. I
can't go 2 days max, man. I
lived in filth. I fucking you just shut down.
I've lived like that.
Care.
I've lived like that.
You wore the same clothes for days. I mean, I showered, thank God. Now
clothes, I don't really care. Like if it's like a hoodie or shirts or whatever.
Dude, I can't stand when I have BO. I can't stand when I have
me neither.
poor
I
hygiene.
can't stand that shit. If I smell myself, it's a problem.
No, but it got so bad that I was just putting my hair in a hair tie and just fucking wearing the same clothes every day and just wearing a jacket and just acting like I was just wearing the same shit. That I wasn't wearing the same shit. I just would crawl out of bed, go to work, go home, go to the bar, go home. Go to bed, go to work, go to the bar, go home. And I'm saying this is after all this bullshit. This wasn't before, like I said, before I got arrested, I was fine. I was stressed out.
What's up, you homie Jay?
I was tired. What up, Jay? But, like I said, I was tired and I just had a lot of bullshit and it just built up. But me now, I'm different. I'm permanently different.
Look, man. Before you go any further,
that's fine.
That should be everybody's goal. Tomorrow, you need to be different than you were today.
Dude.
Not in a weird way that everybody changes every day, but tomorrow you need to tackle something new about yourself every day.
If you would have seen me 4 days ago, I would, I would have looked different, man. That's why I always say, it's really a Jackal, Mr. Hyde thing. Like I said, there's a reason why I want to come live out in this area.
Dude,
I just want to be left alone at this point. I feel like Jugo from fucking Naruto, where I'm calm as can be, love animals, love nature, but when I fucking snap, I don't turn into kill people. I turn to fucking you'll see it. And my coworker Carl and David saw it at work one day, and they were terrified. And it was just like I said, it's like a Jackal, Mr. Hyde. I'm calm. I'm mostly mellow. But when I fucking snap, man, I'm not Chris.
So we've come to the point where you've had to break ties with this company, and
yeah. All right. So what happened was we went back to the house, and he got cheese all over the backseat of my car, and the cops pulled up, and I told them in front of the cops, you get your ass back here, you clean this fucking cheese out of my car, I will kick the shit out of front of you. I don't give a fuck if there's 2 cops right there. He comes back, he scoops out some of the cheese and shit. The cops were like, oh shit. Yeah. They weren't playing, and they're like, what's wrong? I go, I don't know. This motherfucker's on something though. And I don't know what the fuck happened, but he got arrested. I just heard, why the fuck are you arresting me? And he got handcuffs on him, and the fucking food, the only thing he ate was the fucking spicy Ruffles or shit, like the spicy honey barbecue Ruffles.
That's what he gets
and
for
the
getting
cheese.
spicy
No,
Ruffles.
No, so he gets taken to the cop car.
I knew he was a spicy Ruffles.
I said,
yeah.
Hannah, grab whatever the fuck you got tonight. We'll come back. You'll come back another day. You're not living here anymore. Fuck this. You're coming to live with us. And she goes, okay. She wasn't even like, please, please, please. She's like, okay. And so I do that, and then I have to go back to work a double. Because my coworker who works nights, Norman, had a heart attack and was in that same hospital.
Oh, great.
So now I had to work doubles without asking. Okay, more money, overtime, cool. Go home, get some sleep, you know.
And by now, that sounds like you didn't get much sleep.
Nope, I had overtime, but I had zero sleep. If I had sleep, my mental, I would have been in a different place. I would have been fine.
I take it the gap between when you got off and when you went back in was shorter than a good day's
I
of
went
sleep.
back to work. I took my niece home. We grabbed whatever we could. The other guy's like, hey man, my name's I think it was Abraham, or I might be getting the name of it. It was something else. I forgot what the guy that was like batshit
His name
crazy.
is Abraham now.
The guy that got arrested. The guy that got arrested. We're just gonna call him Daryl.
Daryl. That sounds like an arrestable name.
But he wasn't.
I'd arrest the shit out of a Daryl.
But the other guy, his name was Abraham. I know that. And he goes, "Hey man, I'm Abraham." I'm like, dude, not right now. Just don't even fucking talk to me right now. I just want to get the fuck out of here, get back to work, get my niece out of this fuck hole. You know what I mean? He's like, all right. He's like, you see my door over there? He kicked it. I go, I don't give a fuck right now. So I'm just like, don't even talk to me, dude. There's cheese all over the back seat. I gotta go back to work. I don't want to go back to work. I go back to work, and I come to this shit. What was supposed to be drop off a fucking Nintendo Switch, get McDonald's, go back to work, became get the cops involved,
Right.
come back. I didn't eat anything, so I brought a bowl of cereal to work when I dropped my niece off. I filled a bowl up and shit, and I brought a bowl of cereal to work. I'm like, I took the milk out of the fridge that they have for the patients. I just poured a little milk. I'm like, you guys are not going to believe what the fuck just happened.
Yeah.
So, and ironic, I'm putting handcuffs days later. So
You see where this is going, you guys? To see why everybody needs a good mental health check?
okay, you ready for this? So one day I got where Norman didn't have to cover my shift. Okay, we go back. I got up and I went to the bank to try to get a credit card. And for some reason I got fucking declined because of something that involved the unemployment bullshit when I collected and stuff. I'm trying to fight that. But it's because I hit the wrong button when I was certifying. And, I did what I was told, stay home, stay safe. So I owed on that, and I got to fight that in court. And that's something that just go to court and they take it off your thing, and that's it.
Yeah.
But right now I can't get a credit card. Even the fucking banks are like, yeah, we even put in a letter of yeah, he's good, he's fine. He's been in our bank for years. But because of that,
yeah,
they took that. So that was just all right, I got to fight that battle.
Yeah, sometimes
I'm like, my taxes are coming up soon. I can pay that off. That's not a problem. Then I'll fight that battle. That's it. So, go to the bank, get up early. I go there. My sister tags along and starts taking this thing over and start belittling me because I don't know about finances and stuff. And even the bank teller, the lady that's helped me, who I scheduled the appointment with, she asked me, do you want her to step out for a minute so we can talk? Because she's putting me down shit. I'm like, no, it's whatever. I'm just, and like I said, I take a lot of shit before I, erupt.
Yeah, no. I like to think that most men are like that.
Okay, so I finally have a moment to go home and take a nap because somebody else is covering the shift for Norman. Hey, Chris, I'm at the hospital. It's Mom. Hannah had a seizure. Can you switch places with me so I can go home and take a nap? I've been here since the morning and the waiting room's packed. Sure. I go to the hospital. I sat with her all night. We didn't get out till 6 in the morning. And then I slept for a couple hours. We went back to the place to get her shit. And then finally I was in a little bit of a better mood, so we went back to her place to grab the stuff. I said, yeah, we might have to make multiple trips. We meet Abraham, And he shows us this court papers, and she goes, yeah, he was on some shit that night. He was actually fucking mental. And I'm like, oh, look, I'm not trying to become between two friends. I don't give a fuck what's going on. I'm just trying to get my niece's shit and get out. He goes, no. He's like, no, man, I don't really know him. He was just some guy we met off Marketplace to rent a fucking room. I'm like, what the fuck? So who's this guy? He goes, I don't know. He just beat down the door. And this ain't the first time neither. And I looked at me and I'm like, you didn't talk about that shit. Like, I'm supposed to be there to help you out and get you out of here. But she didn't want to, like, anybody to know. I just happened to show up that night. Had I not, who knows?
That's
I mean, if I would have found out my niece got attacked and shit, dude, you ever saw The Sopranos?
Yeah.
we would have had all the boys get in the fucking car and go down Ann Arbor, and maybe somebody missing.
Who knows? There might have been
there's a lot of wooded areas.
An ugly guy that looks something like me in the backseat. Well,
all right. So
I was about to say.
So we go there, and
now hold up.
Right.
Now, keep in mind that the next part of this story is about to switch to him being, in the beginning of the story, on one end of the spectrum, taking care of people, such as our mentally incapable Santa Claus.
Yes and no.
But now we're about to come to the point where he's about to be on the other end, sort of.
Yes and no. Because there's just there's like the Rogue One fucking thing.
Okay, now let's
Between the New Hope and the Revenge of the Sith, there's the Rogue One part. For 1 week, I worked at Fairlane Mall as a security guard. I quit.
Get the fuck out of here.
Because,
I bet.
Okay, ready? I went back to there, and he was telling me about this. I'm like, all right, whatever. And we were getting all of her stuff, and the only thing that couldn't fit in the car was a shelf. Like a little $40 shelving unit from Walmart, but it was like, whatever. I'll just go, drop it off, go back. My niece gave him the key to just open the door, and he was about to go to bed. And I said, hey, man, we need the key back. We gotta make it 2 trips. I thought we could do this in one. He looked at me and goes, no. I'm like, what the fuck? And he goes, no. I'm like, dude, we're just, like, we were talking to this guy. We were, like, eventually, like, we were shooting the shit and, like, getting along. It's like, okay, well, now you clarified what happened. He's like, the one thing that annoyed me about this before that was he was talking about that him and his dad owned the apartment and that they were going to sell it within, like, a couple weeks. So my niece would have been at our house, but yeah, he was going to fuck her over regardless and take her money and then kick her out. So I'm like, all right, this guy's a piece of shit, but whatever. I'm just trying to get her shit and move out. And I'm like, look, I just showed up. I work at a psych ward. I didn't know the guy was getting arrested. I didn't know any of this shit was going to happen.
Yeah.
I just want to get my niece the fuck out of here. He's like, oh, that's fine.
Bystander.
That's fine. We're just moving out here anyway. By the way, you see where he broke the door down? Yeah, he attacked me. He broke my phone. I go, really? Because he kind of flip-flopped it and said that you did it. He goes, no, man. He's fucking crazy. He's batshit. He does drugs, and he's just got mental problems. He flips out. He does this all the time. Shows me a video of him just pounding on the door and shit and just, like, saying, like, let me in. You got to tell the truth and shit. Just, like, shit from the psych ward. I'm like, oh, that's fucking great. Thanks, Stacy. Thanks for leaving my niece in there. I was like, fucking bitch,
Jeez, man.
So, again, fast forward a little bit. I cannot get a credit card, so I cannot build credit. So, my credit isn't great. So, I talked to my sister. She, again, starts being a total cunt to me. I'm just going to say a cunt.
Well, you're allowed to say that.
That's
we
fine.
Talk about whatever the fuck we please.
All right, cool. So she starts being a cunt to me, and she was being a cunt to me from the bank to now. And so we came to an agreement that she was going to help me, because her credit's good, that she was going to sign a car, and I was going to pay her off, and then eventually she was going to sign the car over to me, so I can get a car for good, cheap, and everything. Get my very first car, and...
Very nice first car, by the way.
Nope, that was car... That never happened.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
So your current car is very nice.
Thank you.
It looks like a Batmobile.
And I didn't have to get arrested for it. So
thank God.
We end up... I had to make 2 trips, and I go up to Abraham. I'm like, okay, cool. Just get the key back or whatever. I go, you're supposed to usually give that back when you do the walk around and make sure you got everything. I said, Abraham, we need the key back. We got to do 2 trips. He's like, no. And it was like his attitude went like a full 360, like, no. And I'm like, why? Because I don't want to give you the key right now. I don't want to give you the key. And I'm just like, why are you being a dick, dude? We were shooting the shit. We were doing good and stuff. Like, he's like, I'm gonna go to bed. I said, so what do we do when we come back for the other shit? He goes, just knock on the door. I go, and if you can't answer, I'm not coming back here late at night. Dude, just give my niece back the key if it's going to make you feel better. He goes, no, I'm not giving you the key. I called my niece in, and she was trying to explain. He's just like, no, I'm not giving you the key. I'm like, why the fuck are you acting sketchy? He goes, I'm not acting sketchy. He's like, I looked at him, I said, all right, fuck this. And, like, I cleaned up the shit. I took the trash, and I just scattered it around the fucking room and shit. Like, okay, cool. Have fun, you and your daddy clean that up, bitch. And I left. I said, I'm just going to leave that shit here. I said I was going to take, like, you know, the trash out and shit for him and just, like, clean up what my niece does. I just took the garbage. I dumped it over. I was just like, he can clean all this up. Fuck this little bitch. I guess that other guy, Daryl, whatever, is not the only one with mental problems.
Clearly.
And just to be an asshole and just to be smart, I took a video of the time and the date, and I made it very clear. Like, I did a walk around just in case he did anything, because the guy's stuff was still there. And he was trying to get me to take his stuff, like his Xbox and shit. And I'm like,
yeah.
At first, I was like, yeah, it sounds like a good idea. And then we started acting up. I'm like, put the shit back. No, we're not taking this guy's stuff. Because he's like, he's not going to come get it. He's not going to come get it. And he's telling me he's not as, like, he doesn't know the guy or whatever. And I'm like, he's going to come back and get this. He can come back once with an officer and get this shit.
Yeah.
So then after that, I was like, I'm not taking this guy's shit. I'm like, put everything back. Wipe it all down.
Turned out to be not so
I was like, wipe it all down. I don't want my fingerprints on it. And I dumped the rest of the trash that I picked up, just left it for him to clean up. And I did a walk around of how it looked. And I took a video of everything except the guy's room. I knocked on the door. I said, hey, bud, you know, we're leaving now. Sorry, you know, I don't really want the Xbox. It's not going to work out. I already have one at home. Thanks for the offer, though. And because he's going to pull some slick shit, I'll pull some slick shit. And I was going to take that Xbox because the guy put my niece in danger, but after what this guy's going to pull, I don't know his mental fucking state.
Yeah, right.
I'm like, fuck this
Don't
asshole.
be complicit in his dumb shit as well.
I mean, what are you going to do? Fucking, when the guy comes get the shit, turn around and have my ass arrested and charged just for shits and gigs? I'm like, no, this guy isn't normal. So I purposely took a video, walked out with my niece. I said, let's go. I said, see? And I turned the handle. I go, we can't get out. So if anything goes missing in that apartment, it's on that fucker. And then I left. And then I got so tired on the way back that I told my nephew, Jordan, to just help her get the shit out. I passed out in the bed. I went to work, did the double.
Jeez.
Did another double.
And how much sleep was this pass out?
0.
Like, I mean...
Oh,
like,
that was probably the last night I got sleep.
Like a realistic number.
A realistic number? Probably
4?
2 or 3 hours of sleep a night. Now, I know people are like, oh, fuck it, I've worked 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, but not every single day.
Right.
I'm not a fucking...
No, hold on. Listen, now, for all of you out there that think it's
I'm not a teenager. I used to be able to, like, stay up for, like, a couple days before I could, like, pass out.
You're at the age when everything for me started going...
You ever stay awake where, like, you actually, like, feel your chest kind of hurt and stuff from staying awake?
I've stayed up on drugs.
But like, you yawn and shit constantly.
I have stayed up for so long.
And morning hits and that sunlight hits you, just like,
I have stayed up for so long, I've seen shadow peripheral.
Oh, yeah, that was me.
Yeah, where you're like...
Seeing hallucinations.
Whoa, what the fuck was that?
You're tripping, you're getting dizzy. I was getting worked nonstop.
Yo, what's up, Just Blaze, Team PM. Oh, you Team PM, huh? Who's Just Blaze? I know that's one of Knight's friends. Whoa, what's up, though? Mad love. Hey, for everybody coming in here, mental health check. I'm here with my boy Chris Morbid. And he's been on a hell of a journey lately. And we're just getting to... maybe like the 65% mark of like a good story.
Yeah.
So let me do like, would you like to do a summary or recap?
It's all you, man. If I do it, I just end up fucking,
All right. So to be honest with you, there's a lot of things.
By
that
the way,
we're
past the Rogue One part now.
Yeah. So here, I'm just gonna lay it out in a very easy to understand summary. All right. So he started off this journey of very happy and bright, you know, I don't know. Anyways, long story short, after a nice bout at the working as a psych ward or what was your title?
What's up? Oh, it's called Cope.
I mean, like, what was your?
You know what? We'll just go with orderly. That's all.
Yeah, orderly, basically.
They put a nice little ring to it.
And
you're not a prostitute. You're a sex worker.
And, you know, working these long hours at this fucking arduous type of job, he finds himself in a position to come and bring gifts to a niece of his, which led him into the position that we're on now. So, if you'd like to pick up where we left off.
All right, so while I'm packing this shit, I told the people at Cope, I said, please do not contact me to come in. I don't care if people are calling off, they want to go home, they want to play. Everybody knows what I'm doing. Everybody knows what I'm, you know. So, I have 3 things that night. I have this asshole that will not let us get back in. I got my bitch sister screaming at me on the phone about, you know, how come this and that and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, while I'm also working this shit, my mom and dad are constantly borrowing money from me. So my paychecks are going to them. They're not going to me. And I have to get taxes paid. And like I said, my biggest thing is I don't walk anymore. I don't run anymore for anyone. I walk. And I don't, you know, when people go like, oh, I need money, I need this, you know, unless I know it's like genuine and it's like legit actually going to need money. I was basically being used like an ATM by my parents. Because they were saying shit like, oh, you know, the fucking electricity's about to get shut off or, you know, like this and that. But my parents are gambling addicts.
You know, I know too many people that are like the complete exact thing you're talking about. I can't say that I'm that way, but I'm very similar in the way that I find myself giving out with no want for or no need for reciprocation. Besides, if you have a debt with me, like say you borrow money, but I find myself in a position of being helpful to a lot, but when I need help,
it's like hard to say no,
yeah,
because you feel like an asshole if you say no, or you feel like, well,
facts.
You know, but okay, so
especially if
it's
you
like
are
then
in a
you
position
get
to help,
but then you get the well, if you ever need help from me, I'll remember that. It's
but
like,
if you are in a position to help, it truly drastically
I'm thinking I'm helping my fucking
feel.
family. Like
yeah.
I've done more than help my fucking family. I got my niece out of a goddamn drug house that was like a fucking mental
like
case.
A good uncle.
Get the fuck out. And I got shit from my sister for doing that. That I should have just let her just hide in her room and shit.
Well, I mean, even though using the word interfere is very blasphemous to the situation.
I don't even care. I was trying to protect my niece.
If anything, this was intervention. You know? Like in a situation. You saw a situation that needed rectifying, and you saw means to do so, and you acted on it.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of people would have just, like your sister wanted, let that situation do what it did. And where would that turn?
I was seeing
maybe
more.
nowhere.
I was seeing more of an asshole doing that.
Maybe
than
nowhere,
the guy that
but that
broke
could
down
have
the door and beat the shit out of the guy and went ape shit and got arrested.
Of course,
I was an asshole because the dude got arrested, and I wasn't even responsible. I didn't call the cops. I just said he's on something. I don't know what the fuck's wrong with him. He's acting up and shit. He's like wobbling. He's pissed me off. Fuck that guy. I'm not a narc or nothing, but I'm just like, cops shit up. I'm like, I don't know what. They're like, what's going on? I go, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but this asshole's on something. He's got cheese all over my fuck car. You get the fuck back over here. Clean the shit out of my goddamn car. I'm gonna fucking kick your ass in front of these cops. I don't give a shit if I get arrested.
After the convenience store trip, I was hoping that this guy was like on something. Because
dude, I
there's
even
no
at one
explanation
point
for that shitty behavior.
leaving him at the fucking convenience store because he ran inside before us, and I said, Hannah, we're gonna have a little talk before we go, go in there. And while he's grabbing everything on the fucking shelf and, walking with a fucking, whole, like, bunch of shit, and I said, I made him put back a good amount. Like, his bill was like $20. My niece's like, I'm sorry, I'll pay it back. I go, listen. And she's like, on the way back, I'm like, listen, I'd rather be out $20 than, have to bury,
dude,
another one of my niece, I lost a nephew, and I don't want to lose.
I'm willing to sacrifice a lot more for.
Yeah, $20 ain't shit to me with that.
$20.
I'm glad I came tonight. I almost fucking waited till the weekend when you came over, but I'm glad I fucking came tonight and saw all this bullshit.
Like almost every time that there's a value, like a dollar value, I learn a more valuable lesson because money's precious, and when you invest in something and you get proven to be wrong, all right, now it's different if you frivolously put the money up. Like, knowing that there's a possibility. But when you, like, from your heart, put into something and you watch it, like, bounce, it tends to leave you with a sour feeling towards doing that again in the future. So, I don't know. Like, I've learned this lesson, like, a mental health check. I need to start but I need to start waiting for people that really actually can use the help instead of looking for a person that could use help. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a tendency, or I have a feeling that you probably might have similar traits where your kind-heartedness and your ability to try to rectify a situation that you find a solution in, to almost backfire a lot, probably, right?
It wasn't even like I said. You know what? Like I said, when you tell the whole story, it's gonna be, and I'm not leaving anything out. I will tell you the good, the bad, the ugly. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I'm a fucking Satan. I was like, I done nothing wrong. I'm,
But with every story has
no, but it's like
dips.
if I had fucking sleep, my mindset would have been different.
Yo, what's up, Knight? Welcome back.
So like I said, I had to deal with cope. I had to deal with this, and then I come home to a dad that was screaming in my face and acting up and trying to start a fight and then my mom going, "Hey, we need money, we need money, we need money." And it's like, okay, so I'm working all these hours, paychecks going to that, and it's like I'm not even getting anything out of it. And it's like, okay, I got my niece out of there, but that's as far as it went. And we were going to get her a job. We were going to get her, situated at our house and get her going. And eventually I was going to move out. And if she wanted to, she could have tagged along with me and be a roommate and, go to school or get a job. And we talked about it. And she did not lift a fucking finger to do anything.
Your same niece that you saved?
Yep. She sat on her ass, laid in bed all day.
If you're watching, I hope you get better. I hope your situation turns around. But when your uncle offers you when
on the anniversary of me getting arrested, she hit me up and I was just in such a dark place. I said, no. I said, don't even mess with me right now. I don't even want to talk to you. I'm so fucking fed up with your shit.
I mean, that bridge is kind of not burnt, but
it's not burnt, but it's rickety as hell.
I was about to say that I wouldn't travel on it often.
So,
it's very sad that...
Like I said, I was like Vin Diesel at that point. I was like family. You know what I mean? Like, family was like a big deal, especially like a small circle. And yeah, they pissed me off, but that was like what family doesn't piss you off. And what, I mean? Like, I was close to my mom. And I was close to my
I can't relate. I know this sounds crazy. Right now? I know a lot of people would be like, yeah, he's bullshit. I swear to God, I got a movie family.
There is no good ending to the story. The good ending of the story is if I get this off my record and shit and get this expunged.
Well, all right.
So that's the good ending. The bad ending, some of my friends know the bad ending. And
well, we're not going to let that happen.
No, I mean, the bad ending is I don't talk to my family anymore, period. I rarely talk to my mother.
Right here, wait, hold up. If I help someone nowadays, whether they need it or not, and I decided to help them, I never expect it back. No, I get you. I understand that.
I'm not asking for it back.
Yeah. But no, what I was saying is, and he said something else. I'll read that in 1 second. But what I was saying is, it's weird that you put all these things out into the universe, and you don't expect anything, and that's the only way I think that it should be. If you expect something else, why did you put it out there in the first place?
Like, here's the thing. Like, I'm not trying to get off track, but people always told me about, like, always if I was God, I would do this. If I was God, I would do that. Okay, if I was God, like Pope Francis had a little boy, and he came up, and the kid started crying, and he told the kid aside. He goes, whispered in his ear. He goes, "Can I tell the story?" He goes, "Yeah." He said his father wasn't religious, but just because he was kind of, I guess, agnostic, he still got his sons baptized. And he was still a good guy, but he didn't
I've done that with my kids.
But he didn't go to church to pray every day. Okay, my thing is this. If I was God, I wouldn't care. I mean, it'd be cool if you went to church every day and prayed for me. But at the same time, like, do good things. I mean, all the books say the same things. Be kind to one another. Do good things. Help one another. Don't be doing all this evil shit. It's all the same in there. It may be misinterpreted. It may be, worded differently. But in the end, it's all kind of the same thing.
Very much so.
But... So he says out loud, hey, would God send him to hell? He was worried that his dad was going to hell. He was worried because his dad died. And he's crying because he thought his dad was going to hell because he didn't believe in God.
Yeah.
But, and even if, like, he wasn't baptized, like, that's why Pope Francis is one of the top 10 of my favorite people in the timeline of just growing up. Like, people I admired. But... I'm not religious, and like I said, I have so much respect for Pope Francis. I don't give a shit, and I'm not saying I don't give a shit, like, I don't give a fuck, like, I ignore that.
Yeah.
No, I get it. The Catholic Church, the Vatican, has so much dark shit behind it, has so much of the child shit and everything. I'm not going to say that, it's all squeaky clean, but I have a lot of respect for Pope Francis, because he is not just a fucking holy man, but he's a diplomat, and he will take anybody, even a fucking sinning Satanist, and he'll talk to him like he's a human being, and he'll treat him like an equal.
And we need
I
that.
have a shit ton of respect, and I love the video of Pope Francis telling the guy. He says, "Listen," and he was telling like this ambassador or some president or something. He goes, "Look, I respect this man. He's nice, but if he were to ever insult my mother." And he said a punch awaits him. Basically, like, if he says anything about my mom, I'll fuck him up. I don't care if I'm a pope.
Gang.
And I love that shit. Like, that's who we need. Like, a real
how about
guy.
This? Hey, because you said that, there's sparked something that if I don't say it now, I'll forget it for another 10 years. One of the founding fathers of Koga-ryu ninjutsu, the reason that the combat part of the ninja is practicable today is from Mitsu Hishumi. It's been a long time. Anyways, this man, let me tell you a quick story. So,
go ahead.
In the time when he was one of like the 3 people that were trying to establish ninjutsu period. There's Iga-ryu, Koga-ryu, and then Banji-kwan or something like that. Anyways, when he was like 21 years old and an aspiring, impossible future, leader of a dojo of some sort, he was challenged by a wrestler. Now, keep in mind that this is as close to a modern-day ninja as you can get. His great-grandfather served under the great-grandson of Ieyasu Nobunaga. Or Ieyasu Nobunaga. So anyways, he was given an interview back when he was younger because this wrestler called him out to a match. Well, a couple weeks leading up to when they're about to fight, the man got deathly ill and died 2 days later in the hospital. So the person is interviewing him, the man again. And he's like, "So, do you feel that, because you were extremely smaller than the man you were going to fight? Do you feel lucky?" And he said, "A ninja makes his own luck." I'm just going to leave you with that for a minute.
Yeah.
Because that was the closest you can get to a public admission of assassination. You know what I'm saying? He said, do you feel lucky that your opponent that was going to beat your ass can't even fight life anymore? Oh, a ninja makes his own luck. So with that being said, I know that some people out there do suffer from, like, depression, like a real illness, like where it, like, hits you. I feel like some people in this world are on a spectrum of, you guys let too much shit bother you. Not you, or you, or where you at, you. Just in general, whoever's listening to this at that point where it hits you, sometimes you're letting the world affect you way too easily. And the issue nowadays, like, I just watched this video today of a trans person, and it took me until they said that they used to be a man to figure out that they ever were. And, alright, so now the only reason that's being said is it'll make sense in the end. So the person is on this rant, they're like, look, I started my transition at 15. And, I was lucky that I don't regret my decision. But as a transgender person that has done all of the things that need to be done, you know what I'm saying? I got the tit job, I got the dick removed, I got everything, all the things done. I'm glad that my parents didn't, like, allow me to make the decision. They fucking forced me to think about it. And I think that not just the transgender thing, but a lot of things nowadays, parents kind of, like, just push off to a teacher or a psychologist or a medication or a mental health, person like you, just has to hold them down until they stop being crazy. Rather than sometimes a good conversation like us. When you came over,
it out.
Yeah, today when you came over here, I'm not saying you were like,
I just picture it.
Yeah, but when you came over, you were,
Chris, what's going on? No,
but when you came over, you were clearly like. All right, best description of this man.
Even as a kid, if I got hurt, I never went.
Hey, y'all record that so you guys can play that in the future. No, just kidding. No,
do like a fucking Howard Stern thing.
Yeah, we're gonna do a collab or compilation.
In the house.
Oh shit. But anyways, it was readable off of his demeanor that he looked like a man on the way to an electric chair, just to come on a podcast and speak his feelings. And obviously it's been therapeutic, but also for all of you people out there
up too. I mean, I'm talking about something that's very serious.
Very serious.
I'm not like trying to like kick back and be like, yeah, so this is
no,
what happened.
and
like,
look, and I'm not trying to not take him
I'm
serious.
comfortable around this guy, and I'm telling you right now, and I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm gonna let you finish, but
no,
I mean, here's the thing. And again, like I said, I have a girlfriend that's supportive. I asked Brandon to come on here because
Anytime.
I didn't want to just like do that and then shut off Facebook. There are days where I don't even talk to my girlfriend for a couple days, and then I get it. You need to be a better boyfriend. You got to be more open. I was making her cry with this shit that I was saying, and I didn't want to. Here's what's kind of fucked up, but it's not her fault. The anniversary I got arrested was her birthday.
Wow.
So we actually, I was going to get out of my house that day because I knew I was going to be in a bad mood. And this is before I met her, and I was going to get a hotel, and I said, "How about this? Let's get a hotel together. We'll go get a nice dinner. It's at MGM Casino. We'll do a little gambling.
Very nice food.
Yeah, shit.
They make one of the best fucking
I won
Rubens.
I won $500.
Oh,
I won $500. Just put in $50.
Most money I ever made at a casino was there.
Waited for our table to get ready, and I hit $500. So I was just like, all right, they have really good shrimp there, and I'm sorry, but I'm gonna, I'm not like in a bad mood, but I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I'm gonna get a fuck ton of shrimp, and I literally got so much shrimp plus a big ass steak that the chef had to call the waitress. And literally she said, we've never fucking had this before. And she wasn't like pissed. She's like, yeah, fuck it. We don't care. But the chef actually called and thought it was like a joke. And I'm like, no. And I fucking sat there and I
sound like I'm fucking joking?
No, I was like, if we're going to do it, let's
bring me the cow. I'll tell you which part to keep.
Shit, honestly, like I said, I ate the shrimp. 29's my limit. I ordered 40. I gave 4 to my girl. She wanted it. She had got 4 for herself.
Wait. 29 pieces of shrimp?
No, I got 40 pieces. She got 4.
No, I'm just saying,
she
bro.
ate the
20
4.
sounds like a lot.
She ate 4, and then she ended up eating 3 or something. It's like 6. I ate the rest in one night. And I did not eat anything the whole day, so I had like an empty stomach. I was hyped up for this shrimp. I was joking. I was like, babe, I'm going to leave you for the shrimp. I'm sorry. If it was you and shrimp over a cliff, you better hope to God you hit the ground fast, because I'm shrimp's getting pulled up, and she knows that, and she, what I mean, like that was like an inside joke between us, and just like, yeah, I'll probably like, I was like, imagine the waiter coming up and like telling me to stop rubbing my crotch when they bring the shrimp to the table. That shrimp was good. You'll try it one day.
Yeah, it reminds me of this old.
She tried it, and she's like, oh fuck, this is amazing.
It reminds me of this old beer commercial I saw when I was a kid in the 90s. It was these 2 guys running from a bear, and one of them was holding a beer. Let's just say Labatt. Fuck it, right? We'll just throw one out there. I don't even know if Labatt's good, but we're going to say it's Labatt. So anyways, these 2 men are running. One of them's holding a Labatt. That's right. Please sponsor me. Anyway, so they're both running from the bear, and he's like, "What are we gonna do? We only got 1 beer left." And the guy that's holding the beer looks at him like he just said the wrong words, and just goes, and just keeps running. Like he just pushes his best friend off balance to fucking dive to the bear. He's like, "There's 1 beer and it's mine." And I don't know what, but for some reason that just
my girl had the shrimp. She's like, I see why you like it.
Yeah.
And she's like, it's probably the best shrimp I ever had. I go, yeah.
Like, girl, you getting pushed to the bear for the shrimp.
So yeah, really. Like,
hold on. Let me.
Good.
But one thing that you must never let anyone take advantage of you. They got to stand on their own, brother. I feel your pain, but I got a family. We help each other out. Facts. It sucks because it's double-sided, because you do it out of love, but it's sad when people take advantage of a person. I know, but to be honest with you, till I'm dead, I'll probably keep on doing that same thing. I'll probably keep on putting things out into the universe, not expecting anything. But
I still help people.
But see, the part I guess I wasn't getting to, is when you find yourself like, fuck, man, how much more do I got to do to like just get a break?
There was no break.
There is no fucking break. That's the answer to your question.
No, I mean, like, every once in a while you get a breather. You don't get a fucking break.
You don't get a break.
And, like, you feel like God's knocking you down, and I could literally just go, God doesn't just knock you down, he gives you a fucking beat down.
This gives me, all right, remember earlier I said...
life, if you don't want to get religious, just say life beats you down.
You remember earlier when I made that comment to you before we started the podcast?
Memory.
Where I said, I find myself quoting a bunch of novel gods, like gods from my novels.
Yeah.
All right, so Conan the Barbarian, you familiar?
You know what? I've listened to the soundtrack.
Well, no, I'm just saying. No,
I have not seen. I haven't read the book.
You're familiar with the character.
I know he's like a comic book character. He started as a comic book character.
It started 1930s as a novel character.
Yeah, but he was also a comic book.
Yeah,
I remember seeing that. I'm just saying, that's how I know.
That's how.
And then, of course, I know Schwarzenegger with.
It started as Robert E. Howard wrote it as contrary to how he felt about himself. He wrote a character the opposite of himself. Conan is a very intelligent brute, and no matter what, he somehow found his way on the top, no matter what. And his only his superpower was if his back was against a wall, there was no army he couldn't kill with his own two hands. And his weakness was drink and women. He would drink himself to a stupor and knock himself stupid on a wall, running away from some strange noise in the darkness. Or he would find himself in a very deathly position with, murderous creatures because of some woman. But my point is, one of their gods, which relates to what we were just saying about a lot of people like calling upon certain entities to help their life or whatever. One of the gods in Conan is Crom, which is the god that he worships. And Crom gives you everything you need to survive at birth. And if you ever call upon his name or pray to him, he will send deaths in magnitudes you've never seen before upon you for being a weak pussy piece of shit, for asking him anything other than what he's given you already. I look at life like that. Life, if you can't survive life, you're fucked. If you have no capability of taking all the destructive power of the universe, then you might as well not even live in it.
All right, there's two things that I want to put to that, and then I want to get back to the story. One is, I love this one quote, and I actually wanted to name the novel that I'm writing, the fantasy novel, not the fucked up horror story or the Santa Claus shit.
It's crazy that we're both writing a fantasy and a horror. I love it.
Well, I've been starting this since
I don't know about
out of high school. I've been kind of working it, rewriting. I'm very perfectionist. Like, I haven't even put out a song yet because the song I have that I've had recorded for years, I don't want to put that out. It sounds like shit. I fucking hated the people that I worked with.
Bring it with you next time. We'll mix it together.
Fuck no.
We'll record it on a $1,300 microphone.
No, here's the thing. I scrapped the song. I mean, I still have it on file.
We'll make it.
I'm keeping it, but I don't want that to be my first impression. My buddy Rob in Creeping Chaos, I told him this. I said, listen.
I know Creeping Chaos.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yeah.
You guys
they worship Cthulhu. I fuck with them heavy.
Dude, those
shout out to Creeping Chaos, bro. All hail Cthulhu. In Yog-Sothoth's name, I sacrifice people, bro.
Dude, I went and had lunch with Rob right before I had the breakdown, and I told him a little bit of what happened. I didn't tell him the full story.
I've only met him the one time that we met him together.
Rob,
did you know him before
Derek,
that? Before the show, we met him together.
David, Stacy, and then Michael.
Did you know them before the show you came to with us?
I knew them back when I was like a fucking teenager.
I don't fucking know these things. I just found out my baby mama knew this one.
I'm gonna get the tattoo of their logo on my arm.
Does it have Cthulhu in it?
It's an H.P. Lovecraft band, dude. It's all Cthulhu.
I know, but bro, listen,
it's all fucking Cthulhu.
This is a H.P. Lovecraft fucking podcast.
I know.
Like,
I would like to get him here on there.
Hold up. Now, let me say something.
Dudes, so
I don't agree with his xenophobia and his racism, but if it wasn't for him, we would have not known about the Necronomicon and the Al-Azif. By the way,
I thought for a sec you were talking about Rob from Creeping Chaos. I'm like, what the fuck? This guy is so
H.P.
PC.
Lovecraft. No, all right. So, one thing that I have to say. For all of you people out there that are new to literature or want an introduction into literature, I'm not going to recommend H.P. Lovecraft. I'm going to give you something a little bit harder to swallow because this is like a rapper with no rhymes in his work. Like the greatest rapper you've ever heard, but he never rhymes once. And his name is, now get this, I'm going to type it. Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna type it because his name is spelled weird. So Clark Aston Smith. And let me go ahead and pin this. Now listen, You know that my persona's the base magician, the space wizard, the sound sorcerer. I love wizards, and I've always had like an inclination towards wizards since, Lord of the Rings and Dumbledore from Harry Potter. But it wasn't until a story that had nothing to do with wizards, but his stories of wizards are dope. It was called The 12 Geishas. And I recommend that to all of you, by Clark Ashton Smith. And it just reignited my love for wizards for some reason. So, anyways.
Okay, so what I was going on about what the novel was, there's a quote that I live by. It's one of my favorite. I actually learned it from Jojo Rabbit. I just watched the movie out of boredom one day. I wasn't hyped for it in theaters. I wasn't going for it or nothing. But I do like the ending of the movie where it says, let everything happen to you, beauty and terror. Just keep moving. No feeling is final. So I was like, originally the book was going to be called Warpath Bloodbath. Then I decided, you know what? Yeah, there's war involved, but it's not like there's like fucking Lord of the Rings where it's like all war and they're always fighting and shit. And then I thought about calling it Electric Angel because one of the characters is referred to as the Electric Angel. And I will probably might use that as like a spin-off or like a, kind of like with the book 1, book 2, where they, but I would honestly just call the book Beauty and Terror, No Feeling is Final. Like kind of like bold letters, Beauty and Terror, and then put at the bottom, No Feeling is Final. Kind of like Higurashi When They Cry. Stuff like that. But, so I decided to go with that instead. And like I said, that's one of my favorite quotes. And I don't even know who writes it. I know it was a woman that wrote that quote. But I don't... Like that's as much as I know. I just can't remember names that well. But so going back to the story, shit, where did I leave off at? Honestly,
my bad. I've been trying to set something up for when.
No, you're good. I was just trying to remember where the fuck I left off at.
Of Albion to the banks of the.
Stop.
I talked about the bank, talked about that guy, talked about my dad.
Oh,
all right. It was
last we left off.
I went to Fairlane to go work.
Yes.
Okay. Now you think a security job as a guy who's just standing at a guard shack, maybe have like a little plastic badge or whatever, checking off something or just name, okay, cool, you're on the list, come in. Something like that. Fucking Fairlane Mall.
Dude.
Is literally a police job.
Don't get me going.
Fucking Fairlane Mall security
you do
is
realize
a police job.
Now, you realize that was the hub of my entire neighborhood I grew up in. I grew up on the west side of Detroit, and it's one bus ride away to Fairlane Mall, and that was where everything happened.
The head of security was talking to me about he was in Iraq, and he was...
Wouldn't surprise me.
He was in 2003 or 2005, whenever they captured Saddam Hussein. But they were like a mile away from his palace, and he went there, and there were swords... and there was fucking money, and there was just stuff, and they were taking shit, and he didn't take anything. And his buddy is one of the guys that caught Saddam Hussein
in the
little pit.
6?
In the pit. When they found him in the pit.
Bin Laden, my bad.
No, that was Bin Laden. This is way before Bin Laden.
Yeah, no, I remember. I watched that video where he got
we went
hung.
to Canada, and we drove through Dearborn Heights, and there was people waving around the Iraqi flag and shit and cheering. I had no idea what the fuck happened until years later. I'm like, was that the day that they caught Saddam Hussein? They said, yeah. Because they knew he was going to be put on trial and dead. But, check out House of Saddam, by the way. That's a really good fucking... It's like a 4-part series, but it's really fucking good, and I know a lot of the story. I know about his sons, Uday and Qusay. Like I said, I like history. I'm a huge history nut. I'd rather go to a museum than a strip club.
Hey, hold up. Before you continue, I got something for you. And I want it to be known on this podcast that I suggested it.
What's up?
Have you ever heard of... Carlin. Not George Carlin. All right, YouTube, help me out. Hardcore History.
Does that sound familiar?
All right, now, if you've heard of... All right, let me see. Hardcore History. I'll tell you, his last name's Carlin. This man breaks down history in such a way... Dan Carlin. This man breaks down history in such a way... You will feel like you were there yourself. Because, all right, what he does is, he does these 7-hour podcasts. They're like sectioned off by hours.
Jesus.
I know. But listen,
we're kind of pot calling the kettle black. I feel like we're going to be in 7 hours by the time we get to the.
Yeah, we're about 2. It doesn't matter, bro. We don't have a limit. And look,
Fuck it.
And for all of my fans out there, for anybody that, because there's been a person watching this the whole time, whoever that is, I ain't gonna suck your dick, but I'll find somebody. Anyways,
I'm just kidding.
Hey, shit, hold on. How much money you got? No, for real though.
Get that Glock 3000 going.
Right, for the right amount of dollars. No, I was kidding. No.
Everything's got a price.
Wait, where were we going?
What?
Yeah, no.
We were talking about hardcore history, and then we ended up...
Okay, so hardcore history.
Can I just make one quick comment?
Yeah.
I've kind of noticed a pattern that we were talking about Jesus, and then we went to dick sucking. Then we went to history, and then we went to dick sucking.
Dude,
I think they're going to be like, there's a subliminal message in these fucking podcasts, and I think I fucking found it.
We want you
These
people to be
motherfuckers
gay.
want to suck some dick.
Fuck yeah, bro. Where them dicks at, man? No, all right. So
you opened it with like, Chris is a good dick.
He's
and I'm
a
just
good
like,
dick. No, man, listen, to be honest with you, before we go farther, listen, if you aren't comfortable with your sexuality and you can't joke about dicks, then you're probably gay. And you probably secretly wonder if dicks are yummy. I'm just saying, bro. If you think that dicks are scary, you honestly
I'm just
probably
laughing
think dicks
because
are
it's
yummy.
just making me think of like that South Park when they were doing the Game of Thrones and they actually go meet George R. R. Martin and there's just dicks all over his house and it's just dick this and dick that. It's just slowly that mantle's gonna be full of fucking dicks. There's gonna be fucking flags of dicks.
And you know what? It's the one time where I felt like South Park misdirected their dick jokes. They should have went for Spartacus.
Funny. I don't care. That to me.
I love Spartacus, but every episode
that was a good one.
I actually made this comment to somebody I was watching with that was bisexual, and I was like, "You'll love this show." And they're like, "Yeah, I don't know, man." I'm like, "Listen, not only is it a good show about a historical character, but also in every episode, they give you not every episode, but every episode that shows one, you could count on your fingers. It'd be like dick, booty, man, chest,
You know what? There
ass.
was more. Okay, I'm not saying I watched Game of Thrones for that reason. Don't get it twisted.
Game of Thrones is
but
fun.
when I saw that South Park, I'm on season 3 of Game of Thrones, and I got to get back
So
into it.
you're just starting?
No, I'm on season 3.
No, I'm saying, like, this is your first
I watched
time?
it. Well, I mean, I didn't watch it last year, but I watched it the year before.
Have you ever watched it all the way through?
No, but but I saw the South Park thing, and I'm like, is there really a lot of dicks in that? I know there's like nudity, but is there really? No, I literally, and I'm not trying to be weird. Like I didn't watch it like just paying attention just for dicks.
Yeah,
But it was like literally
there's no
like,
dicks.
No, season 1 just had one dick.
Yeah, no,
And that was
there a dick?
yeah, it had one dick, and it was the brother, it was the asshole brother who was being like dragged or something by the horse.
Oh,
Remember that?
Okay.
And then I think the other one was like a sex scene, and then what I mean?
I remember a lot of titties.
Didn't fucking House of Dragon, wasn't that also written by him?
Yes. You know
what I think was funny?
Hold on,
He went and was like, okay, South Park made fun of me and put dicks, so if that's what they're gonna think, I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna put feet in this now.
Really?
You didn't know that? There was like a big thing. They had a fucking foot scene. It was like a hero of the movie or something. I didn't watch House of Dragons. I did. I saw like the trending news and people were talking about it, and I was like, oh, apparently the hero or something, or like one of the main characters has like a foot fetish.
And
there's just a scene where he's just like jacking off to some bitch's feet. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, it's not dick, so I wonder if South Park's gonna make fun of that.
My only problem or House of Dragons is that they drop, and this is what they did with the first season, or with the first 6 seasons, and then they had to improvise. But this is a problem because you didn't learn this in Game of Thrones. All right, House of Dragons, they only had the first book written, and they jammed the entire book into one season.
I didn't know that.
So that now they have to wait for George G.R. Martin, whatever the fuck, to come up with an entire plot and everything and all the dialogue.
And write it.
But they've already given us enough to make us...
If they can control...
All right, here's my thing,
they're not going to have George Lucas wrote the fucking sequels. They're not going to have George R. R. Martin wait to write the fucking sequels. They're going to have a team of people. They're going to write something. They're going to put something together and make it shit. I cannot speak on this, though, but you know what?
I can say that I've heard that they stuck to the book pretty well.
I don't watch spin-offs. You know what I mean? I don't watch shows and stuff. Here's the thing. If I see something trending like, oh, there's this... I think I swallowed the fruit fly.
Dude, they hate my house.
But the thing is, like, if I saw something trending like, oh, did you see this fucked up scene in this? Did you see the scene in Nope where they're getting digested and shit? It's like, how fucked up is the scene? I watch it, I'm like, either it's, oh, that's nothing. Or, okay, I can see why people get fucking,
No, I got one for you. You know me.
But I don't watch the sequels until I see the original fucking series. Like, I haven't finished up Naruto yet.
Hey, hold up.
Or finished up Shippuden.
I actually think this is kind of interesting, and I think this needs to be noted.
What?
It hasn't been pulled.
What do you mean?
All right. Now, you remember when the first parts of the pandemic came out where, like, you even suggested it was from China, you lost your account? All right. That was some, like, kind of stupid shit to lose your shit about. Even though it was probably, like, at the time, what they thought was a good idea, right? How is it that that can be bannable, but still to this day? Now, you know his name now. Chris Morbid. It's right there.
Or Chris Tenosha.
Go back. Watch our second podcast. You watch the head of a 13-year-old get sifted out of a fucking burnt pile, looked at, and then moved on. I don't remember what happened after that, but it was a lot.
Okay, can I put Run Rebuttal in there, though? There was a lot more videos. And it
I
was
know, but what I'm saying is...
when I did the podcast, the first thing...
that still exists.
Jake's like, yo, he was like, yo, man, like, try to not be, like, on one topic and stick to one thing. And I'm like, hey, man, what kind of videos do you want? Do you want hood fights? Do you want, funny crackheads? Do you want some serious shit? Do you want funny shit? He's like, do whatever, man. I'm like, okay, do you want me to put some dark shit in there? Do whatever. I'm like, all right,
because
pull the full curtain back, boys, and just, you know what I mean?
Because,
just like,
look,
and so I brought everything, and then, like, I had in a list, and it went from, like, funny, okay, it's kind of serious. Oh, wow, okay, this was funny.
Hey, but the viewers didn't really change that much.
It went fucking radio silence, and I'm like, okay, I didn't know that it was going to be like that. I didn't know you had a daughter. I forgot that Jake had a daughter. I'm like, I feel like a dick, but I remember having that because it's,
do you know where I found
that? YouTube. But I found deep in the searches. If you look deep enough, like one time I was super bored during one summer, I looked deep in the fucking searches. I found Paris Hilton's sex tape just on YouTube.
How about this? I got one for you guys. You guys could look this up right now. Dr. Gunter.
Dr. Gunter?
Dr. Gunter. Gunter. He's a German, but speaks very good English. The best English I've ever heard a German with an accent speak. And his channel on YouTube is about taking corpses that have been given to him by contracts before they die, for him to perform surgical and autopsical.
Yeah, I've seen, like medical shit. That passes.
Yeah,
like I remember one time.
But I watched him cut a corpse in half.
We were all fucking 13 and 12 at one point. We typed in on YouTube vagina, and what did? They had some medical fucking person show a vagina and show what the fuck it was, and they like actually showed a real vagina.
But to be honest,
oh my god, that's a vagina. Oh my god, it wasn't like that. Should be porn. No, it's just a medical thing. Medical is different. Like informational, that's different.
Speaking of medical. All right, I'm gonna describe a practice to you.
I looked it up being funny. I didn't know it was actually gonna show a vagina.
No, I'm gonna describe a practice to you that is currently today very well used. But I want you to give me a number in hundreds of thousands of years that you think it was first practiced and discovered that it was practiced. Have you ever heard of skull trepanation?
No.
All right.
Wait, is that where they drill the hole?
Sometimes. All right.
If you do that, then I gotta go back to Aztec times because I know about that.
Most commonly used when somebody's hit in the head with an arrow and it pierces the skull and they have to remove that section. So how far back, how many hundreds of thousands of years do you think that technique goes back?
I would say, because you're saying arrow, so I'm thinking of something before guns.
For sure.
Okay, it was either that or I was going to go back to Western
times. I'll even give you a threshold.
I can't tell you the area of when they did it. Like was it in Europe or was it in Asia?
It was many, many, many years before America was founded. So which was 1776. So in the 1700s.
So like during the Inca Empire or something, or the Aztecs?
Way before. Because the Inca, that was 700 years ago, right? 800?
I don't know.
All right. So,
I like history.
I'm going to just go ahead and answer my stupid, retarded question. Sorry about it, guys. So they found a pot in a location with trepanation on a skull that showed healing, that the art has been practiced for 7,000 years. Jeez. And perfected, at least then. Because... All right, within a mile of this skull that they found that's in this museum, they found the pottery that showed people performing the art on people that are screaming, being held down. But anyways, it showed that they
I'm
actually...
sure it's not a pleasant experience.
No anesthetization or no numbing agents. But what's crazy is...
No saws?
What's crazy is the skulls showed that they healed. Not only did they survive an arrow to the fucking head, but these people...
Didn't suffer from gangrene or infection or anything.
No, whoever did this knew what they were doing. That's crazy. Just to think that 7,000 years ago, it wasn't necessarily death if you caught a fucking arrow to the skull. But just 100 years ago, if you got a limb fucked up, you're dead. It's crazy. So, I know we're pushing it to 3 hours now.
Let's get back to the topic. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to like you know what? Like I said, I'll have pretty much 2 hours of this shit. We probably just talked about other stuff. And you know what? We could do this again next week and just bring up topics and just not have talk about serious shit or mental health.
Well,
we just bring up shit. But
look, with these kind of things, to be honest with you, if you were to lay it out all in from beginning to end, it would be an arduous journey. Having a little break in between the sections of this story, because
don't worry, the Fairlane thing is just 2 sentences. It was basically military. It was more like there was police. It was military guys that were in the thing, so they had it military code. They had corporal, all the shit. I'm like, okay, this is not a security job. This is police force without the gun.
Yeah.
Fuck this. I'm out of here.
Us and them.
I texted Chico. I said, hey man, can I just come back? And he's like, sure. So I ended up coming back for 3 days. On the 4th day, my last day, it was payday. I told my sister, can we go get a car? Can I go put a down payment, pay off, put it in your name, I'll get cheaper because you have amazing credit. Cool. But I'm telling all my coworkers, I'm going to get a new whip. And you know what? I know it's some kind of hoe shit, but I was trying to just have a paycheck at that time. I didn't want to do that. I'm like, well, I know what to do at Cope. I don't need to be retrained or nothing. And if I just go back and tell them no, if they want me to do all this extra shit, fuck that. Because I told them prior, don't fucking call me up to come to work. It's my day off tomorrow. I'm sleeping, and I'm getting this shit back from my niece. And they had me come back, and I fucking... They texted me to have me come back, and I did not respond to their text. I was so fucking pissed. I was so pissed about Abraham doing that shit. I was so pissed my sister called me up. That was the nail in the coffin. I said, I'm not going back. Fuck this. I'm not a labor mule. So... I did not answer their phone calls while I was doing the security job. I was not responding, and then finally on the 4th day, I called up Chico. I said, I'm not coming back. And then a few days after that, I'm like, I'm coming back. I just wasn't going to do double shifts, and they knew that, and they knew I wasn't fucking playing, because I just didn't call back, so they were like, okay, we can't fucking use this guy 24/7. We got to give him a break. So, no more double shifts. Someone else is going to have to just break it up to different people a night. I was supposed to sleep in that day. And instead, I put an application. I was going to go work somewhere else. I knew that. I wasn't enjoying Cope, but it was a good paycheck. And I had a good team. But, it depends on the day. There was a day where we had nobody come in. We had no fucking crazy people, and it was just super quiet, and it was great. Full moon days, holy shit, you brace for it. And I fucking hate it when this girl Abby used to come over. She goes, "It's gonna be a full moon tomorrow." Yeah, all the crazies are coming in, and it's bad shit. Like I said, I cut my hair because I was being called Jesus because I was giving people water, and they kept saying I looked like Jesus. I said, I don't want to be Jesus. If you're gonna,
if you wanted to be one for Halloween, I wouldn't say no. But if I wouldn't know. First thing that comes to mind, even though he's not usually viewed without a mask, can you say what I'm going to say?
Go ahead.
I told you the first day.
Go ahead.
Kane. You look like Kane, bro.
I got called Undertaker at my other job.
No,
I got called Undertaker.
No, Undertaker, I can get it.
The long hair.
No, I can get it.
Kane had no hair.
No, he did. The first Kane, the original Kane? The one that was in the
Kane
first
the
movie?
Undertaker?
Yeah.
That was Undertaker.
He had the same length as you, but he was always sweaty, so it'd be wet as fuck. No.
You mean the OG Undertaker? They just dropped the cane.
No, we're talking about the real Kane, the one that him and Undertaker went full at it at all times until they gained up on.
I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, until they gained up on Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I know what you're talking about.
And look, dude, 0 people. I'm just kidding. No, hey,
Fuck
listen.
Show your tits.
Show your tats.
Show your tits.
I was about to say something political, AKA. All right,
we're at 0 still. Go ahead, slip it in there.
Damn, I can't remember it now. How does it go? Grab her by the pussy or something like that.
Grab her by the pussy.
How did that thing go? All right. Anyways, all right. So what I was getting at is
if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
No. What I'm getting at is when the first time, just like Skylo, the first time he came in here, he didn't have any expectation of having a future place at a studio. They just wanted him because he's him. He was like, yeah, man, I do a sing, I do this and this and that. But as he's walking out, he's grabbing a guitar. I'm like, hold on, why did you bring a guitar with you? Do you do something with it? You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, you fucking twat. You just made yourself into my thing. All right, listen, you could be my best friend and you could be a very nice person, but the day that I have the ability to persuade you with cash, you're my bodyguard, all right? It's happening, and you're not going to have any choice. All right,
it's got to be worth the pay.
It's going to be worth the pay because
it was worth more making pizzas at Happy's than it was to be taking beatings for the psych ward. So it's got to be worth the pay.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
And who the fuck are you beefing with that you need to have a security guard?
Look, tell me if I'm wrong.
You're like the nicest guy I know.
I feel like if I had the most money, or if I had like rapper money, and I were to start businesses, the best idea is to pay the people that you know that deserve it.
You know what Norm Macdonald said about the Secret Service? He goes, it's their job to get shot. That's all it is. That's all it is their job. What else are they there for other than being a bodyguard? When a guy pulls a gun and shoots the president, they have to step in and take the bullet. That's their job. That literally is their job to get shot. Once they're shot, I mean...
What's your job title?
You did it. You pretty much did it. Your job is just to stand there. And if someone wants to pull a gun and shoot you, that's it. Like, no. However, let's say back to the story. Even though even if we have no viewers, fuck it.
Fuck them. Oh no, we got one back.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You ain't going nowhere. You just had to take a bathroom break, didn't you?
Mm-hmm.
That's all right. We forgive you. Anyway, so going back to the story. Sorry, I keep leaning back in the chair. I'm just trying to adjust my back.
Oh, you're all good.
So going back to that, I quit that job. I went back, and this is April 7th. I had told them that, I'm gonna get a new whip tomorrow. I can't wait. I'm excited. I'm happy. And I told my family when I gave them that money that I didn't have to give, but I gave it. I said, stay out of the fucking casinos for a goddamn month, and you'll have money, and you won't have to borrow it from me. My dad didn't last 2 days. He laughed about it on the way out. My mom went 2 weeks later, justifying that she needed a break from something and she needed something to do. Motherfucker, I'm working double shifts, walking around Fairlane Mall. I need a fucking break. Bullshit. And then I got my niece, so I'm trying to get like her birth certificate and everything, and trying to get everything for that. She just had a seizure. I need a motherfucking break, but I didn't get one. So, like I said, I had 0 sleep, maybe 2-3 hours of sleep, and I go to lay down, and I joked because my mom said, the salesman has a crush on Andrea, my sister, the one who was gonna get help with, and I cracked this as a joke. I have a dirty sense of humor. I said, I heard that he has a crush on you. I said, wear something a little revealing. Maybe he'll throw in some free insurance. And she goes, haha, that was funny. That was my last text to her. Now, I thought she was going to call because that night there was a 6'6", really tall ginger dude. Like, he looked like a hard, like the hardcore scene.
Yeah.
Where they have like the fucking slip-on slippers and the fucking the fucking shorts and shit, like the fucking MMA shorts.
Yeah.
This dude looked like he was like a fucking like deathcore singer. Like, he wasn't taking no shit. He was a big fucking dude. I walked in. that morning, and they're like, "Heads up, you got one right now. He's crazy. He had a B-52.
What's that?
A medical term? The B-52 is the heaviest. That's like an elephant tranquilizer. That's gonna not only knock you out, it's gonna knock you out for 12 hours.
So it's basically an indication of what you need to bring with you to the party.
You know what? You're not even gonna party. You're gonna just sleep the whole time. So you're gonna take that. You better have nothing on that fucking schedule for the day, and then the next day just chill on the couch and watch TV.
Man,
because you're gonna be so doped up and shit. Now this guy was so amped up. He had like the mind of a he had like a hair trigger temper. He would flip out. He was like walking back and forth in circles. They gave him a pill. He was gonna go lay down. He would just punch shit. I mean, he was like, this dude was actually like kind of fucking scary. Big guy, Hulk. So yeah, he had a hair trigger temper, and he was screaming at me to give him back his phone. He wants his phone back. He went up to an older patient who was just there because...
Now, with that, I know there's a difference between if you've been, like, assigned to this place by somebody else and if you came on your own.
His mom dropped him off, and you know what she said? Oh, he's not that violent. And then she left him, and he just started getting violent. He beat the fuck... I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of, like, low-key, like, thanking this dude. Because he beat the fuck out of the doctor that was a dick to me the week before.
Sleepy doctor?
Yeah, and he got a big welt in the side of his face. I'm like, oh, good. You gave him what I wanted to give him.
That's what he gets for sleeping on the job.
He had to go lay down after.
Yeah, I bet.
They gave him a B-52, and he took a nap, but... he was asleep most of the day, and then there was this one lady that was so batshit crazy. She said that the Canton police took her son. They're holding her in the jail hostage, and that she works for Joe Biden, and Joe Biden can get her son out of jail. But she's got to get out of here, so she needs to get her phone to call Joe Biden.
That's right.
So it's just Joe Biden, Joe Biden, Joe Biden.
And he's going to forget to answer the call, so you have to call a couple extra.
I don't know what the fuck. Like, this lady was on another plane.
Yeah.
But she was just going, like, Joe Biden did this, and Joe Biden that, and... You know, blah, blah, blah.
The same thing as a Trumper.
So they're going up to me, and they just repeat, like, we want our phone back. Give me our fucking phone. I need to call Joe Biden. Like, one right there. I call Joe Biden. Give me back my fucking phone. Punching the walls and shit. And I'm just like, no. No.
That's
like,
nice.
You can't give me my phone. And there was Joe Sean, my coworker, literally told him no multiple times, and he was scared of Joe Sean. He wasn't scared of me. He was scared of Joe Sean because Joe Sean was his size. And he was saying shit, and I'm not, like I said, don't cancel me. I'm just repeating what he said. He said, you
better cancel us.
You guys are all fucking faggots. Yeah, this place is nothing but run by faggots and shit. And then he looked at Joe Sean, he goes, go fuck a pig. And I think Joe Sean was like, your mom left earlier, so I can't. Or some shit. Like to get Joe Sean to say something back, like, you're not supposed to. It's not professional to say that shit. Don't encourage him. Don't fucking amp him up. But to get Joe Sean to say that, there's only one time Joe Sean stepped out of line, but he got bit by Poop Guy.
Oh,
when we were trying to get the cock ring off him, when he had the cock ring off him, the guy bragged about he had AIDS and shit, and we were trying to get the We were trying to get the cock ring off him. We were trying to put a diaper on him because he pissed all over the floor. Because he managed to somehow get his dick out.
I need a diaper, like, right now. I'm about to pee myself.
Then go pee.
No.
I'll tell these guys what happened.
No. All right. You know what? All
right, fine. I won't look. Go in that fucking car.
No. I'm going to give you guys the full view. Give him the stare down. Oh, yeah, baby. You know how it is, Daddy. Stop it.
I'm just going to start stripping down and be like, subscribe to my OnlyFans. All right. That was on camera. You just walked past and just took the mic and just whacked me in the face with it.
Fuck that mic.
All right. So Joe Sean would get super fucking like he was mostly chill, you know, but there was one time where he did step out of line, and honestly, it was justified. And I know that's something that people that do unjustifiable things don't, but we played that shit by the book. We, did everything to a T. If you attacked us, we were not to hit back. We could only tackle you and take you to the ground and hold you down. That was it. We could not do anything. If it was a client that was... You didn't wash your hands.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. I didn't hear the water running. I didn't hear the toilet flush. Nasty ass motherfucker.
Not this time, baby.
So, while we held down poop guy to get the cock ring off him, put a diaper on him, and clean up the fucking pee, and get the pill out of his mouth that he had. He bit Joe Sean, and the only way he didn't take a chunk out of Joe Sean was because he hit him in the face. He flipped out that night, and he basically got on the phone and told his dad that me and Joe Sean drugged him and took turns shoving our dicks down his throat because he woke up with a sore throat.
You should have.
You can't just like you can't say anything like smart ass. I know, but I'm just saying like you can't. You had to keep it professional. But what made me laugh was he got on the phone and told his dad, he's like, "Yo, there was this motherfucking 300-pound big ass Italian looking motherfucker." He's talking about me. He's like, "Yo, they shoved their dicks down my throat. Dad, why don't you believe me? Dad, Dad didn't believe me. Hung up, and then we did not do that shit. Shove our dicks down his throat. We got the fucking
not down his throat.
we got the fucking pill out of his mouth. That like he said he was like hissing, and we're holding him down, like holding his head back.
Christ.
And he bit Joe Sean, and he held on.
Oh.
And then he took a chunk out of Joe Sean's arm, and he tried to go for it again, and we held him down, and Joe Sean just went, like not twice, but I'm just saying, like, he just went once, and, like, knock it off. And then the guy just, like, kind of stood like that, like, that was the first time he's probably ever been hit in his life.
Yeah, I think a lot of people need that first punch in the face.
But it wasn't like we were going around beating the patients or doing that shit. Like, that's not our thing. Our thing was if a patient act up, we had to get them in restraints. We got him in restraints. He had stuff on him. We had to get it off. So he bit Joe Sean. And the only reason why he didn't take a chunk out of Joe Sean's arm, and he's not missing a piece, Joe Sean hit him just to get him off him. That was it. He didn't get in trouble. No issues.
I hope not.
No, but then he got given a drug and went to sleep. And then the next morning he woke up, and he was like, hey. He tried making a deal with me on the side. He's like, hey, listen, I'll make a deal with you. I'll behave if you don't come near me. I'm like, I have to be near you. I'm sorry. I'm told by my boss. I said, I can't make a deal with you. He goes, let's shake on that side. I'm not shaking on it. I said, you literally stuck your finger in your ass and it's going poop. I said, I'm not touching that hand. I'm sorry, but I'm not. I said, look, if you're good, we're not going to have an instance like yesterday, right? He's like, all right. And literally we threw a ball back and forth and shit, and then all of a sudden, like, flip the switch, looks at Jessica.
Why do you look like Jack Black right now?
What?
Stop looking. Hold on. Do that again. Hold on.
I'm not singing the Peaches song.
I'll do it. No, don't do that. But do that what you just did just now. Jack Black, bro. Imagine Jack Black doing that to your mama.
I'll take
right
that
now.
as a compliment. Yeah.
Honestly, dude, fully a compliment.
Shit, I wish Jack Black was my fucking dad.
Dude, be honest with you, if you had like 4 gray hairs, you could pull it off.
I did. I plucked them.
It's crazy. I'm not seeing it till now, but I almost feel
I miss shaved beard. Shaved beard Jack Black when you had that baby face.
Nope.
I do.
Not me.
School of the Rock, Tenacious D.
And it's not just because I'm a bearded weirdo.
I did not know Kyle Gass was old.
Listen, I saw a meme one time, and I was like, "Fuck, I want to be biased, but it's true." Every person they showed, the meme was every shitty actor that has a shitty looking face. They look doper with a beard.
No, they don't.
Oh, I don't know, man.
David Letterman,
everybody besides
Conan
Morgan Freeman. I was
David
like,
Letterman, Conan O'Brien.
Oh, I'm not talking about people that actually grow one. It's those people that usually fuck them up. The people that like Eminem. Why, bro?
Seth Rogen without a beard looks so mean.
He looks stupid. To be honest with you, he looks like he's unintelligent.
His haircut now, like I like the curly hair a little bit when he like grew up.
I don't want to hear anything about my haircut.
But then he didn't have a beard. Like he looked more nicer. But like, and he had a little more weight on him. He looked a little more nicer. But now him skinny without a beard, he looks like the teacher in school that would like be a dick to you. Not for doing anything, just for fun.
The school of hard knocks, not rock.
Yeah.
So let's get to the crescendo.
Okay, so we got the fucking psychotic 6'6" ginger who went in the bathroom and would just go, oh! He did. And we were just like, we did not just hear that come out of him. And he was like as if he was like roided up. He was like punching the walls, punching shit. I'm like, I'm surprised he didn't break his fucking hands. So we waited until the entire night shift came. We stayed till 2. I got home. Okay, this is April 7th, technically April 8th. My last drink was St. Patrick's Day. I have not had a drink since. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe not a month, but a good 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, pretty much a month.
Whatever. You know what I mean? And people are going to get technicality.
Fuck them.
Actually, the title... No, fuck that. Fuck you.
Where we talk about whatever month we please.
How many views we got now?
It keeps jumping between 3 and 1.
Well, bring the 3 back.
I know that we've been averaging at 37. So
that's fine. 37.
So far, so good.
You never watched Clerks? 37. My girlfriend sucked 37 dicks in a row.
To be honest with you, I've seen the second one more than I've seen Clerks.
Dude, the first one's a fucking treasure. The third one's amazing, by the way. But
that one didn't have Clerks. It wasn't called Clerks 3, was it?
It is. It was out on. It's out on DVD now. I saw it in theaters.
It's recent.
No, you're getting that confused with Jay and Silent Bob reboot.
Okay, it's on.
Clerks 3 came out. It happened, and it's treasure.
Is it?
No complaints.
Okay. All right, I'll give it to you.
It's emotional.
No, by the way, you know, your man right here, if I was gay, he saw the opening today. Unfortunately, I'm not. But he did offer me to take me to a fucking movie I'm waiting to see. I can't wait to see it. And if y'all are not waiting to see it, then you're at the wrong podcast.
What the hell does that have to do with being gay? I was just seeing if I thought.
Oh no! Listen,
I thought
bro,
Evil Dead. I thought Evil Dead was out today.
What I was saying is, listen, bro. If I was swung that way, that's how you get to my heart. You see that movie right there?
All right, I thought it was like I've gone to movies with bros and shit. I just didn't know it was a gay thing.
So have I. But listen, bro, Evil Dead, that's a date. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
like
shit. All right.
Hey, look, you welcome to come with me and my wife, but oh yeah, that's a date. That's a date. Like I didn't know that Deadpool was.
Well, in that case, I'll poke some holes in the popcorn.
Well, look, Deadpool was a homie thing.
You're gonna earn that ticket.
we went as homies, but it was one of those ones like, this is the one you should have brought your goddamn girlfriend to, because you would have been fucked. Oh, dude, the first first Deadpool in theaters was so stupid funny. Everybody in the theaters was fucking breaking their guts laughing. Especially the scene when he came back with his fucked up hands to the old lady. Dude, everything he said, everybody in the crowd is just igniting in laughter.
My God. I love the Heaven's Gate motherfucker line about Charles Xavier. I know what that meant, and I loved it. But I'm losing my voice, so I'm trying to just get to the,
Let's go.
Trust me, tomorrow I'm going to sound way different.
We might have broken one of my records.
That's fine. So I get home at 2. I go to bed. My dad wakes me up. What does he say? Hey, you want to go to the casino with me? I said, fuck no, I'm getting a car. No, fuck no. Okay? So I'm awake now. Cool. Got 1 hour of sleep. And I can't go back to sleep. That's nice. So I go to bed at around 8 o'clock. I'd say 8 o'clock, 7 o'clock. I was up at 6. I was listening to Slipknot, and then I was like, all right, fine, I can go to bed. I'm just tired. So I'll get a couple hours of sleep. My sister will call me. I'll get up. I'll get dressed. I'll be ready. I'll be out the door. I'll be tired. But I can come home a little bit, sleep a little bit, get a little bit, and then go to work, go home, actually get some sleep, drive in my own car, and I'll be all right. I'll go plan out seeing my buddy Paul. I'll go out, get a nicer job. I'll have actually shit to do. I'm going to get my taxes done soon. Everything's going to work out. No, it's fine. So, here we go.
The moment y'all been waiting for. You've been here from the beginning.
I just hear, get up. Like, just pounding and shit. Just constant fucking pounding. And it's my sister, and she's screaming non-fucking stop. So I'm like, oh shit. She's like, I thought you'd be up today. I mean, she was just being a total bitch, just constantly screaming. And I was explaining the situation. Like, look, I'm really tired. I'm not saying I'm not gonna go. I'm just really tired. So just give me a minute to get ready. I'm hurrying. I almost tripped, putting on my pants. I'm dizzy. I'm out of it. You know what I mean? I'm almost like drunk. I'm almost high. My eyes are bloodshot red. I'm fucked up. You know what I mean? I'm just tired. You know what I mean? It's that tired. Everybody has felt that. To where they almost feel like drunk and their eyes burn. You know what I mean? So she's screaming at me, and it's just, you know, kind of going in one ear out the other. I'm getting dressed. I'm trying to get out the door. We pull out, and we go straight to the fucking, we go straight down the street. And she goes, "Did you brush your teeth?" I said, "Obviously not." You know, I'm just like hurrying to get ready. She turns around, she goes, "Oh my God, why can't you just brush your teeth?" I said, "Jesus Christ, why are you so fucking..." He's here to sell a car. I'm like, "What are you, fucking the guy?" She did the turn in a fucking, like, 180. Zoom back to the house. We're arguing and just screaming. And my mom's joining in because my mom, I'm not, you know, like I said, I don't care if she knows this. I've said it to her face. I've said it to her yesterday. She is my sister's dog. My sister is her favorite. She puts on a pillar. You know, I know it's like, oh, come on, you fucking drama queen. No, but like literally, she puts on a pillar.
I get you.
There's so many fucking things I could tell you that, like, stories and shit that I'm not going to get into, but I'm just saying, like, favoritism. The minute she comes over, kisses her ass. Tears me down. The minute she leaves, she tears my sister down, but she's afraid to say it to her face. So I fucking quickly, I didn't even bother looking for a toothbrush. I just put toothpaste on my finger. I just rubbed it in. I'm like, and then I just went up to my sister and go, "Here, happy, let's go." So I just went, I was so fucking annoyed. And I told her on the way there, I was like, "Look, I fucking blocked you on Facebook and unfriended you. I don't even want to fucking, like, have you on my Facebook. I'm so annoyed with your shit lately. You've been irritating the hell out of me. You've been getting on my fucking nerves." And I know it's like, well, you should be more nice to your sister. She helped me out. Yeah, that'd be great if she didn't also ride me. Without sounding weird, but I'm just saying, like, just beat down worse than you are.
You're heart attacking that waiting to happen.
My dad joined in. My mom joined in. My sister joined in. My niece is in the basement sleeping and eating. I just got paid today, but I guarantee you if it's not going towards that car, which it is now, it would have been going to my mom and dad. And then they'd be going to the casino. And I told them, I said, I tried to go to sleep, but you fucking went to the goddamn casino last night, woke me up, and I keep giving you assholes money, and they denied it. Oh, did I blew the fuck up. I said, you guys have never paid back what you owed. You always said you would promise you'd get me back, and you never do. And I told them, I said, I gave you $900 on the fucking promise that you wouldn't go to the casino. And I said, and I was talking to my mouth, I was spitting, I was like, and you said you wouldn't go, and you went 2 days later, and you said you weren't gonna go, and you went 2 weeks later. You fuckers can't even spend a goddamn month without fucking gambling. I work day and night. I had a 6-foot fucked up ginger screaming in my fucking face, ready to beat the shit out of me. And it was just like, what's up? I was just...
Dude, I was about to break into dramatic effect because I felt like we were going there, bro.
No, I'm just saying, like, I blew up. I go, and you're such a goddamn money-hungry cunt. You're like the fucking tax collector. You only come around here when you need money from shit. And just, like, I blew up.
Yeah, no, I get you.
And then finally, I almost said, I don't even want to go. I wish I would have just said, fuck you, cunt, walked out of the house. I said, I have a shit ton of more problems. I had to pull my goddamn niece out of a... Go ahead, turn on. You want me to just go off and do it? Because I know this is what I was like, I had to pull my goddamn niece out of a motherfucking drug house while all you motherfuckers stayed in bed sleeping. I was fucking driving at 3 in the goddamn morning while you fucking cocksuckers were fucking sleeping in your goddamn bed. Do you have a good night's sleep? I don't know what the fuck that is. I can't fucking sleep. I can't fucking, handle this shit anymore.
We gotta stop a diet, bro.
I know.
Oh my god, bro.
Dude,
hey,
I was cutting a wrestling promo right there in my living room, and then finally I calmed down enough to where we went to the fucking me and my sister went to this thing, and I just stayed super quiet, and I was just like ready to I know I was gonna that was just honestly, when you have like a little, like you're about to have diarrhea but you have that little
you're all
that was a fucking that was not I was just like
I
had my legs crossed. I was just like, don't talk.
Oh dude, we have all been
there. I put my earbuds in. I went to the fucking place. We were looking at cars, and honestly, I didn't even bother looking at it. I was like, I'll take that one. I don't care. I don't even want that one. I literally just test drove a car. I was like, listen, that day when I was supposed to get a car, that was a fucking joke. That was not help. That was my sister came over, amped me up. She was in a mood. She was having her fucking period. I even said, "Are you fucking bleeding?" Because I'm not dealing with your shit. You've been acting like a total cunt the past few days. She looked at me, and that was the only time that she wasn't yelling at me was at the Ford dealership. It was at Bill Brown Ford's at Plymouth. When there, the dealership guy was nice, and honestly, I don't remember what he looked like.
You looked like
I was just like, the fuse was lit. It's just that. I'm like, if I could just get out of the house and go to work. I know it's going to be stressful at work, but I'm not going to blow up at work. I'm going to get away from my family. I can calm down. I can talk to my coworkers. I can joke with Joe Sean. I can fuck around with Jackson. I can talk to, Jessica and Tyann. I can fuck around with Keith. I can fuck around with, all these other guys. Fuck around with the night shift crew. I'll even take a goddamn double just to get the fuck away from these assholes. I was so fucking done. I come home. My dad is screaming at me about bullshit, about dishes in the sink or something. And it's like there was no break. There was no sleep. There was nothing. If I go to bed, he wakes up in the morning screaming. He still does to this day. So she looked at me, and while we were getting the paperwork ready, she goes, and I was supposed to get the car on Monday. It's got to be detailed. She goes, so did you really block me on Facebook and Instagram? I said, yeah, I did. She goes, why? I go, because I don't even want to deal with you right now. Don't even fucking talk to me. Don't even talk to me.
You're already starting on the path.
And I'm not even like ungrateful for the help, but it's like I can do this without the extra bullshit.
That right.
I could do this without getting screamed at and being called names and getting jumped
I'd
on.
much rather pay an extra $1 and then to hear somebody over my shoulder making my life a living hell.
So she drove 40 minutes away. She told me on the way out, she goes, if I leave, I'm not doing this again. Honestly, I wish I would have just said, fuck it. My mom goes, I want my goddamn car back. Like, because apparently I was driving it to work and shit. She told me to take the car to work. So I don't get this shit, man.
But been there doing that shit recently.
You're up at night gambling and then you sleep during the day. Once you get the kids on the bus, then you can just take a nap all day while I'm at work. Because Chris will take care of everything. So I get on the way back. Okay, my sister was supposed to put down $1,000. I put down like another amount or something. It was supposed to be a down payment plus the payment up front. Then it was supposed to be a $12,000. 15. It was like a 2013. It was a something fucking EcoSport. I didn't care. I just wanted wheels. I didn't care how it looked, and at that point, I just didn't give a shit in general. All right, you ready for this?
Okay. Are you ready?
My sister is dreading. Like, my sister is dreadful to be around. She makes you feel like you're worthless.
I can imagine her anxiety's been building if she's been watching this.
No, she's not anxiety for her.
Well, watching.
She thought this was funny.
The truth being revealed.
So, all right. So, you want to put your wizard robe on?
Ooh, do I get to? Well, I got to distract them for a moment. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'll
Go ahead.
You don't want to play a new song?
Oh.
Get your wizard robe on. Get your little ponder to your orb.
Are you guys ready for an intermission?
Pet your T-Rex.
You guys don't want my T-Rex in this.
You like Marlon Brando and pick up one of your dogs and start petting him.
I'm gonna pet him on a
look
butthole.
At that baby look at the baby in the background sleeping. Oh, did I wake you up? Oh, the baby. You know you're gonna get snuggled after this.
Oh, look, they're just love weasels.
I know. Oh, look, give him attention. Oh, time to get up.
Ooh, I know what this one
want
is.
Lovins?
By the BPM, I know what this one is. You guys ready? Here we go.
We'll leave him on a little cliffhanger.
Hey, so y'all that thought you was about to see or hear a third verse, you're sadly mistaken. Oh, you almost caught a second one. Yeah, but no. To no avail. I am in full drobe now.
Stand up.
Oh, no.
Stand up.
Okay.
This is imagine walking down the street and you see this guy walking in this. No, do not cover up. You leave that shit hanging out. You should walk backwards a little bit. You just see this motherfucker walking down the street, and he's just dancing.
Thou shall not pass.
He says that to the people trying to get on the subway.
Yes. No. The best meme ever. I saw a person in a full jiu-jitsu stance, and a person underneath him dressed up like it was Dumbledore in some like weird way, and the meme was "Thou shall not pass," and I was just like, you're done. You're done. You're not allowed to make memes no more. That was too perfect. Oh, that was good. All right.
So on the way back, Andrea goes, "What's your problem?" I said, "Just leave me alone right now. Don't poke the bear." And I kept saying that,
do not poke the cocaine bear.
Yeah. Shit.
He's never done cocaine before.
Never done a drug.
But I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you right now. I was sober, not one drink in my body, not an ounce of alcohol.
But the cocaine bear was his spirit animal.
That day, yes. Oh my god. So you're like I said, that little fucking promo I cut for you guys, that ain't nothing. What I got fucking. I'm ready. You ready for that fucking sound effects again, or are you just...
Which ones?
The ones that you had when I was cutting the promo. The sleeping promo. The button. Whatever you had up on here on the button that you switched.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh. Alright. Hold on, before you cut that, I'll tell you when to cut it. I like how you make it sound like I'm a god.
Yeah, no, this...
Alright, so...
Boy.
So...
Because you are. Yeah. Fuck a king. Around here, we refer to our men subjects as gods and demigods. So,
my sister starts asking me, "What's your problem?" and shit, and just like instantly going off. And I just said, "You know what? Just shut up and leave me alone." She goes, "No, I don't have to. I can do whatever the fuck I want." So finally, I just like right down the road from my house. I said, "You're right." And we had a red light. I said, "You can say whatever the fuck you want. I can't make you not say anything. I have the right to be in this car, and I'm not. I'm walking home. I don't give a fuck if I'm late for work." The minute I opened the door, before I could step out, she fucking floored it. About 60, 70 miles an hour in a fucking 40 zone. And I couldn't get out. I'm like, "You're a crazy fucking psychotic bitch." And she's just zooming past and, you know what I mean? Just like, literally, like not even stopping at stop signs or anything. And she gets in the fucking, she gets in the driveway, gets out, runs in the house, goes to my mom for some reason, so they start shitting on me and stuff, and so I'm calling them names, and, woo. So finally, I erupt. So then finally, yeah, here comes the, kaboom. I fucking went off, and I said, "You people are nothing but a bunch of motherfucking apes. You're goddamn apes." And just going off, I'm saying, "You guys are the fucking worst. I fucking hate you all. I think you're the most selfish pieces of shit I ever met in my life." I mean, you know, there's so much fucking venom in this.
My bad. I was doing my best to
ward off the fucking hatred.
No, I was doing my best to tell them in sign language what you're saying, but I don't know sign language, so.
All right. So I was just basically saying this shit. I swear to God, I want to fucking pour gasoline on myself and just light myself on fire, then be in another fucking minute with you assholes. And I put in myself, I go, "Especially you piece of shit, fucking cunt."
Hey, repeat that last part.
I would rather light myself on fire than be in a room with you piece of shit, bipolar fucking cunt.
All right. Just so it's known.
So
that is what it is.
So my mom interpreted, and I stepped out for a minute. I stepped out and I went in the backyard and I just took a minute and I sat down and I said, I have to get ready for work. So I'm getting ready for work, and they're tearing me down, and I got so fucking irritated. I said, just don't fucking talk to me. And they just kept going and going and going, and I said I have zero sleep, and of course kept going and going and going. So finally, I just got so pissed off, I just took my fucking head, and I went like this twice against the door frame, and I'm shaking. I'm fucking, like, just amped up. And like I said, my mom ran off, phone in my pocket, I have everything ready, and I hear my mom on the phone with the cops. And my mom called because she thought I was so angry that she just wanted to have somebody come over and talk to me. Yeah. I already knew that was bullshit. So I knew the cops were coming. I didn't do anything illegal, so I don't know why the fuck she was calling, but she threatened me before to call the cops when I yelled, and the only thing I've ever done is yell. I've never swung at them, never did anything violent, never threatened violence. I've called them names. I've told them I hated them. I couldn't, stand that shit. But today I fucking blew up, and I hit my head twice, and I mentioned death by fire. So she calls 911 and says, my son's going to kill himself by lighting himself on fire. He's already hit his head twice. The cops showed up, but before they did, here's why I've never spoke to my sister since that day. I'm serious, since that day, since April 8th, that morning, I have never spoke to my sister. And within a span of 30 minutes, from when we got back to when I had to be at work, I had to be at work in an hour, that I was sitting on the recliner. I heard my mom in the room, and my sister goes, I heard the dispatch go, is there any weapons in the house? And my mom said no. And my sister screamed, steak knives, there's steak knives in the house, he has a steak knife in his hand right now. And I had nothing in my hand. I was sitting in the recliner. I go, this bitch is actually trying to get me fucking shot now. And I said, I already know how this is going to work. My mom's in there saying that she's an old woman. My dad, is an old man. My sister's a woman. She's saying all this shit. And I'm, okay, let me point this out to you. Okay, his first impression of me was that I looked like Kane. I've had that sort of thing where people think I'm intimidating, and I'm, just this, and then, like I said, I don't try to be a badass. I don't try to be hardcore. I don't try to be tough or manly.
I do get the
I don't do that shit. I'm a fucking, like I said, I love Pokemon. I love, cartoons and shit. I try to be as calm as possible. It takes a lot to piss me off. You know what I mean? It takes a lot to get me angry. It takes a lot to piss me off. It takes a lot to fucking do that. This was abuse at my house. Fucking mental, emotional, whatever the fuck you want to call it. This was fucking abuse, and I was being taken advantage of, and I couldn't get a fucking minute of sleep. And I imagine I got sleep, but keep in mind, out of that whole fucking 2 weeks or whatever, I only got 2 days of sleep. The rest was all like an hour or two. So I'm just adjusting because I'm not gonna lie, this chair hurts my ass.
That was my
you got the comfy chair.
Yeah, no, this was a gift.
Switch with me, wizard.
Actually, I will. You want to?
For real?
We've been in here for a while.
Good, all right.
Shit, this is for sure my longest podcast.
Oh, sorry.
Here, while we do so, hold on. Just picture that guy right there.
No, like I said, that was before all the bullshit with my niece. All right.
Let me see that boy.
What?
Let me see that boy.
That's right, you take that shit over there. Oh.
Yeah, I gotta be able to.
All right, I'm moving the shit over. My bad. Fluffers, scoots. I'll take this off. I wish I had more photos to include. Oh, sorry.
And we back. And look, maybe in the history of the Cthulhu Caverns, but also maybe because nobody's ever asked before, I switched comfortable chairs. And by the way, shout out to your homie Jay for actually buying both of these chairs. The first one was a birthday present, and the second one was a overly spent, but very much appreciated.
I think you're gripping them bad boys.
Yeah, no.
They hurt.
No.
Dig it into your sides. Give it a minute.
Okay, no. Yeah, no, that is the reason that this one got passed up, was because of the digging in my sides. The main problem with this one is if you can get over that, after many, many hours, the center of it bows. You can't even notice it at first, but after many, many hours, you feel like you've been sitting on a horse all day.
Many hours. I don't feel anything.
I don't know if you mean many, many hours in my terms. Because, like, you look, hey, think about this. Sometimes you guys out there that are listening to this may spend 8 hours at a shift, right? Now, by the time you even made it to that shift, I already spent 6 hours of those before the sun even came up, freezing in the fucking winter and suffering in the summer. And when I get home, I still spend 8 to 10 hours in the studio. And some of you may think that that's like, oh, dude, that sounds fun. Oh, yeah? Spending 6 of those 8 hours on YouTube watching a bunch of people do a bunch of things that you already know how to do, but from different aspects, DAWs.
Just so we can lighten the mood, though, a little bit, you mind switching the camera on just a little fluffer for me?
Oh, dude, the little love weasels? Of course.
Babies.
Look at the puff.
Face.
And that be right there, that is the newest love weasel, which you guys should know by now. That's Jazzy. Jasmine.
Just sleeping on my gut like it's sleeping on my stomach like it's a mattress.
Oh, dude, that's the love weasel.
I know.
Look, she knows her name. Come on, Pepper. This be the love weasel. Y'all know the love weasel. And she's given to me by none other than Devo himself. Oh, the Pepper dog. But I can say that I've been going through some mental shit. And some of you may know this if you've been peeping into this. I don't know. I have these every now and then the spurts of like feeling absolute destitute. And every now and then having a person show up to either the podcast or whether there's cameras on us or not, just having a good old conversation usually pulls me from the brink. So I'd like to think that tonight, all of you guys, almost 40 of y'all that have tuned in and tuned out and tuned back in have at least gave us enough time to change your perspective in the slightest bit. Now, before we close this out, I do want to get the very end of this story, which I feel like you guys just deserve. Because there's for sure been one person in here the entire fucking night waiting for this moment to happen. And a second person dwindling in and out. And for that person, I hope they get their dick sucked by motherfucking Marilyn Monroe tonight. I know that's an impossibility, but I hope it happens, nonetheless. Now, this man, Chris Morbid, next to me, is about to complete our beautiful tale in Cthulhu Caverns, which is for sure surpassed.
Beautiful.
By the way, you should definitely take this as a triumphant moment. You and me have broken our record now, because we hold it together, of the longest Cthulhu Caverns ever to take place. And I think that happened like an hour ago. No. A little over 29 minutes ago.
Well, you still got the hospital stay.
Look.
Don't worry, the hospital stay is going.
There's no limit to this. If y'all don't want to hear the end of the story, go ahead and fuck off. But here we go.
All right. So, I work at Cope. I was supposed to work there 30 minutes before this shit. And since the cops are now coming in, and I'm picturing them all coming in fucking in just, squad gear and shit and with their guns drawn. This bitch is trying to get me killed. I thought, fuck these assholes. I take everything out of my pocket. I'm a big man. I don't want to scare anybody. I don't want to be posed as a threat. I work at a psych ward. You know what I mean? I took everything out of my pockets my phone, my charger, my earbuds, and my wallet. Placed it on the table. And then I laid on the ground and I put my hands behind my back, because if the cops come in with their guns drawn, they're not going to see a guy standing there. They're going to see a guy on the floor with his hands behind his back, not showing that I'm a threat. So I wait for the cops to show up. I lay there, and I will say this. The only light thing about this that is funny is my dog, Buddy, came over and started licking my face. And I didn't move my hands. I was like, Buddy, stop it. I just moved my head the other way. And I'm just like, they all come out. My mom puts her shoes on, and she goes outside. And then all of a sudden, I don't know what the fuck she told the cops. The cops came in and said all this shit. They're like, oh, so we hear you're going to kill yourself. I'm like, I'm irritated. These assholes. I looked at them, and like I said, I had no voice. I was just like, I'm not a fucking animal. These assholes need to realize that. They said, oh, calm down. I'm like, look, I am calm. I'm supposed to be at work. I have to go to work. They said, no, you're not going to work. And they said, did you hurt yourself? Did you do something? I go, I got mad. I banged my head 2 times.
Now, I do have to say, I'd not stop you, but just a brief intermission. You guys do realize that this story has taken such a turn for the worse that you may or may not have realized that at the beginning of the story, the man that you're hearing speak his story was on the opposite end of the spectrum.
I was an orderly.
He was an orderly. He was the person. He was the person helping mentally ill patients calm themselves. And once again, we will show the evidence, not only this picture with him wearing the badge, but the badge itself.
And the reason why I brought it tonight is because when I told the hospitals about it, they didn't believe me. When I literally fucking told everybody, they didn't believe me. And trust me, the hospital stay, it gets much worse.
And look, remember, I know he's handsomer now, but look, what a sexy dude, right? Wait till you see this ID picture.
I will print out a picture and you can nut to it later.
Bro, it better be private email.
That's fine. Subscribe to my OnlyFans.
We need a hashtag up in here for his OnlyFans. Woo! Boy! Look at that, like a young hustler. He looks like you might want to give your mom up to consignment. I'm just kidding. No, for real though. He is a very loving.
Mamas?
He will take your mom.
Jessica's probably watching this like, what the fuck? Love you.
So, carry us to the crescendo. That's been my favorite word lately, by the way.
So, they are, like, afraid of me. Their cops are fucking afraid. I don't know what my mom said, but they are afraid of me, and they're scared. And I said, I have to go to work. I work in a psych ward. They go, well, you're going to go with us. And I said, I have to grab my shit. I mean, all I said was just get me the fuck away from these 2 bitches. I thought they were going to take me to jail. They were like, did you say you're going to kill yourself? And like I said, I'm not going to be a liar. I know it's like a lot of these people, they don't like cops and shit. I'm not a bootlicker. I'm not a Blue Lives Matter guy. I don't like cops. I didn't expect this shit to happen. I woke up an hour and a half before, or 2 hours before, and now I'm here. You know what I mean? I have cops in the fucking living room. All because of my bitch sister. So
shout out to your sister.
Fuck, no shout out. No fucking shout out.
You don't kind of shout out a meme.
Shout out to the fucking devil to take her ass. I don't give a fuck.
My fans are pretty wise. They shall find her out eventually.
Do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck.
That's my summoning to do whatever the fuck you please.
Yeah, my permission. Go nuts. Notice how the tone of my voice changes when I bring up my sister. That's how I fucking hate her. I hate that bitch so much.
My stepsister tried to kill my mom, and I'm not all the way argumental with her outcome of mentality, but yeah, no, it's a strange feeling watching somebody you watch be innocent be non-innocent anymore.
So. And I'm gonna and like I said, I'm gonna repeat this. I'm pretty sure I might have said this. It's your choice to believe me or not. You can think I'm lying. You can think I'm exaggerating. You can think of whatever. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not going to lie because I'm not a fucking liar. Straight shooter. I'm honest. You know, like I said, I wanted to go to work. I didn't want this shit. I thought I was getting a car. Now I'm getting the cops called. You know, it got ridiculous. So I tried to just put the shit back in my room, and they wouldn't let me back in my room. Okay, hindsight. Usually when you're dealing with that, they're going to think I'm going to pull out a gun or something. I don't own a gun. I respected my mother's wishes to not own a gun until I got my own place. You know, I was not a fan.
Yeah, no, I did not do that. I bought a gun as soon as somebody offered me one.
Also, keep this in mind. I had no prior anything, never been arrested, never had shit, stayed in school, stayed up late doing my homework instead of goofing
smart
with my friend.
American.
No, I mean, I literally did what I was fucking told to do. Not a goody-goody two-shoes, but I'm just saying I try to...
A good American.
Just do my shit, you know. And
try your best to stay below the radar and try your best to make it above the peaks.
You know what? Like I said, my family that day, they wanted drama. They wanted something. My sister came over with an agenda. Her agenda was to get me riled up. And she laughed at one point. She thought this was funny. And she has made comments in the past about this is funny. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
You're good. She's made comments in the past stating that whenever I get upset like this, it's funny. And she's done shit in the past. You know, and it's like, well, why did you just move out? Because I had friends at that time, but I didn't have friends that would let me crash on their couch. And it's like, well, maybe they're not your friends. No, it's the fact that my friends were kind of the same. They lived with their parents. They weren't going to just let me crash their house and be okay with that shit. And, you know, like I said, now I have people that, hey, do you need help? Do you need help? Yeah, but I also have, like, a sense of pride where I don't want to, like, burden my shit onto people. The only reason why I'm talking about this tonight, and I will get to the end of that.
You got an open invitation. You can talk about whatever the fuck you want, whenever you want.
Because, like I said, we're going to hit treading waters, and if the cops show up in my house, I will fight the cops.
Well, if they show up here, I guess there's going to be two people fighting the cops, because I'm not a big fan myself.
I am openly public about the cops. I hate them, and I hate Westland cops.
I do have a thing.
So they're going to... Well, I'll hear it in a sec.
Oh, no.
So here's the thing. I looked at the cop, and I said, do you want to put handcuffs on me? Because you seem a little fucking nervous. And he goes, actually, yeah, I'll put the handcuffs on if that's okay. He puts the handcuffs on me. Now, I'm not agitated. I'm not mad. I calm down because it's like, okay, good. Cops are here. They have body cameras. My family tries to pull any shit, you know.
At least it's all recorded.
Yeah. Well, what do the cops do? Start asking me questions. Did you say you're going to kill yourself? I made the comment. How are you going to do it? I guess with pouring gasoline in the backyard. I mean, there's no other way to fucking light yourself on fire. You know? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like the Tibetan monk. Where would you do it at? Well, obviously not in my fucking house with my dogs and, you know, my nephews and, you know...
don't ask me how I'm going out, because people are going to be on the internet tomorrow.
But
making sure I don't do it.
What I'm saying is... I said I'm going to tell everything tonight. So... I told them, you know, realistically, like, how shit would be done. And they go, okay. And they go, follow us. And they took me out to the back of the cop car. They had the fucking cuffs on so tight that they left markings on my wrist. And I said, can you loosen the cuffs a little bit? And they're like, we can't take those off. And he said, get in the back of the cop car. And I thought, okay, I'm going to jail. So I get in the back of the cop car. We're driving. I'm just trying to make a little talk with the cop. I said, look, I had a bad day. I can't stand this shit. This is, you know, I said I was supposed to get a fucking car today. I'm supposed to be at work in 30 minutes. And he's just trying to, like, be fake and, you know, like, oh, yeah. And, we're not going to the Westland police station. We're turning down Farmington. And we're going down, Joy. And it slowly hit me. I go, we're not going to Cope either. We're going to fucking St. Mary's Hospital. Now, you'd think that's where our story would end and, you know, I got better. But it didn't. I didn't get better. I got in there. I was told to take off my clothes. And I took off my clothes because I know that's how it works. And I know that's how... That's what you do when we have patients come in. They take their clothes. And you at least leave them their underwear, their shorts, or their pants. You just take everything out of your pockets. I gave them everything. I sat on that bed. I told them all what happened. They asked me, did you ever have thoughts of killing people? When I was 12, 13, I was in middle school. I was severely bullied, and my nephew, who was born one day above me, I'm December 4th, he's December 5th, he died 3 days after his birthday that we celebrated. We didn't celebrate on the 5th, but we waited till like the 22nd or something till winter break. We went to Chuck E. Cheese, and then he, kind of like Mike Tyson's daughter, he got caught on some string on the bunk bed and he hung himself. He was only 2 years old. And I went to school after that. We had the funeral home at Christmas. We were at the funeral home. He was getting buried. And I went back to school, and really only the teachers knew about it. And it was like, okay, we're back to getting picked on. And like I said, that morning with my nephew passing away, I didn't obviously know it was going to be something big happen. But I was like, oh, it's going to be a shitty day today. Like, the weather was shitty. I was like, but it's winter break. You know, I'm gonna be able to go. I'm gonna get presents. I'm gonna have this and that. And I went, and I went to school, and the teachers were all bitches, and the students were assholes, the usual. And I'm just like, it's not gonna be a good day today. Got out of school, went home, watched some TV, ate spaghetti dinner, went to the mall, and I got my nephews all a bunch of Cars. And there's the movie Cars 2. I'm very, like, that I don't even like that movie. I like Cars 1, I like Cars 3. Cars 2, I'm sorry, but just the plot of Mater being a secret agent, not a fan. If they took that out and just had Lightning McQueen racing around the globe, that would have been good. But I didn't like the Mater becoming a secret agent, blah, blah, blah. However, that movie sticks with me because that's when the movie was coming out. We were all supposed to go see it. I bought the kids each toys from the show, and I was going to wrap it up. And I did. And when I bought the toys, I went to FYE, because at the time at Westland Mall there was FYE there, and I bought Green Day's Dookie. What's up? Yeah.
Yeah, for your entertainment.
Yeah. And I saw they had the Dookie album, and they had the first pressing on it. The only way you can tell the first pressing is if Ernie's in the, like, there's a crowd, and there's a shot of the crowd in the back, and Ernie's got a puppet, and the reissue is there's no Ernie puppet. They took that out. So I got it, I bought it. I went to Sears, and I was just looking at other card toys and see maybe if I can get, one more for each of them and shit, because I was gonna do 2 of each, and I thought about doing 3 of each. And I remember my mom running up and saying, we gotta go, something happened. Fast forward, we're at the hospital, and I lost my nephew, Steven. I'm getting a memorial tat for him done this year, my arm, and...
Can I make a recommendation?
What?
ATM Pulse. You'll make sure that bitch is very well remembered.
What do you mean?
Like, he has a tendency of, like, his specialty...
Oh, I already got a guy. His name's Brandon. I already put the deposit down. I told him what I was going to get. I just got to finalize what I wanted done. I was going to get his last picture I took of him when we played together at Chuck E. Cheese. I took a couple pictures of him, and the only picture I had, I was going to get his portrait done, but he gave me the hard truth, which kind of bummed me out, but I understood. If he darkened it, if I had like a sketch and he darkened it, the way my nephew, he had like very pale skin and blonde hair, and he resembles the kid from, and I hate this because the kid looks dead, and I saw my nephew dead, and I know what he looks like. He resembles the not Follow the Leader, but what was the one with Twisted Transistor by Korn, the album cover? He looks like the little boy on there. So he just had the head shape and the hair and just that, not like the pale skin where he looked like that, but if they would have darkened it, he would have looked like a ghoul with his eyes the way they were, like the shadow around his eyes. But if they lightened it up, he would have looked like Casper. So I couldn't use that photo. So they had his, I was like, I will get his words then tattooed on me, his birthday and his death day and his full name, and I'm gonna get that done. And so when I go back to school, all the kids were assholes. And they kept being assholes. And one of my so-called buddy's friends gave me a letter at lunch to give to his girlfriend who was at the other table, and it was all the girls. And I just remember, like, having to be back and forth because I sat on the end. And they got mad at me because I kept walking over to their table, and I just said, I basically just said, like I look, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just doing a letter. I mean, I ate my lunch, so I was just doing the letter back and forth. And I just remember all the girls screamed at me at the lunch table, and they said, like, go away, just get out of here, nobody likes you, we all hate you. And then they said, kill yourself. And I literally was like, I was getting humiliated, and I was just, it was anger. And you know what I mean, like, I thought in my head, and again, I'm gonna open my heart out, and if anybody wants to call the cops, go ahead. At that time, at that point in my life, at 13 years old, Emerson would have been Columbine if I had a gun. Because I was that fucking angry. I wanted to kill all those students and the teachers. I mellowed out over time. I got into music. This is 2012. You know, it's over 10 years. That anger went away after a year or two. It's just, once I got into high school, I got into Marilyn Manson. I got into other shit. And I know it's like, yeah, because you're talking about Colin, and then you're bringing up Marilyn Manson. I knew you're going to snicker, but I'm just saying, like, I got into music. I picked up a guitar. I mellowed out. I read books. I thought about this shit. And I didn't have to be nice to people in high school, and I wasn't.
Still don't have to be.
I was an asshole. I was an asshole to people. I was an asshole. They fucked with me. I fucked with them back. I'll tell you right, I bought a trench coat just to be an asshole because I knew it was going to fucking scare people. I mean, here's the thing. At that moment, your heroes aren't fucking athletes. Because the athletes at school are being dicks to you. And you know what I mean? Like, they're not like actors and shit or like professors because everybody's obsessed with this movie or that movie. So, at that time, edgy, fucking edgelord, satanic, makeup wearing, trench coat having kid was looking up to not only musicians, but I was also looking up to serial killers. I was looking up to mass shooters. I was looking up to those people. And I just kind of embraced that shit. And, it's not healthy. It wasn't healthy back then. It's not healthy now. But, what are you going to tell a kid who's, angry and says that shit? And I could come up with, like, a list of excuses, but I'm just saying, no, I don't have those thoughts now. No, I don't fucking have those feelings. That was the only time I ever had that. So they asked me that question. Have you ever had thoughts of killing people? Once when I was 13. Okay, check off the list. You had thoughts of killing people. Have you ever... Do you ever smoke? No. I don't smoke. Not my choice. I don't care if people do. Not, I'm not against it. It's just not my thing. Have you ever done this or this or this? No. Have you ever drank? When was the last time you had a drink? Or how often do you drink?
Me?
No, me. They're asking me when I'm in the hospital. How often do you drink? My last drink was St. Patrick's Day. The drink before that was the when that poop eater was near us. The third time was probably like a week or two before that. I actually went there in my Cope uniform, and they thought I was a doctor, and I thought it was super funny. I told my boss about this, and he was laughing. I had my little smock and badge on, like that, and people walked in, they said, thank you. And I'm just like, what do you mean? And they bought me drinks. I'm like, yeah. She's like, are you a doctor? I said, I work in the medical profession. I didn't say I was a doctor. I just said I work in the medical profession. She goes, what do you do? Basically help patients who have, issues and disabilities. I just said that shit, and they're like, well, thank you for your... COVID was hell for all of us. I go, yeah, it really was hell for all of us. Yeah, it really was hell for everybody, wasn't it? I didn't say I was a doctor. I never did, but I was giving drinks.
Hey,
do you want to know something funny? One of the bitches at the lunch table, I don't remember if she said anything or not, but I remember she was at that lunch table. She's a fucking bartender, and she was serving drinks. She's like, are you Chris? I'm not going to say my legal last name, which I plan on changing.
His last name is Gznushnik.
Yeah. Yeah, something like that.
No, that is it. And if you can decipher that, then you figured it out. Congratulations.
So he alright, so she asked if I was, Chris so and so. I said no, I'm not. Because I mean, like I said, I still, just because I got out of high school doesn't mean I didn't hate those people. I still had that hatred. I was just like, no, fuck these people. I'm not going back to that life. I'm not going back to those people. And she was trying to actually be nice, and I, like I said, people do mature over time. Like I said, I matured. I got out of that fucking school shooter loving phase to
that phase right there.
Yeah, to becoming a fucking orderly, which trying to be a therapist to help people who had thoughts like me not have those fucking thoughts, and not only have those thoughts but act upon them. Because my mom did not have a gun in the house. I do love guns. I don't love shooting people with guns, only in video games. I like shooting zombies with guns in video games, but that's as far as it goes.
Now, he said what he said, but I will say, there's nothing like a long day at work, coming home and making a 12-year-old squeal in your ears. Not in the way you think, you sick fucks. Something's wrong with you. But for the rest of you out there that play Call of Duty, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Oh, I can't live without it.
You had me there for a minute. I'm like, what does he mean by
hey, look, after a long week, I don't give a fuck how
Dude,
long my week
I
is.
get my kicks off trolling people on Omegle. I get my kicks off fucking trolling people on the internet.
Dude, what? How? Now, first of all, we broke a record tonight.
Yeah.
By an hour. I'm pretty sure.
Wait till I get my YouTube channel started. You'll see my trolling. I love trolling people.
Look, bro, and look, once you start your YouTube shit up, listen, bro, I better be your first 17-hour guest, bro. I'm coming over your house. Just make a cot. I'll be there.
All right. But I'm going to try to get back to the story because I know it's. I'm just trying to shorten it up.
Yes, please.
I was just given the mindset.
Look,
okay, so like I said.
I need the world to know that
checked
Chris
off,
Tenosha has obligations.
They checked off the fucking. They checked off like everything. Okay, so you had. You wanted to kill others. You wanted to do this. You want like no, that's not what. Why are you here? Well, because I blew up. My family pissed me off. Did you make comments about wanting to kill yourself? Yeah, but it was just out of anger, just to let them know that like I'd rather be let on fire than to be fucking near these assholes. I was more saying as a figure of speech. So they checked off. Okay, he's suicidal. And because I said that I drank alcohol in. I guess the fucking 3 times in what, a span of 2.5 months, I guess that qualified for being an alcoholic. Because St. Patrick's Day, we got let out at 1 o'clock. So I only had 2 drinks. The time before that, I only had 1 drink. And that was just at a just dealing with Simeon and all that shit. I actually said his name, but I'm not going to say his last name, so it's okay. But, Mr. Poop Eater. And
I do have to ask. Hold on. You can't go much farther.
That's fine.
A person's in this story's name is Simeon.
Yes. I was accidentally let it slip, but fuck it.
All right.
So, his name is Simeon, but I'm not going to give you the last name. Don't you try to get it out of me either. It's not happening. So this guy, Simeon, he ate poop and did all the shit. But that's... When I had to deal with him for the day, he eventually got out, went to St. Mary's or Fort Henry Ford Hospital, and he's tearing that place up, and he's acting like a jackass. This guy's just a jackass in general. Like, I'm no longer a part of Cope. I'm no longer a part of that shit. If I do see him on the streets, I'm not going to fuck with him. But if he fucks with me, it's going to make Joe Sean's hits feel like pillows. Like, fuck, you want the cock ring? Here's your fucking cock. You know what I mean? Just
we'll give you that diamond-crested boy.
Yeah, just seeing that fucking... oh, my God.
That 20-year fucking anniversary Eminem cock ring right in your booty hole.
So, anyway, like I said, in a total of within 3 different bar trips, in a span of 2.5 months, I went... that was when I went to the bar. Only had 5 drinks total within that span of 2.5 months. They wrote down that I drink, like as if I drink constantly. They put down so much shit. And was told when I was little that I, had seizures, but I wasn't. I was misdiagnosed, and I had to take seizure medication. When I found I didn't have to take, seizure medication, I was misdiagnosed, and I didn't have to take it. This doctor wanted to put me on seizure medication. He put down that I was extremely suicidal. He put down that I wouldn't take any medication because I refused to take the anti-seizure medication, which I never had fucking seizures to begin with. I didn't need them. So he had me put down, he had like all this shit. It wasn't the like why or when, it was the what. Like, hey, Brandon, you ever hit a guy?
Yeah.
Okay, so you like assaulting people every day?
No.
No, that's what you do. You just admitted it. You hit people. Have you ever smoked?
Yep.
Okay, so you obviously do drugs because you smoked crack and did all shit, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
But by the way, by the second question, you actually got my actual answer.
Did you have sex under 18 at one point? When did you lose your virginity?
Turning 14.
Okay, so you raped somebody.
Oh yeah, twice.
That's what I'm saying. Like, but that's what they do. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
no, I
It's
know.
not like he literally. If I brought, I wish I brought the fucking doctor's note.
And hold up,
He
for
put
some
down.
of you that want just like an example of this, for those of you that answer the same question in 7 different ways on pretty much every job application.
Yeah.
When they're like, are you sure that the one time you didn't display violence? And you're like, yeah, no. And then they're like, well, remember that one time that you almost displayed violence? And you're like, no, because I told you the last fucking time that I didn't. And you're like, oh, well, what about this one
It wasn't
time?
even that. It was like, okay, I'm not going to sit here and say I didn't try a cigarette. I tried it. It just wasn't for me. I tried a joint. It just wasn't for me. I tried
Actually,
another.
hold up.
But because,
Right there,
but if I
Bill
said
Burr,
that,
we're both fans, right?
yeah.
Do you remember the bit?
Which one?
I'm not saying that women should be hit. I'm just saying, don't ever say there's not a reason. All right, that's mentally ill patients.
But
all right, now look, I have
So-
the tolerance of a demigod. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that if I knew ahead of time that I was about to deal with a bunch of incapable to handle reality patients, that I would prepare myself for all-out war.
okay.
And the fact that you didn't
So
do that...
no. So here's the thing. I thought that if I just talked to, I said literally, I work at Cope. They're like, yeah, okay, you got brought in involuntarily. We don't believe anything you say.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to know the ironic part? There was a girl named Sarah. She worked at Cope. She came in. I never met her at Cope. I never at the facility. She goes to different facilities because we send patients to Cope, and we send patients to St. Mary's from Cope. That's if they have drugs in their system. That's if they have COVID. That's if, like, different reasons. You know what I mean? Injury, something. And they get sent back to us after they get patched. They get like, wrapped up. That's the only reason why I send them to St. Mary's. Now, St. Mary's was the hospital I was born in. St. Mary's was where I was at when my niece had her seizure. That's when my mom had her surgery. I was in that hospital 3 different fucking times the week before. And now here I am in the fucking involuntarily room. Not voluntarily, involuntarily. They separate you. Voluntarily is when you show up and you say, I know I have a problem, but I need help. You walk in the hospital and you say, I'm going to kill myself. I need help. Okay?
Actually, all right.
You
so,
still get this. You still get the same kind of treatment, but not really. Involuntarily is when the cops are like dragging the dude that's on PCP and fucked up and like ready to throw up hands and just something.
Actually, I have
went
a
in there-
question.
What's up?
For some of you out there that have BetterHelp, the app, have you ever heard of it?
No.
Oh, it's where they charge you your entire week check to give you a psychologist that never actually talks to you. You never heard of it?
I've heard the commercial.
Oh, but you never heard of the service that offers.
I don't
the
trust
great...
mental health anymore, dude. I don't go there.
But what I'm saying is literally wrapped up in the title. Like, what part of you doesn't understand your own clientele? That, like, in order for you to even remotely fall upon why a person feels the way they do.
What is the lesson that I taught you? on both sides of the fence.
I've learned a lot tonight.
I don't know. What is the lesson and I know that's stuff I've opened up. And like I said, yes, am I an asshole?
I've learned
Am I an asshole at 13 for having those thoughts? Yes. Is it justified? Absolutely not.
But we've all had those thoughts at 13. We may not have had them as seriously, but for the most part, all right. I remember.
Well, no, I didn't. Okay, like prior to my nephew dying, I didn't have those thoughts where it was like that. I was just angry.
But the
I watched my
possibility
nephew die,
was
and then I go
there.
to school and I got angry.
The possibility was there.
It was just if my parents had a gun in the house, that would have been anger.
And you know what? To be honest with you, if your parents had a gun from the get-go, probably this entire story probably wouldn't have happened.
No,
I don't know. Look, as stable-minded as I am, and we're what? Going on 300 episodes. We're on our way. We're like, oh no, we just reached the 55 mark, so we're under half on our way to 400 episodes. And if you guys don't know that I'm mentally ill by now, you're worse than I am. I'm just saying.
See, people say that shit, and I haven't seen yet. You're worse. You haven't seen that worse.
But here's what I'm saying.
I haven't seen you when you're out. Or you lost.
I don't think anybody has. My wife,
my girlfriend has heard it. My parents have seen it. My family has seen it. My buddy Paul, I had to actually get off the phone.
I don't think there's a human being alive that's valuable enough to me. And look, I'm not saying that's not my kids or my wife. What I'm saying is the way I truly feel at my core is so hidden that I don't even know exactly where it lies.
I just bury my shit deep now. I don't.
No.
I'm telling you tonight.
I used to do that.
I'm telling you tonight because if I ever become so deteriorated, somebody can watch this and know my thought process.
That won't happen.
Why?
It won't happen.
Just saying,
with me.
I'm letting it out tonight. And if someone wants to go, hey, so why do you have PTSD? Or hey, why do you do this? Or why do you do that? I mean, like I said, the arm's uncovered. I brought everything out.
The conversation needs to be had here that when this first started, we wanted you to have all the beginnings of his story at your disposal so that when we came to the end conclusion, which is absolute nuts, that you would have at least gathered the tools to understand.
He knows the somewhat summarized version. He doesn't know the full details, but he knows
I know
why
enough
I'm here,
to know that
why I said, and I posted
brave
something on Facebook when I was in a dark place a few days ago, and I'm just letting it out, telling everybody, and it's people's choice if they want to watch it, if they want to hear it, if they want to see it. That's fine. If not, that's all I have to say. I'm not going to say anything anymore after this. And I'm actually trying to get this off my record because I had nothing prior, I had nothing going on. But we'll get to that later. And we're not even at that fucking mark yet.
Let me know that you guys give a fuck. Go out of your way. Today I want you to take it upon yourself. And look, I don't ask anything of my viewers, but I ask you this. If any part of this story has inspired you towards feeling some type of way, whether it be for the possibility of people hearing this story and altering how they interact with their own job, or if you hear somebody, or you hear this story, and you hear somebody that fits any criteria in this story, from obviously the person that started off this story as a holder of justice on the end of mental illness, of when
it's not like I'm Superman.
No, but the people ahead of you was like, in my professional opinion, this person needs help, and you were like, without fucking question, I'm right here. Let me help that man.
I just wanted to do.
But unfortunately, job. Which you realized, every military professional and pretty much every doctor at a certain point in their career obviously comes to the realization that if you were to indulge in your feelings and save every person that you think is worthy of saving and going out of your way to open the opportunities of somebody else, here's one thing that's going to hold true between then and now. Anybody at the receiving end of this is only as good as what they are willing to accept from you. So, as a mental health professional, and then, what's
a legally insane person now.
No, I'm trying to think of
by the state of Michigan, I'm considered legally insane.
All right, he said it, bro. I was trying to think of an extremely nice way to
You
say
don't
it.
have to sugarcoat it.
Well, who knows, man? Who's listening?
I don't care.
I don't care.
I will say this shit unfiltered. I've said shit to cops. I've went to the Westland police station and told them to their faces, you fuckers ruined my life that day. You know what they did? This was last week. You know what they did? They laughed.
And I'm not laughing.
That shows, no, I'm saying that shows their fucking mental capacity. And it's like, yeah, it's a cop. What do you expect? It's not even that. It's just, that's the mental state that we're in right now, to where when I say the inmates run the asylums.
Dude, it's a fact.
Okay, so here we are. I'm in a room, okay? The TV is in this, like, plastic box. It's white everywhere. There's a bed bolted to the ground. This is voluntary, not involuntarily. Voluntarily, I don't know how it is, man. But the beds are, like, movable. They're normal. I'm stripped down. I have not had a time to have a shower during this whole process. Okay? We're going on, like, day 5 without a shower. This is my first day at the psych ward. They put down all this shit. He calls my mother. And according to my mother, he talked about getting guardianship. Talk about guardianship. And he tried to get me in a fucking group home. I said, no, I live at a house. I have a bed and a dog. I have, stuff at my house. I don't need to... I have a job. I have friends. I don't need to go live in a fucking group home. He was going to sign me up for that. I said, that's not needed. And he was trying to get me on anti-seizure medication. I said, I don't have seizures. I never did. And he goes, okay, so what do you want? I go, if possible, could I get a fucking therapy referral? Because my mom's in a custody battle with my other sister over her kids who are living at our house. There's a reason why the niece and nephews are living at our house. Not the niece, but the young nephews. And I was pretty much told not to go to therapy because it could look bad for her in the court that I'm living with and shit. So I didn't go get therapy help. I wanted to, and it's like, well, there's no excuse. You should have went. I get it, but I was trying not to fuck anything up in the courts. And I could bottle this shit up, and I could do it. It was just this extra bullshit. Had my niece not had to get pulled out of the house that night, had my sister not been a bitch that day, and it's like people are gonna go, well, what could you have done? I'll tell you what I could have done. I could have left at any point. I could have just walked out of the house, went for a walk, and that shit would have still been waiting for me when I got back. There was no breaks. If I had to go sleep in the fucking park, which I have before in the past, to get away from my dad is not mentally right in the head. We could do an episode one day about my dad. It won't be as long like this. It won't be as well detailed. I'll just tell you about the fucked up shit that my dad did growing up. He's not normal. And I'll tell you the lessons after the end of this, and it'll be quick lessons, but it'll be lessons to help you, to let you know that it won't ever become like what happened to me won't happen to you or your loved ones. So I go to the hospital, and they start telling me, he walks back in, and he starts talking about, so we found alcohol in your system. And I said, bullshit. I said, I haven't had a drink since St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, we're going to keep you here. Also, I talked to your mother, and she said some pretty disturbing things, that you wanted to kill yourself and take others with you. Now, I told you about the shit I felt at 13. I didn't mention about killing myself at all about that. That was his own little fucking... He added shit into it. You get what I'm saying? And he said, so we're going to keep you here for a while. And I was pissed. This was like going on day 3. And I'm like, what the fuck? I was supposed to get a car, and now I'm in a hospital bed. I'm supposed to be at work at a psych ward, and I'm at a psych ward. Nobody at... You alright?
Yeah.
You gonna throw up?
I just got pee.
Oh. So, what I'm basically saying is, I'm supposed to go to a... I'm supposed to go to work at a psych ward, and I'm stuck in a psych ward. I'm involuntarily by the police. Because one afternoon, I said, fuck this, I've had enough, and I blew up. And I know people don't know, and I'm going to say this while Brandon's not here, so you can have a pee and shit. if you've ever been affiliated with a story called Tyke the Elephant, I looked at that a lot, especially like in my teens, that like I was, what's an elephant? A big fat creature. What am I? A big fat fucking creature. And I'm made to do things that I don't want to do, and I get no breaks. And Tyke the Elephant in 93 was an elephant that was getting constantly whipped around and forced to do things it didn't want to do, and it didn't get a break. And what did it do? It snapped. And what did they do? They shot it dead. And that's, to me, felt like something that was going to eventually happen. I was going to be used to the point where I just dropped dead of exhaustion, or I'm now put in a fucking psych ward and locked away because I said, this is not right. This is enough. I'm a human being. That was one of the things that I said to the cops. These assholes need to learn I am not an animal. And I've been treated like an animal. I was a labor mule to cope. I was a fucking ATM to my family. And I was constantly being rided and fucking whipped. And I had to do this and this and this, or else bad things would happen to us. So that's where it got really fucked up, to where I can't sleep. I'm sitting there. I smell like shit. They're not changing the sheets in my bed. I go to the bathroom, and they took all my clothes. So I'm laying naked in a white room, which fucks with your mind, by the way. That I think that intentionally fucks with your mind. Look that up on Google. The white rooms. In the Middle East, how they torture people is they put them in a small room that's completely painted white. And it's supposed to play tricks on you. Remember, like I said, and I don't want to say the cops are your friends. The cops are not your friends. The cops will want to get you in their books. They want to get you arrested. They want their quota. They want to do something. They want to fill their cells. They want, you know what I mean? They want something out of you. And I'm sure a lot of you had dealings with the cops and know how fucked up they are. And I'm sure maybe you've met some good cops, but you know what? There's so many fucked up cops, and the good cops stay quiet, that I consider the good cops also bad cops. Because if you let that shit slide, that's fucked up. So don't trust cops. Don't talk to cops. Deny everything. That's one of the lessons I learned. This doctor did so much shit because he wanted to keep me there as long as possible so he can charge my insurance. Because I had insurance. I did. And I even at one point, a nurse looked at me and said, "Why are you here? Everybody else around you is screaming their head off or going ballistic, and you're staying in your room." And I said, "I asked for therapy with, medication referral for antidepressants because I am depressed. I'm literally feeling like fucking dread 24/7. There's no happy thoughts. And I'm day in and day out, I'm listening to screaming every night. I'm not sleeping. If I turn off the TV, there's something wrong with the light fixture in my room, to where there's a clicking noise every 3 seconds. And that's getting to you. But if I leave the TV on, every 10 minutes, the same commercials goes on. I can never watch, and I wanted to see the movie, but I can never watch The Northman. Because every fucking 10 minutes, witness the rise of the Northman. Witness the rise of the Northman. Witness the rise of the Northman. Try the new pizza calzone, the Batzoni or whatever, the Batzoni. Now, what if it's too much cheese? It's just on repeat. I love Johnny Cash's Ring of Fire. Did I need to hear the Panda Express fucking, what is it? I forgot what it was, chicken or shrimp or something. But they had Johnny Cash's cover of Ring of Fire in Chinese or Japanese or something. But it was, those three were constantly being unplayed. On the 5th day, when I found out all this shit, I started breaking down. And the security guard came in the room. Before that, I'm sorry, I sometimes I forget some shit, but this is something I forgot to add before that. The nurse came in and said, "Why are you here?" And this was the only nice person out of that whole place. She said, "Why are you here?" And I said, "I don't know. I said the wrong thing." And I said because I didn't wake up early enough and brush my teeth. Or no, I said I didn't get dressed fast enough and brush my teeth. That's why I'm not here, because of some little bitch cunt. Because my family thought it'd be funny to put me here. And she goes, I'm going to submit that you get reevaluated because you do what you're told. You did all... And I said, yeah, this is... I mean, why the fuck am I here? Because you made a comment about you killing yourself. I made a comment about that I'd rather be set on fire than be near my sister who irritates the
hour going on 5-hour mark. I have to say my own piece.
That's fine.
I will happily volunteer and that fucking derives the
of what?
Snow. I hate snow.
Oh.
And I want to now listen. Because right now we're in uncharted territories. I don't know what happens. Like literally, I have never listened to a podcast that went on this long.
Sorry.
What do we no? I have no problems with this.
So
my problem is, what do we call this now?
What do you mean?
I feel like this has a new life lesson attached to it.
Don't even know the fuck. Yeah.
Look, at episode 155, this can